even felt worse for him than I did for her. She filled her lungs with soft gray smoke and then sent it out into the soft gray sky. There's a staggering admission for you. Remember how hot the front hall would get in the afternoon, even when it wasn't really hot outside? Sure. It was like that. We started to walk around, not very far at first, because Mommy didn't want to get too far from the door. I remember the ship and the grandfather clock were just sitting in the ways because no one had wound it. I remember the marble floor and the chandelier. Dad was trying to be the tour guide. Look at this mirror, look at the staircase. Like maybe she couldn't see the staircase. He'd bought the most beautiful house in Pennsylvania, and his wife was looking at him like he'd shot her. We wound up going through every single room. Can you imagine that? Mommy kept saying, "Who are these people? Why did they leave everything?" We went down the back hall with all those porcelain birds on their own little shelves. Oh my God, I love those birds so much I wanted to stick one in my pocket. Dad said the house had been built by the Van Hubecks in the early 1920s, and all of them were dead. Then we went into the drawing room, and there they were, the giant Van Hubecks, staring at us like we were thieves. All of them are dead, I said on my father's behalf. And I bought their house from the bank, and we get to keep all their stuff. Was everything still there? Were the clothes hanging in the closets? I didn't even know my mother, but I was feeling sick for her when I thought about it that way. It took a while for Dad to get up the stairs. We went through all the bedrooms. Everything was there, their beds and their pillows and the towels in their bathrooms. I remember there was a silver hairbrush on the dresser in the master bedroom that had hair in it. When we got to my room, Dad said, "Maeve, I thought you might like it here." What kind of kid wouldn't like that room? You remember that night we showed it to Norma and Bright? I do, as a matter of fact. Well, I'll tell you, that was exactly what I was like. I went straight to the window seat, and Dad pulled the drape shut. Shangri-La! I lost my mind. And then Mommy lost her mind because she was still thinking that this whole thing was going to be resolved, and I was going to be crushed to not have my own princess suite. She said, "Maeve, get out of there. That doesn't belong to you." But it did. I knew it did. You knew it at the time? I'd never been in the position of getting my head around what I'd been given. I only understood what I'd lost. She gave me a tired smile and ran her hand once over the back of my neck. My hair was short, shaved in the back. That's the way things were at Choate, even in the mid-60s. I understood parts of it, but no, to tell you the truth, I didn't really understand the whole thing until Norma and Bright did their reenactment of my childhood. I think that's why I felt sorry for them, because in some way I was just feeling sorry for myself. That was the night for it. I was certainly feeling sorry for myself. Maybe let that go. For once it was her story and not mine. After the bedroom fiasco, we went up to the third floor. Dad wanted to show us everything. He knew the tour was getting worse, but he couldn't stop himself. The third floor just about did him in. He wore a brace on his knee back then that didn't fit right, and he had to straight-leg it up the stairs. The stairs were hell for him. He was okay to do one set, but not two. He hadn't gone to the third floor when he bought the place, and when he finally got up there, it turned out part of the ceiling in the ballroom had fallen in. It looked like a bomb had gone off. Big chunks of plaster smashed all over the floor. Raccoons had eaten their way into the house, the ones with the fleas. They had ripped apart the mattress from the little bedroom to make their nest, ripped into the pillows and the spread, and there was fluff and feathers everywhere. There was this horrible feral smell like a wild animal, and the shit of that animal and the dead cousin of that animal all at the same time. She made a face at the memory. If he was looking to make a good first impression, he would not have taken us to the third floor. I was still at a point in my life when the house was the hero of every story, our lost and beloved country. There was a neat little boxwood hedge that had been trained to grow up and over the mailbox, and I wanted to get out of the car and go across the street and run my hand over it like I used to do whenever Sandy sent me out to get the mail, like it was my house even then. Please tell me you left after that. Oh, darling, no, we were just getting started. She turned her back on the house so that she was facing me. She was wearing the T-shirt I had brought her home from Choate and an old pair of shorts, and she pulled her long tan legs into the seat. Dad's leg was killing him, but he went out to the car and got the sack lunch. Then he got plates from the kitchen and filled glasses with water from the tap and set us up in the dining room while Mommy sat on one of those awful French chairs in the foyer, shaking. He put the sandwiches on the plates and called us in. To the dining room. I mean, if he'd ever even looked at her to see what was going on, he would have let us eat in the kitchen or in the car or someplace that didn't have a blue and gold ceiling. The dining room, it was intolerable in the very best of times. He led her to the table like she was blind. She kept picking up her sandwich and putting it down while Dad went on chirping about acreage and when the place was built and how the Van Hoobakes had made their money in cigarettes during the last war. She took a final drag off her cigarette and stubbed it into the ashtray in the car. Thank you, Van Hoobakes. There was a clap of thunder, and all at once the rain came, an explosion of enormous drops that swept the windshield clean. Neither of us moved to roll up our window. But you didn't sleep there. I said it as if I knew because I could not bear it to be otherwise. She shook her head. The rain made such a pounding on the roof that she had to raise her voice a little. Our backs were getting soaked. No. He took us around outside for a minute, but the grounds were a mess. The pool was full of leaves. I wanted to take off my shoes and socks and put my feet into the water anyway, but Mommy said no. I thought she was holding my hand because she was afraid I was going to run away, but she was holding on to me because, she needed to hold on. Then Dad clapped his hands together and said we should probably be heading home. He had borrowed the car from the banker for the day, and he had to give it back. Can you imagine? He buys this house, but he doesn't own a car. We went back inside, and he picks up all the sandwiches and wraps them and puts them back in the bag. None of us had really eaten anything, so of course we were going to take the sandwiches home and have them for dinner. He wasn't going to waste the sandwiches. Mommy started to pick up the plates, and Dad, I remember this most of all, he touched her wrist, and he said, "Leave those. The girl will get them." No. And Mommy said, "What girl?" Like on top of everything else. Now she has a slave. Fluffy. God's truth, Maeve said. Our father was a man who had never met his own wife. Chapter 11. It fell to Sandy to call and tell me Maeve was in the hospital. She had plans to get in and get out without you knowing, but that's ridiculous. They say they're probably going to have to keep her in 2 nights. Asking Sandy what the problem was, I could hear the doctor in my voice, that studied calm designed to soothe all fear. Tell me what's been going on. What I wanted to do was run out the door to run all the way to Penn Station. She's got this awful-looking red streak going up her arm. I saw it on her hand, and when I asked her what it was, she told me to mind my own business, so I called Jocelyn, and Jocelyn straightened her out. She came right over and took Maeve to the doctor. She said if Maeve didn't get in the car, she was calling an ambulance. Jocelyn's always been a better bully than me. She could make your sister do things I never could. I couldn't even get Maeve to brush her hair. What did the doctor say? He said she had to go to the hospital right that minute. That's what he said. He didn't even let her go home to pack a bag. That's why she had to call me so I could get her things. She made me swear I wouldn't tell you, but I don't care. Does she think I'm not going to tell you she's in the hospital? Did she say how long she's had the red streak? Sandy sighed. She'd said she'd been wearing sleeves so she wouldn't think about it. It was the middle of the week, so Celeste was at her parents' house in Rydal. I called her from the payphone when I got to Penn Station and told her what time my train was getting in. She picked me up in Philadelphia and drove me to the hospital, dropping me off in the circular driveway out front. Celeste was irritated with May for not pushing me to set up a practice in internal medicine as though I would have done it if Maeve told me to. She still thought it was Maeve's fault that I'd broken up with her years before and ruined her college graduation. Celeste blamed Maeve for everything she was afraid to blame me for. For her part, Maeve had never forgiven Celeste for insisting I marry her in my first year of medical school. Maeve also believed that Celeste had contrived her appearance at Mr. Martin's funeral, knowing full well she'd run into me there. I disagreed with that. Not that it mattered. What mattered was that Celeste didn't want to see Maeve, and Maeve didn't want to see Celeste, and I just wanted to get out of the car and find my sister. "Let me know if you need a ride home," Celeste said, and she kissed me before she drove away. It was the 21st of June, the longest day of the year. 8 o'clock at night, and still the sun came slanting in through every window on that hospital's west side. The woman at the information desk had given me Maeve's room number and sent me off to do my best. The fact that I had spent the last 7 years of my life in various hospitals in New York in no way qualified me to find my sister's room in a hospital in Pennsylvania. There was no logic to the way any hospital was laid out. They grew like cancers, with new wings metastasizing unexpectedly at the end of long, tunneled halls. It took me some time to find the general medical floor, and then to find my sister in that undifferentiated sea. The door to her room was ajar, and I tapped twice before walking in. She had a double room, but the divider curtain was pulled back, revealing a second bed that was neatly made and waiting. A fair-haired man in a suit sat in the chair beside Maeve's bed. "Oh, Jesus," Maeve said when she saw me. "She swore to me on her sister's head that she wouldn't call you." "She lied," I said. The man in the suit stood up. It took me just a second, and then I placed him. "Danny?" Mr. Otterson held out his hand. I shook his hand and leaned over to kiss Maeve's forehead. Her face was flushed and slightly damp, her skin hot. "I'm fine," she said. I could not be more fine. "They're giving her antibiotics." Mr. Otterson pointed to the silver pole from which an ever-collapsing bag of fluid was hung. Then he looked at Maeve. "She needs to rest." "I'm resting. What could be more restful than this?" She looked so awkward in the bed, like she was trying out for the role of the patient in a play. But underneath the blankets, she would have on her own clothes and shoes. "I should be going," Mr. Otterson said. I thought that Maeve would try to stop him, but she didn't. "I'll be back by Friday." "Monday. You think we can't even make it a week without you?" "You can't," she said, and in return he gave her a smile of great tenderness. Mr. Otterson patted her good hand, then nodded to me and left. We had met many times over the years, and I'd worked in his factory in the summers when I was home from Choate, but I never had a sense of him as being anything other than shy. I could never understand how such a man had grown such a business. Otterson's frozen vegetables now shipped to every state east of the Mississippi. Maeve told me that with no small amount of pride. "If you'd called me first, I would have told you not to come," she said. "And if you'd called me first, I would have told you what time I'd be here." I picked up the metal chart that hung from a hook at the foot of her bed. Her blood pressure was 90/60. They were giving her cefazolin every 6 hours. "Are you going to tell me what happened?" "If you're not going to pursue medicine professionally, then I can't see how you're allowed to pursue it personally." I walked around the bed and picked up the hand with the IV. An angry red streak of cellulitis started at a cut on the top of her hand, then twisted up and around to the inside of her arm, then disappeared into her armpit. Someone had outlined it with a black marker so as to track the infection's progress. Her arm was hot, slightly swollen. "When did this start?" "I have something to tell you if you'd put down my goddamn arm." "I was going to wait until the weekend, but you're here now." I asked her again when it had started. Maybe medical school had done me some good after all. It certainly taught me how to persist with a question that no one saw the point in answering. "How did you hurt your hand?" "I have no idea." I moved my fingers up to her wrist. "Get away from my pulse," she said. "Did anyone explain to you how these things go? You get blood poisoning. You become septic. Your organs shut down." Maeve worked at clothing drives, food drives, stocking the closets and pantries of the poor on weekends. She was always getting cut, some rogue staple or nail catching her skin. She was bruised by the boxes she loaded into the trunks of waiting cars. Would you stop being so negative? I'm lying in a hospital bed, aren't I? They're pumping me full of antibiotics. I'm not exactly sure what else I'm supposed to be doing. You're supposed to get yourself to the doctor before the infection that started in your hand gets to your heart. It looks like someone ran a paintbrush up your arm. Did you not notice? Do you want to hear my news or not? The anger I felt when she was lying there was unseemly. She had a fever. She could have been in some pain, though I was the last person she would have admitted that to. I told myself to stop it or she'd never tell me anything. I went back to the other side of the bed and sat in the chair, still warm from Mr. Otterson. I started again. I'm sorry you're sick. She looked at me for a moment, trying to gauge my sincerity. Thank you. I folded my hands in my lap to keep from plucking at her. Tell me your news. I saw Fluffy, she said. I was 29 years old that day in the hospital. Maeve was 36. The last time we'd seen Fluffy, I'd been 4. Where? Where do you think? You've got to be kidding me. It really would have been better if I could have told you this in the car. I had it all planned. We saved our most important conversations for the car. But considering the circumstances, we'd have to make do with a hospital room, the green tile floor and the low acoustical ceiling, the intermittent alert over the public address system that someone was coding. When? Sunday. The top half of her bed was tilting slightly up. She stayed on her back, but had turned her head to face me. I'd just gotten out of church, and I thought I'd swing by the Dutch house for a minute on my way home. You live 2 blocks from the church. Don't interrupt. Not 5 minutes later, another car pulls up behind me, and a woman gets out and crosses the street. It's Fluffy. How in God's name did you know it was Fluffy? I just did. She's got to be past 50 now. She's cut off all that hair. Still red, though. Or maybe she dyes it. Still Fluffy. I remember her so clearly. So did I. You got out of the car? I watched her first. She was standing at the end of the driveway, and I could tell she was thinking it over, like maybe she was going to walk up and knock on the door. She grew up there, just like us. Nothing like us. Maeve nodded into her pillow. I crossed the street. I hadn't set foot on that side of the street since the day we left, and it made me feel a little sick, if you want to know the truth. I kept thinking Andrea was going to come running down the driveway with a frying pan. What did you say? Just her name. I said, Fiona, and she turned around. Oh, Danny, if you could have seen the look on her face. She knew who you were? Maeve nodded again, her eyes feverish. She said I looked like Mommy did when she was young. She said she would have known me anywhere. A young nurse in a white cap came in, and when she saw us there, she stopped. I was leaning so far over my chin was practically on Maeve's shoulder. Is this a bad time? The nurse asked. Such a bad time, Maeve said. The nurse said something else, but we didn't pay any attention. She closed the door behind her, and Maeve started again. Fluffy said she'd just been passing through, and she wondered if we still lived in the house. And you said, no, I just stalked the place? I told her we had left in '63 after Dad died. I shouldn't have said it that way, but I wasn't thinking. As soon as it was out of my mouth, poor Fluffy turned red, her eyes filled up. I think she was hoping she was going to find him there. I think she'd come to see him. So then what? Well, she was crying. I didn't want to be standing out there on the wrong side of the street, so I asked her to come and sit in my car so we could talk. I shook my head. You and Fluffy parking in front of the Dutch house. In a manner of speaking, Danny, it was the most amazing thing. When she got in the car, we were as close as you and I are now, and the way I felt, I was so incredibly happy, like my heart was going to break open. She was wearing this old blue cardigan, and it was almost like I remembered it. I could have leaned over and kissed her. I've always had it in my mind that I hated Fluffy, that she had hit you and she had slept with Dad, but it turns out I don't hate her at all. It's like I'm incapable of hating anyone or anything in my life that came before Andrea. And those were the Fluffy days. She still has that pretty face even now. I don't know if you remember her face, but it was soft, very Irish. All of her freckles are gone now, but she still has those big green eyes. I said I remembered her eyes. I did a lot of talking at first. I told her about Dad getting married and Dad dying and Andrea throwing you out. And you know what she says? What? She says, "What a cunt." Fluffy! Maeve laughed until her cheeks darkened and she started to cough. I tell you what, she cut right to it, she said, and I handed her a tissue. She wanted to know all about you. She was impressed that you were a doctor. She kept saying how wild you were, that she couldn't imagine you holding still long enough to read a book, much less study medicine. She's trying to cover her tracks. I wasn't that wild. Yes, you were. Where has she been all this time? She used to live in Manhattan. She said she had no idea what to do that day Dad threw her out. She said she just stood there at the end of the driveway bawling, and finally Sandy walked out and told her she'd called her husband to come and get her. Sandy and her husband took her in. Good old Sandy. She said they brainstormed for a few days and finally decided to go to Immaculate Conception and talk to the priest. Old Father Crutcher helped Fluffy find a job as a nanny with some rich people in Manhattan. The Catholic Church helps a woman who was fired for hitting a kid to get a job looking after kids. That's beautiful. Seriously, you have got to stop interrupting me. You're throwing the story off. She gets a good job as a nanny, and while the children were still young, she marries the doorman in the building where she works. She said they kept it a secret until she got pregnant so she wouldn't lose her job. She said the first baby they had was a girl, and that girl is at Rutgers now. She was on her way to see her, and she decided to swing by the old house. No one takes geography anymore. The Dutch house isn't on her way to Rutgers from the city. She lives in the Bronx now, Maeve said, ignoring me. She and her husband, they had 3 children in all, the girl and then 2 boys. It took everything in me not to point out that the Dutch house was not on the way to Rutgers from the Bronx either. Fluffy said she checked on the place every now and then, that she couldn't help it. It had been her job before we ever moved there. It had been her job to keep an eye on things after Mrs. Van Hoobeek died. She said she'd been afraid to go and knock because she didn't know what Dad would say when he saw her, but that she'd always hoped she'd run into one of us there. I shook my head. Why did I miss the Van Hoobeeks after all these years? She asked me if I still had diabetes, and I told her of course. And then she got all upset all over again. I remember Fluffy as being very tough when we were children, but who knows, maybe she wasn't. She was. She wants to see you. Me? You don't live that far from her. Why does she want to see me? Maeve gave me a look as if to say that surely I was smart enough to get this one myself, but I had no idea. She wants to make amends. Tell her no amends are in order. Listen to me. This is important. And it's not like you're busy. Maeve didn't count the work I was doing on the building as a job. In this way, she and Celeste were in agreement. I don't need to reconnect with someone I haven't seen since I was 4 years old. I'll admit, the story held a certain lurid fascination when it was about Maeve seeing Fluffy, but I had no interest in pursuing a relationship myself. Well, I gave her your number. I told her you'd meet her at the Hungarian pastry shop. That's not going to be any trouble for you. It's not a matter of trouble. I just don't want to do it. My sister yawned extravagantly and pushed her face deeper into the pillow. I'm tired now. You're not getting out of this. And when she looked up at me, her blue eyes rimmed in red, I remembered where we were and why we were there. The overwhelming need to sleep had hit her suddenly, and she closed her eyes as if she had no choice in the matter. I stayed in the chair and watched her. I wondered if I needed to be closer to home. Now that my residency was finished, I didn't have to live in New York. I owned 3 buildings, but knew for a fact that perfectly good real estate empires had been made outside of the city. When the doctor came in later to check on Maeve, I stood up and shook his hand. Dr. Lamb, he said. He wasn't much older than me. He might have even been my age. Dr. Conroy, I said. I'm Maeve's brother. Maeve didn't stir when he lifted her arm to run his fingers down the track that disappeared into the sleeve of her gown. At first I thought she must be faking it. She wanted to avoid the questions. But then I realized she really was asleep. I didn't know how long Otterson had been there before me. I'd kept her up too long. She should have gotten here 2 days ago, Dr. Lamb said, looking at me. I shook my head. I was the last to know. Well, don't let her snow you. He spoke as if we were alone in the room. This is serious business. He rested her arm at her side and pulled the sheet up to cover it again. Then he made his mark on the chart and left us there. Chapter 12. The completion of my brief medical career had filled me with an unexpected lightness. After I finished my residency, I went through a period in which I was able to see the good in everything, especially the much-maligned North End of Manhattan. For the first time in my adult life, I could waste an hour talking to a guy in the hardware store about sealant. I could make a mistake fixing something, a toilet say, without mortal repercussions. I sanded the floors and painted the walls in one of the empty apartments in my building, and when I was finished, I moved in. By the standards of all the dorm rooms and efficiencies I'd lived in since my extravagant youth, the apartment was generous in size, sunny and noisy, and my own. Owning the place where I lived or having the bank own it in my name plugged up a hole that had been whistling in me for years. Celeste made the curtains and rydell on her mother's Singer and brought them in on the train. She got a job at an elementary school near Columbia and started teaching reading and what they called language arts, while I went to work on the other units in the building and then the brownstones. I had no reason to think she'd made peace with my decision, but she had the sense to stop asking me about it. We had stepped into the river that takes you forward. The building, the apartment, her job, our relationship, all came together with irrefutable logic. Celeste loved to tell a softened version of our story, how we had gone separate ways after she graduated from college, victims of timing and circumstance, and then how we had found each other again at a funeral of all places. It was meant to be, she would say, leaning into me. So Fluffy was not on my mind. She was not on my mind until the phone rang months after Maeve got out of the hospital, and the voice on the other end said, "Is that Danny?" And I knew, the same way Maeve had known when she saw Fluffy there on Van Hoobeek Street. I knew that she had taken so long to call because she was trying to work up her courage, and I knew that we would have coffee at the Hungarian pastry shop whether I wanted to or not. Any energy I expended trying to find it would be energy lost. There was never a time that the pastry shop wasn't crowded. Fluffy had come early and waited to get a seat in the window. When she saw me coming down the sidewalk, she tapped on the glass and waved. She was standing up when I got to the table. I had wondered if I'd recognize her based on Maeve's description. I had never considered that she might recognize me based on the 4-year-old I had been. "Could I hug you?" she asked. "Would that be all right?" I put my arms around her because I couldn't imagine how to say no. In my memory, Fluffy was a giant who grew taller over time, when in fact, she was a small woman, soft at the edges. She was wearing slacks and the blue cardigan Maeve had mentioned, or maybe she had more than one blue cardigan. She pressed the side of her face against my sternum for just an instant, then let me go. "Whew," she said, and fanned her face with her hand, her green eyes damp. She sat back down at the table in front of her coffee in Danish. "It's a lot. You were my baby, you know. I feel this way whenever I see any of the kids I took care of, but you were my very first baby. Back then, I didn't know you weren't supposed to give your whole heart to a baby that wasn't yours. It's suicide, but I was just a kid myself, and your mother was gone, and your sister was sick, and your father—" She skipped his descriptive clause. "I had a lot of reasons to be attached." She stopped just long enough to drink down half a glass of ice water, then touched the paper napkin to her lips. It's hot in here, right? Or maybe it's me. I'm nervous. She pinched the round collar of her blouse away from her neck and fanned it back and forth. I'm nervous, but I'm also that age. I can say that to you, right? You're a doctor. Even though you look like you should still be in high school. Are you really a doctor? I am. There was no point getting into that one. Well, that's good. I'm glad. Your parents would have been proud of that. Can I say something else? I'm sitting here looking at you. Your face is perfectly fine. I don't know what I was expecting, but there isn't a mark on you. I considered pointing out the small scar by my eyebrow, but thought better of it. A waitress I knew named Lizzie, who wore her black curls pulled onto the top of her head with a rubber band, came to the table and put a coffee and poppy seed muffin down in front of me. Fresh, she said, and walked away. Fluffy watched her retreat with wonder. They know you here? I live close by. And you're handsome, she said. A woman's going to remember a handsome man like you. Maeve says you've got a girl, though, and she doesn't think much of her, in case you didn't know. That's not my business. I'm just glad I didn't wreck your face. The last time I laid eyes on you, you were covered in blood and screaming. Then Jocelyn runs in to take you to the hospital. I thought for sure I'd killed you, all that blood, but you turned out fine. I'm fine. She pressed her lips into an approximation of a smile. Sandy told me you were fine, but I didn't believe her. What else was she going to say? I carried it around with me for years and years. I felt so awful. I didn't stay in touch with any of them, you know. Once I moved to the city, that was it. No looking back. Sometimes you've got to put the past in the past. Sure. Which brings me to your father. She took down the rest of her water. Maeve told me he died. I'm sorry about that. You know, you look an awful lot like him, right? My kids are mutts, all three of them. They don't look like me or my husband, either one of us. Bobby's Italian. Di Camillo. Fiona Di Camillo is a mutt name if ever there was one. Bobby never knew about me and your father. She stopped there, a sudden flush of panic rising up her neck. This was a woman whose biology betrayed her at every turn. Emotion stormed across her face with a flag. Maeve told you that, didn't she, about your father and me? She did. Fluffy exhaled, shook her head. My God. I thought I'd just put my foot in it. Bobby doesn't need to know about that. You probably don't need to know about it either, but there you go. I was just a kid then, and I was stupid. I thought your father was going to marry me. I slept right there on the second floor in the room next to you and your sister, and I thought it was only a matter of me moving across the hall. Well, ha! The waitresses at the Hungarian pastry shop had to turn sideways to get between the tables, holding their coffee pots high. Everyone was jostled, and the light poured in across the formica tables and the silverware and the thick white china cups, and I saw none of it. I was back in the kitchen of the Dutch house, and Fluffy was there. That morning, she said, and nodded to make sure I understood which morning we were talking about. Your father and I had a fight, and I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm not saying it wasn't my fault, but I'm saying I wasn't myself. A fight about what? I let my eyes wander over to the pastry case, the pies and cakes all twice as tall as pies and cakes were meant to be. About our not getting married. He'd never come right out and said he was going to marry me, but what year was it then, 1950, 51? It never crossed my mind that we weren't getting married. I was right there in his bed, if you'll forgive me for saying so. And he got up to get dressed, and I was feeling so happy about things. And I said I thought we should start making plans. And he said, making plans for what? Oh, I said, feeling the discomfort of familiarity. Fluffy raised her eyebrows, making her green eyes appear all the larger. If it was just that he wasn't going to marry me, well, that would have been bad enough. But the reason... She stopped and took a bite of her Danish with a fork. Then, bite by bite, she proceeded to eat the entire thing. That was it. Fluffy, who had not stopped talking since I walked in the door, shut down like a mechanical horse in need of another nickel. I waited well past the point of prudence for her to pick her story up again. Are you going to tell me? She nodded, her tremendous energy having deserted her. I have a lot to tell you, she said. All ears. She gave me a stern look, the look of a governess to a smart-mouthed child. Your father said he couldn't marry me because he was still married to your mother. That was something I never considered. They were still married? I was willing to be immoral. I think I've established that. I was sleeping with a man I wasn't married to. Okay, fine, my mistake. I'll live with it. But I thought your father was divorced. I never would have gone to bed with a married man. You believe that, don't you? I told her I did. Absolutely. What I didn't tell her was that a man who wants to sleep with the pretty young nanny across the hall never has any intention of marrying her. What better lie than to tell her he's still married? My father wasn't much more of a Catholic than I was, but he was too Catholic to be a bigamist, and Andrea was too smart to marry a bigamist, and Lawyer Gooch was too thorough to have overlooked such a detail. I never would have done anything against your mother. I liked your father fine, I did. He was handsome and sad and all those nonsense things girls think are so important at that age. But Elna Conroy was my heart. I never saw myself filling her shoes. No one could have done that. But I meant to take care of you and your sister and your father the way she would have wanted. She was so worried about you before she left. She loved the three of you so much. Before there was a chance to formulate all the questions there were to be asked, I felt a strong hand on my shoulder. Danny, you've got a day off. Dr. Abel was beaming. I should be seeing more of you now that your residency is finished, not less. I've been hearing rumors. Fluffy and I were sitting at a foretop. There were two empty places set with silverware and napkins that I hoped he had the sense to overlook. Dr. Abel, I said, this is my friend, Fiona. Maury. Dr. Abel leaned across the table to shake her hand. Fluffy. Maury Abel smiled and nodded. Well, I can see you two are busy. Danny, you won't make me have to track you down, will you? I won't. Say hello to Mrs. Abel for me. Mrs. Abel knows who owned those parking lots, he said, and laughed. You may not get an invitation to Thanksgiving this year. Good, Fluffy said to him. Then Danny can come and have Thanksgiving with us. When he walked away from the table, Fluffy seemed to understand that our time at the Hungarian pastry shop was not infinite. She decided to get to the point. You know your mother's here, she said. I've seen her. Lizzie sailed past, tipping her coffee pot in my direction. I shook my head, while Fluffy held up her cup for more. What? There was a cold wind coming in the door. She's dead, I wanted to say. Surely she's dead by now. I couldn't tell your sister. I couldn't make her diabetes worse. Knowing where your mother is doesn't make diabetes worse, I said, trying to apply logic to a conversation where no logic existed. Fluffy shook her head. It certainly can. You don't remember how sick she was. You were too young. Your mother would come and go and come and go, and when she finally left for good, Maeve nearly died. That's just a fact. After that, your father told her she could never come home again. He wrote her a letter when Maeve was in the hospital. I know that. He told her she'd all but killed the two of you. The two of us? Well, she said, not you. He only threw you in to make her feel worse. If you ask me, he was trying to get her to come back. And he just went about it wrong. Had anyone asked me an hour before this meeting how I felt about my mother, I would have sworn I had no feelings on the subject, which made it difficult to understand the enormity of my rage. I held up my hand to stop Fluffy from talking for a second, just to give my brain the chance to catch up. And she raised her hand and touched her palm lightly to mine, as if we were measuring the length of our fingers. Maybe because he was sitting with a student 2 tables away, a boy around the age I must have been when we first met, I saw myself standing in the door of Maury Abel's office. "No parents?" he asked. "Where is she now?" I was suddenly struck by the possibility that my mother was going to walk in the Hungarian pastry shop and pull up a chair, that this entire reunion was a setup for some horrific surprise. "I don't know where she is now. I saw her more than a year ago, maybe 2. I'm bad with time. I'm sure it was in the Bowery, though. I looked out the window of a bus, and there she was, Elna Conroy, just standing there like she was waiting for me. It about stopped my heart." I exhaled, my own heart starting again. "You mean you saw someone who looked like my mother when you were on a bus?" The idea of seeing anyone you knew out the window of a bus seemed far-fetched. But I never took the bus, and when I did, I don't suppose I looked out the window. Fluffy rolled her eyes. "Jesus, I'm not an idiot, Danny. I got off the bus. I went back and found her." And it was her, Elna Conroy, who had run off to India in the night, leaving her husband and 2 sleeping children, was in the Bowery. She was just the same, I swear it. Her hair's gone gray, and she wears it in a braid now, the way Maeve used to. They both have that ridiculous hair. "Did she remember you?" "I haven't changed that much," Fluffy said. I was the one who had changed. Fluffy dumped her coffee into her water glass and let the ice melt. "The first thing she asked about was you and Maeve. And since I didn't know, there was nothing I could tell her. I didn't even know where you lived. The shame of it all came back on me like the whole thing had happened yesterday. I'll never get over it. To think I'd been fired, to think why I'd been fired, and that I hadn't stayed to look after you the way I'd promised her I would." Her grief hung between us. We were her children. It seems like she should have stayed and looked after us herself. "She's a wonderful woman, Danny. She had a terrible time of it." "A terrible time of it living in the Dutch house." Fluffy looked down at her empty plate. This wasn't her fault. Even if she'd hit me, even if she'd been thrown out because of it, there was very little forgiveness in my heart, and what I had, I gave to Fluffy. "There's no way for you to understand," she said. "She couldn't live like that. She's doing her penance down there serving soup. She's trying to make up for what she's done." "Who is she making it up to? To me? To Maeve?" Fluffy considered this. "To God, I guess. There's no other reason she'd have been in the Bowery." I, who had bought property in Harlem and Washington Heights, would not have touched the Bowery with a stick. "When did she leave India?" Fluffy tore open 2 sugar packets, added them to her iced coffee, and stirred. I wanted to tell her the whole thing would have gone better if she'd put the sugar in the coffee while the coffee was still hot. In fact, I wanted to tell her it would have been infinitely preferable to get together in order to discuss how sugar dissolves. A long time ago. She said it had been years and years. She said the people had been very kind to her. Can you imagine? She would have been happy to stay there, but she had to go where she was needed, which wasn't Elkins Park. She gave up everything. That's what you have to understand. She gave up you and your sister and your father and that house so she could help the poor. She lived in India and God only knows how many other horrible places. She was down there on the Bowery. The whole place stinks, you know. It's foul down there, the trash and the people, and your mother's serving soup to the junkies and the drunks. If that's not being sorry, I don't know what is. I shook my head. That's being delusional, not sorry. I wish I could have talked to her more, Fluffy said, her feelings clearly hurt. But I was going to be late for my job. I'm a baby nurse now. I get in and get out before I get too attached. And to tell you the truth, the bums were crawling all over the place, and I didn't feel so comfortable standing there on the street. Just as soon as I had that thought, she told me she was going to walk me to the bus stop. She put my arm in hers like we were two old friends. She told me she'd be working down there for a while and that I could come back and serve if I wanted to, or just come back and visit. I kept thinking I'd go see her again on my day off. But Bobby wasn't having it. He said I had no business making lunch for a bunch of guys on the needle. I sat back in my chair trying to take it in. I was glad that Maeve didn't come to the city. I didn't want her looking out a bus window and seeing our mother on the street. Do you know where she is now? She shook her head. I should have tried to find you sooner so I could have told you. It wouldn't have been hard. I feel bad about that. I motioned to Lizzie for the check. If my mother had wanted to see us, she would have found us herself, like you said. It wouldn't have been hard. Fluffy was twisting the paper napkin in her fingers. Believe me, I know what a bad time everyone went through. I was there. But your mother has a higher calling than we do. That's all. I put my money on the table. Then I hope she enjoys it. When I looked at my watch, I realized I was already late. I'd scheduled a meeting with the contractor as a means of ensuring my time with Fluffy would be limited. She walked with me 2 blocks before it became clear she was going in the wrong direction. She took my hand. We'll do this again, won't we? She said. Maeve has my number. I'd like to see you both. I want you to meet my kids. They're great kids, like you and your sister. Maeve was right. Not only was it remarkable to see Fluffy again, but I felt a complete absence of anger towards her. She had been in an impossible situation. No one would say that what had happened had been her fault. Would you leave them? Who? Your great kids, I said. Would you walk away and leave them now, and never let them know that you were still alive? Would you have left them before they were old enough to remember you? Left them for Bobby to raise on his own? I could see the blow travel through her, and she took a step away from me. No, she said. Then you're the good person, I said. Not my mother. Oh, Danny, she said, and her voice caught in her throat. She hugged me goodbye. When she walked away, she turned back to look at me so many times she appeared to be going up the sidewalk in a loose series of concentric circles. The fact of the matter was, I had seen my mother too, though I hadn't known it at the time. As I walked to 116th Street after leaving Fluffy, I had no doubt that it had happened. It had been in the emergency room at Albert Einstein around midnight, maybe 2 years before, maybe 3. All the chairs in the waiting room were full. Parents held half-grown children in their laps, paced with children in their arms. People were propped up against the walls, bleeding and moaning, vomiting into their laps. A standard Saturday night in the Gun and Knife Club. I had just scoped a young woman with a crushed airway, a steering wheel, a boyfriend. And once I got the endoscope down past her nasal passages, both of her vocal cords were collapsed. Blood and spit were bubbling in every direction, and it took forever to get an endotracheal tube in place. When I finished the procedure, I went to the waiting room to look for whoever had brought her in. As I called the name on the chart, a woman behind me tapped my shoulder, saying, "Doctor." Everyone did that, the sick and those advocating for the sick. They chanted and begged, "Doctor, nurse, doctor, nurse." The emergency room at Albert Einstein was a cyclone of human need, and the trick was to keep focused on the thing you'd come to do, ignoring the rest. But when I turned around, the woman looked at me with such, surprise? Fear? I remember raising my hand to my face to see if there was blood on it. That had happened before. She was tall and dismally thin, and in my mind I assigned her to the ash heap of late-stage lung cancer or tuberculosis. None of this distinguished her in that particular crowd. The only reason she'd stuck with me at all was because she called me Cyril. I would have asked her how she knew my father, but then a man was there saying it was his girlfriend I had just scoped. I was taking him into the hallway wondering if he in fact had strangled her. I'd been in the waiting room for less than a minute, and by the time I had the chance to wonder about the woman with the gray braid who called me by my father's name, she was long gone and I was no longer interested. I didn't wonder if she'd been a tenant in one of the Conroy buildings, or if she was someone he had known in Brooklyn. I certainly never thought about my mother. Like everyone else who worked in the ER, I pressed ahead with what was in front of me, and I made it through the night. To grow up with a mother who had run off to India, never to be heard from again, that was one thing. There was closure in that, its own kind of death. But to find out she was 15 stops away on the #1 train to Canal and had failed to be in touch was barbaric. Whatever romantic notions I might have harbored, whatever excuses or allowances my heart had ever made on her behalf, blew out like a match. The contractor was waiting for me in the lobby when I got back, and we talked about the window frames that were pulling away from the brick in the front of the building. He was still there taking measurements an hour later when Celeste came home from school. She was so buoyant, so bright, her yellow hair tangled from the wind that had kicked up. She was telling me about the children in her class and how they had all cut leaves from construction paper and printed their names on the leaves so she could make a tree on her classroom door. And as I listened, less to what she was saying and more to the pleasing sound of her voice, I knew that Celeste would always be there. She had proven her commitment to me time and again. If men were fated to marry their mothers, well, here was my chance to buck the trend. "Ah," she said, dropping her book bags on the floor and reaching up to kiss me. "I'm talking too much. I'm like the kids. I get all wound up. Tell me about the grown-up world. Tell me about your day." But I didn't tell her anything, not about the pastry shop, or Fluffy, or my mother. I told her instead that I'd been thinking, and I thought it was time we got married. Chapter 13. I wished my part of the work hadn't all fallen to Maeve, who drove to Rydal to have lunch with Celeste and her mother and talk about napkin colors and the merits of having hard liquor at the reception versus only serving beer and wine with champagne for the toast. "Frozen vegetables," Maeve said to me later. I wanted to tell her that would be my contribution. I'll flood their backyard with little green peas, which would spare me having to sit through another conversation about whether the lawn will still be green enough in July. "I'm sorry," I said. "You shouldn't have to deal with that." Maeve rolled her eyes. "Well, it isn't like you're going to do it. Either I get involved, or we have no representation at the wedding." "I'm planning on representing us at the wedding." "You don't understand. I'm not even married, and I understand." Celeste said it was hard for Maeve to watch me get married before she did. Celeste said that at 37 there was pretty much no chance of Maeve finding someone, and so the wedding plans were no doubt filling her with something less than joy. But that wasn't it. In the first place, Maeve would never begrudge me any happiness, and in the second place, I had never once heard her mention even a passing interest in marriage. Maeve didn't care about the wedding. Her issue was with the bride. I tried to explain to my sister that I had dated plenty of women and Celeste really was the best choice. I hadn't rushed into anything either. We'd been going together off and on since college. "You're picking the woman you like the best from a group of women you don't like," Maeve said. "Your control group is fundamentally flawed." But I had picked the woman who had committed herself to smoothing my path and supporting my life. The problem was that Maeve thought she was taking care of that herself. As for Maeve's love life, or lack thereof, I knew nothing, but I will say this. I'd watched her test her blood sugar and inject herself with insulin all my life, but she didn't do it around other people, not unless it was a full-on emergency. When I was in medical school and then later in my residency, I tried to talk to her about her management, but she would have no part of it. "I have an endocrinologist," she'd say. And I have no interest in being your endocrinologist. I'm just saying, as your brother, that I'm interested in your health. Very kind. Now cut it out. Maeve and I had endless reasons to be suspicious of marriage. The history of our youth would be enough to make anyone bet against it. But if I had to guess, I wouldn't have put the blame on Andrea or either of our parents. If I'd had to guess where Maeve was concerned, I would have said she could never have allowed anyone else in the room when she stabbed a needle in her stomach. Tell me again what my not being married has to do with you marrying Celeste. Nothing. I just want to make sure you're okay. Trust me, she said, I don't want to marry Celeste. She's all yours. Had it not been for Maeve, every aspect of the wedding, all the costs and the decisions, would have fallen to the Norcross family. Maeve believed we, Conroy, should not begin the alliance of families in such a state of inequality. After all, when you added in uncles and aunts and all the various degrees of cousins, both by marriage and blood, there were more Norcrosses than there were stars in the sky, and there were only the two of us Conroys. I understood that someone from our side needed to show up, and since our side consisted of Maeve and me, it fell to Maeve. I was meeting with electricians in those days and learning the surprisingly difficult skill of repairing drywall. I was too busy to participate in the details, and so I sent my sister, who lived a scant 15 minutes from Celeste's parents, as my emissary. In this spirit of division of labor, May volunteered to write our engagement announcement for the paper. Mary Celeste Norcross, daughter of William and Julie Norcross, will marry Daniel James Conroy, son of Elna Conroy and the late Cyril Conroy, on Saturday, the 23rd of July. But Celeste didn't like the word late. She thought it was a downer in light of the happy occasion. And your mother, Maeve said to me over the phone, doing an uncanny imitation of Celeste's voice, do you seriously want your mother's name in the engagement announcement? Ah, I said. I told her you do in fact have a mother, a missing mother, and a dead father. That's what we've got. Then she asked if we could just leave them out altogether, seeing as how they're not here. It's not as if we'd be hurting their feelings. Well, it didn't strike me as an outrageous proposal. We'd be hurting my feelings, Maeve said. You're not a mushroom who popped up after a rain. You have parents. Julie Norcross, my ever-rational future mother-in-law, broke the tie in Maeve's favor. That's the way it's done, she said to her daughter. The proposed compromise to which Maeve finally capitulated after much grousing was that our parents' names would not appear on the wedding invitation. And through all of this, I never told my sister that our mother was out there, circling. I put it off not because I thought it would harm Maeve's health, but because we were better off without her. That was what Fluffy's news had made me realize. After so many years of chaos and exile, our lives had finally settled. Now that it was no longer my job to draw down the trust, we rarely spoke of Andrea at all. We didn't think about her. I wasn't practicing medicine. I owned 3 buildings. I was getting married. Maeve, for whatever reasons of her own, continued on at Otterson's without complaint. She seemed happier than I had ever known her to be, even if she didn't want me to marry Celeste. After years of living in response to the past, we had somehow become miraculously unstuck, moving forward in time just like everyone else. To tell Maeve our mother was out there, to tell her I wasn't sure if our parents had ever divorced, meant reigniting the fire I'd spent my life stamping out. Why should we go looking for her? She'd never come looking for us. I don't mean that Maeve didn't deserve to know or that I would never tell her. I just didn't think this was the time. Celeste and I were married on a sweltering day in late July at St. Hilary's in Rydal. A fall wedding would have been more comfortable, but Celeste said she wanted to have everything settled and done before school started in September. Maeve said Celeste didn't want to give me the time to back out. The Norcrosses rented a tent for the reception, and Celeste and Maeve put aside their considerable differences for the occasion. Maury Abel stood up as my best man. He found my defection from science to be hilarious. I wish I'd have my professional career on you, he said, his arm around my shoulder, like any proud father. Years later, I would buy a building on Riverside Drive, a pre-war jewel box with an Art Deco lobby and green glass inlays in the elevator doors. I gave the Abels half the top floor and a key to the roof for what they would have paid for an efficiency. They would stay there for the rest of their lives. Celeste flung her diaphragm into the Atlantic on our honeymoon. In the early morning hours, we watched it catch a gentle wave and bob away from the coast of Maine. "That's a little disgusting," I said. "People will think it's a jellyfish." She snapped shut the empty pink case and dropped it in her purse. We had tried to get in the water the day before, but even in late July we found it impossible to go past our knees, so we went back to the hotel, and Celeste put her swimsuit on so that I could take it off again. She thought we had very nearly waited too long as it was. At 29, she wasn't going to put nature off another cycle. Our daughter was born 9 months later. Over protests, I named the baby for my sister, and as a compromise, we called her May. Everything about May was easy. I told Celeste we could throw a tarp over the bed, and I could deliver her myself if she felt like staying home, but she didn't. We took a taxi to Columbia Presbyterian in the middle of the night, and 6 hours later, our daughter was delivered by one of my former classmates. Celeste's mother came up for a week, and Maeve came for a day. Maeve and Julie Norcross had grown fond of each other through the wedding preparations, and Maeve had found that things between her and Celeste were better when Celeste's mother was around. She planned her brief visits accordingly. Celeste quit her teaching job at the Columbia School, and 5 months later, she was pregnant again. She was good at having babies, she'd like to say. She was going to play to her strength. But babies are largely a matter of luck, and there was no guarantee that what was easy once would be easy twice. 25 weeks into the second pregnancy, Celeste started to have contractions and was sent to bed to stay. She was told her cervix was lazy, unable to hold the baby in place against the tireless pull of gravity. She took it to be a personal indictment. "No one said it was lazy last year," she said. "They would have kept her in the hospital if it hadn't been for the fact that I was considered to be enough of a doctor to administer the medications and watch her blood pressure. What I couldn't manage, along with work and Celeste, was taking care of May." "We're going to need to hire someone," I said. Celeste had made it clear she didn't want her mother moving to New York, and the idea of having Maeve come in to help wasn't up for discussion. "I just wish there was someone we knew," Celeste said. And she was frustrated and scared and angry at herself for not being able to take care of things the way she always had. "I don't want a stranger taking care of May." "I could try Fluffy," I said, though the suggestion was half-hearted. To call in Fluffy, like some other things, seemed to be taking a big step backwards. I was holding May on one hip, and she squirmed and reached her chubby hands for her mother. "What's Fluffy?" "Who's Fluffy?" "What are you talking about? I never told you about Fluffy?" Celeste sighed and straightened her blanket. "I guess not. No one forgets a Fluffy." In the earliest days of our relationship, Celeste had asked about the small scar beside my eye, and I told her I'd caught a backhand playing doubles at Choked. I wasn't about to tell the pretty girl in my bed that my Irish nanny had hit me with a spoon. If I'd never even mentioned Fluffy, then Celeste didn't know about my father's affair, either. It would have been difficult to put forward a candidate who'd slept with the employer and hit the child, but in truth I'd forgiven her for all of it. Like Maeve said, there was no holding a grudge against anyone from that time in our lives. "She was our nanny. She lives in the Bronx now," I said. "I thought Sandy and Jocelyn were your nannies." "Sandy was the housekeeper, Jocelyn was the cook, Fluffy was the nanny." Celeste closed her eyes and nodded peaceably. "I have trouble keeping the household staff straight." "Should I call her?" May, who had an uncanny ability to concentrate her weight, had turned into a 50-pound sack of potatoes in my arms. I put her down beside her mother. "Why not try? You turned out nice enough." Celeste reached for our daughter, whom she could lie beside but not pick up. "At least it's a place to start." And so it came to pass that nearly 30 years after we had last lived under the same roof, Fluffy came to 116th Street to care for our daughter. Celeste could not have been more pleased with the arrangement. The fleas were everywhere, I heard Fluffy saying to my wife the day after we'd hired her. I'd just come in the front door and I stood in the tiny entry hall to listen. I wasn't eavesdropping. The apartment was too small for that. They knew perfectly well I was there. The first time I went over to meet the Conroys, they were standing there scratching. I was dying to make a good impression, you know. I'd been the caretaker for the house when it was empty, and I was hoping they'd keep me on. So I put on my best dress and went over to introduce myself, and there they were with their piles of boxes. I could see the fleas on Maeve's little legs. They went after her like a sugar loaf. Wait, Celeste said. Didn't you live in the house? I lived in the garage. There was an apartment on the top where my parents had lived when they worked for the Van Hubakes. Of course, I stayed in the house when I was taking care of the old lady. I never left her alone, but after she died, well, the whole business made me sad, so I went back to the garage. I'd grown up there. I'd been one of the house girls. Then I was the only servant in the entire place. Then I was the nursemaid. Then I was the caretaker. Then I was the Conroy's nanny, first for Maeve, then Danny. Then you were the mistress, I thought, putting down the mail. I was good at all my jobs except being the caretaker. I was awful at that. But it's completely different work, Celeste said, taking care of people or taking care of an empty house. I was afraid of the house. I kept thinking the Van Hubakes were still in there, that they were ghosts. I just couldn't imagine the place without them, even if they were dead. I could barely make myself dart in there once a week and look around at the height of day, so I didn't know the raccoons had eaten their way into the ballroom with all those fleas. They must have just hatched because there were no fleas when the banker came and there were no fleas when the Conroys came to see the house. But by the time they moved in, the fleas were everywhere. You could see them hopping around in the rugs, on the walls. I wouldn't have blamed them if they'd put me out on the spot. The fleas weren't your fault, Celeste said. But they were, if you think about it. I was asleep at my post. What do you think? Should I put this girl down and make you some lunch? Danny, Celeste called. Do you want lunch? I came into the bedroom. Celeste was stretched out on our bed, and Fluffy was sitting in a chair with May asleep in her arms. Celeste looked up at me and smiled. Fluffy's been telling me about the fleas. His mother kept me on, Fluffy said, smiling like it was something I had done myself. She wasn't much older than I was, but I acted like she was my mother. I was so lonely, and she was so kind. As miserable as Elna was, she always made me feel like she was happy I was there. She was miserable because of the fleas? Because of the house. Poor Elna hated that house. I could stand some lunch, I said. Why poor Elna? Celeste asked. Ever since I'd told her the story of my life, my wife had held my mother in particularly low regard. She believed there could be no reason to leave two children. Fluffy looked down at my daughter asleep on her chest. She was too good to live in a place like that. Celeste looked up at me, confused. I thought you said it was a nice place. I'll go get sandwiches, I said, turning away. I wanted to tell Fluffy to stop it. But why? She was telling these stories to Celeste, the only person in the world who wanted to hear them. Fluffy told Celeste the stories of the Dutch house like Scheherazade trying to win another knight, and Celeste, whose mind was finally off her troubles, wouldn't have let her go for anything in the world. Kevin came early and spent his first 6 weeks of life in an incubator box staring at us through the clear plastic wall with his frog eyes while Fluffy stayed home with May. Everything's fine, Fluffy would say to me, kissing my daughter on the head, a series of rapid-fire pecks. We're all where we need to be. Maeve came up on the train while Celeste was in the hospital, as much to spend days with Fluffy as with her namesake. Maeve and Fluffy had an insatiable appetite for the past when they were together. They went through the Dutch house room by room. Do you remember that stove? One of them would say. How you had to light the burners with a match. I always thought it was going to blow us all the kingdom come. It took so long for the fire to catch. Do you remember those pink silk sheets in the bedroom on the 3rd floor? I've never seen sheets like that again in my life. I bet they're still perfect. No one ever slept in that bed. Do you remember when the two of us went swimming in the pool And Jocelyn said it wasn't good to have to see the nanny splashing around like a seal in the middle of the workday. Then they would laugh and laugh until May laughed with them. I had bought Celeste a brownstone just north of the Museum of Natural History right after May was born, and worked on it myself on the weekends. A big 4-story, beyond our means, the kind of house we could stay in for the rest of our lives. The neighborhood was imperfect, but it was better than the one we were in. The winds of gentrification were starting to shift towards the Upper West Side, and I wanted to get ahead of them. To make a new life, we would have to travel all of 25 blocks. I would pay Sandy and Jocelyn to come up on the weekend and, along with Fluffy, get our things boxed and unboxed. "We're moving now?" Celeste said, while we sat in the waiting room of the NICU. Visiting hours started at 9. "There's never a good time to move," I said. "This way Kevin can come home to his new house." The new house had 4 bedrooms, though we kept Kevin and May together in one when they were small. "Less running around to do," Fluffy said. "There are too many damn stairs in this place." Celeste agreed and had me squeeze a single bed into the crowded nursery. She'd had an emergency cesarean in the end, and she said she'd just as soon not have to go too far when one of the children cried. One night, after getting Celeste a sweater from our bedroom on the top floor, then turning over a load of laundry on the ground floor, then changing May's diapers and getting her another outfit on the 3rd floor and taking the soiled clothes back down to the wash, Fluffy fell onto the couch next to Celeste, her cheeks flaming, chest heaving. "Are you okay?" Celeste asked, Kevin in her arms. May took a few uneven steps in the direction of the fireplace where I had just laid a fire. "May," I said. Fluffy pulled in a deep breath, then held out her hands, at which point May turned around and toddled straight to her. "Too many damn stairs," Celeste said. Fluffy nodded, and in another minute she found her breath. "It makes me think of poor old Mrs. Van Hoobeke when she was dying. I hated all those stairs." "Did she fall?" I asked, because I did not know one single thing about the Van Hoobekes other than they'd manufactured cigarettes and were dead. "Well, she didn't fall down the stairs, if that's what you mean. She fell in the garden, out cutting peonies. She fell over in the nice soft grass and broke her hip." "When?" "When?" Fluffy repeated, temporarily stumped by the question. "We were well into the war, I know that. All the boys were dead by then. Mr. Van Hoobeke was dead. Me and the missus were alone in the house." Fluffy tried to call Celeste Mrs. when she first came to work for us, but Celeste would have none of it. "How did the boys die?" Celeste pulled the blanket up around Kevin's neck. Even with the fire going, the room was cold. I needed to work on the windows. "Are you counting all of them? Linus had leukemia. He went young, couldn't have been 12. The older boys, Peter and Martin, they both died in France. They said if the U.S. wouldn't take them, they'd go back to Holland to fight. We got word that one of them was gone, and it wasn't a month later we had the news about the other. They were beautiful men, like princes from a picture book. I could never decide which one I was more in love with." "And Mr. Van Hoobeke?" I sat down in the big chair near the fireplace. The clock ticked out the minutes of the night. I hadn't meant to stay with him, and yet I stayed. The living room wrapped around us in the flickering light. I could hear the cars racing up and down Broadway a block away. I could hear the rain. Emphysema. That's why I never did smoke. Old Mr. Van Hoobeke smoked enough for every member of the family. It's a terrible death," Fluffy said, looking at me. Celeste pulled her feet up beneath her. "So Mrs. Van Hoobeke?" She wanted a story. May babbled for a minute in Fluffy's lap, and then settled as if to listen. "I called the ambulance, and they came and picked her up out of the garden and carted her off. I drove over behind them in the last car we had. My father had been the chauffeur, you know, so I knew how to drive. I asked them at the hospital if I could sleep in the old lady's room, keep an eye on her, and the nurse told me no. She said they were going to have to put a pin in her hip and that she'd need to rest. My parents had found a job in Virginia. All the other servants had been let go through the Depression. I was the only one left in the house back then. I was more than 20, and I'd never spent the night alone in my life. Fluffy shook her head at the thought. I was petrified. I kept thinking I could hear people talking. Then at some point after it got dark, I realized that I was the one who was there to keep the missus safe, not the other way around. Did I think this tiny old woman had been protecting me? May yawned and flopped her head under the shelf of Fluffy's breasts, looking up at her one last time to confirm that she was really there before letting her eyes drift closed. Did she die in the hospital? I asked. I didn't think the outcome for pinning hips would have been very good in the 40s. Oh, no, she came through fine. I went to see her every day, and at the end of 2 weeks, the ambulanceman brought her back. This was what my story was about in the first place, why I hated stairs. They carried her up the stairs on a stretcher and laid her out in her bed, and I got her pillows all fixed. She was so happy to be home. She thanked the men. She said she was sorry to be so heavy. And the fact was, she weighed about as much as a hen. She slept in the big front bedroom where your parents slept. After the men had gone, I asked her if she wanted tea, and she said yes, so I ran downstairs to fix it, and from there on out it never stopped. There was one thing, and one more thing. I was up and down those stairs every 5 minutes, and that was fine. I was young, but after about a week or so, I realized what a mistake I'd made. I should have set her up downstairs right there in the foyer where she would have had the view. Downstairs, she could have looked at the grass and the trees and the birds, everything that was still hers. Where she was upstairs, all she had to look at was the fireplace. She couldn't see anything out the window from where she was but the sky. She never complained, but it made me so sad for her. I knew she wasn't going to get better. There wasn't any reason for her to. She was such a sweet old bird. Every time I needed to go to the store or get her medicine, I'd have to give her an extra pill and knock her out. Otherwise, she'd get confused if I wasn't right there, and she'd try to get out of bed by herself. She couldn't remember that her hip was broken. That was a problem. She was always trying to get up. I'd tell her to hold still, and then I'd fly down the stairs to get what she needed and come right back up, and half the time she'd be crawling out, one foot touching the floor. So then I started pulling her over to the middle of the bed and making a wall of pillows around her, like you'd do with a baby, and then I'd go down the stairs twice as fast. I could have run a marathon, but I don't think they had marathons back then. She looked down at May and swept her hand over the baby's fine black hair. There wasn't a soft spot on me. There were times early on when Celeste would have something to say about Maeve, but Fluffy wouldn't hear it. I love my children, she'd said, and Maeve was my first. I saved her life, you know. When she came down with the diabetes, I was the one who took her to the hospital. Imagine little May growing up and someone wanting me to listen to bad things about her. She gave May a few bounces on her hip and made her laugh. Isn't gonna happen, she said to the baby. Celeste quickly fell in line. The central adult relationship in her life was with Fluffy now, and she lived in terror of the day when the children would be deemed old enough for her to manage on her own. Not only was it necessary to have an extra set of hands for two children so close in age, but Fluffy knew what to do for an earache, a rash, boredom. She knew better than I did when a call to the pediatrician was in order. Fluffy was a genius as far as babies were concerned, but she had a keen sense for mothers as well. She took care of Celeste as much as she did of Kevin and May, praising her for every good decision, telling her when to rest, teaching her how to make stew, and when it rained or was dark or was simply too cold to go out, there was an endless trove of Van Hoobeek stories to open again. Celeste had fallen in love with those, too. The garage was way over to the side of the house, but if I stood on the toilet seat and opened the window, I could see the guests coming in for the parties. Nothing exists like the parties they had back then, nothing in the world. All the windows would be open, and the guests would walk in through the windows from the terrace. When the weather was cold, they danced upstairs in the ballroom, but when it was nice outside, there were workmen who would come out during the day and put down a dance floor made out of pieces of polished wood that all snapped together. That way the guests could dance on the lawn. There was a little orchestra, and everyone was laughing and laughing. My mother used to say the silkiest sound on earth was a rich woman's laugh. She would work in the kitchen all day to get things ready, and then she served until 2 or 3 in the morning. Then she cleaned it all up. There were plenty of people there to help, but it was my mother's kitchen. My father would take all the cars away and bring them back for the guests when they were ready to leave. I'd be fast asleep on the couch when they came in, no matter how hard I tried to stay awake. Well, I was just a tiny thing, and my mother would wake me up and give me a glass of flat champagne, whatever little bit was left in the bottle. She'd wake me up and say, "Fiona, look what I brought you." And I'd drink it up and go right back to sleep. I couldn't have been more than 5. That champagne was the most wonderful thing in the world. "How do you think my father got the money to buy the house?" I asked Fluffy late one night, in an almost sacred moment of silence, both of the children asleep in their cribs. Celeste asleep on the little bed in the nursery where she had lain down just for a minute and then was lost. Fluffy and I were standing side by side. She was washing the dishes while I dried. "It was the boy in the hospital when your father was in France." I turned to her, a dinner plate in my hands. "You know this?" I wasn't even sure what had made me ask her, but I had never considered that she might know the answer. Fluffy nodded. "He fell out of the plane and broke his shoulder. I guess he was in that hospital forever. And there were lots of people coming and going all the time. For a few days there was a boy on the cot next to his who had been shot in the chest. I try not to think too much about that. The boy wasn't awake very often, but when he was, he talked to your father. This boy said if he had money, he'd buy up land in Horsham. No doubt about it, he said. And so your father asked him why. I imagine it must have been nice to have someone to talk to. The boy told him that what with the war and all, he wasn't at liberty to say, but that Cyril should remember those 2 words, Horsham, Pennsylvania. Your father remembered. I took another plate from her soapy fingers in a glass. The kitchen was at the back of the house, and there was a window over the sink. Fluffy always said there was no greater luxury for a woman than to have a window over the sink. My father told you this? Your father? Oh, Lord, no, your father wouldn't have told me the time if I'd asked him. Your mother told me. We were thick as thieves, your mother and I. You have to remember, when they showed up at the Dutch house that first day, she believed they were poor people. She made him tell her how he got the money. She made him. She was sure he'd done something illegal. Nobody had money like that back then. I thought of myself as an undergraduate, finding that first building in foreclosure, wondering how my father had struck it rich. What happened? Well, the poor boy died, of course, leaving your father plenty of time to think about him. He stayed in that cot for another 3 months before there was a spot on a transport ship to send him home. After that, he was put on a desk job at the shipyard in Philadelphia. He had never been to Philadelphia a day in his life. After he and your mother were settled, he got out a map, and what does he see but Horsham not an hour away? He decided to go out there, I guess, to be respectful to the boy. I have no idea how your father got there, but the place was nothing but farmland. He made some inquiries just to see if anything was for sale, and he found a man who had 10 acres he'd part with, dirt cheap. That's where the expression came from, you know. Cheap dirt was dirt cheap. But where did he get the money to buy the land? Things could be cheap, but if you didn't have money, it hardly mattered. I knew that from experience. He'd saved up from the TVA. He'd worked on the dams for 3 years before the war. They paid him next to nothing, but your father was a man who hadn't parted with his first nickel. Now, mind you, your mother didn't know about any of this. They were married then. She didn't know about the savings or the boy or Horsham, none of it. 6 months later, the Navy was calling him up, saying that's just where they meant to build a base. I'll be damned. Fluffy nodded, her cheeks red, her hands red in the water. And it would have been a good story if that was all there was to it, but he took the money from the sale and put it down on a big industrial building on the river, and when he sold that, he started buying up tracts of land, and All that time your mother was soaking pinto beans for supper, and he was working for the Navy, ordering supplies, and they were living on the base with your sister. Then one day he says, "Hey, Elna, I borrowed a car. I've got a big surprise to show you." It really was a wonder she didn't kill him. As we stood there, shoulder to shoulder, the dishes done, and the most frustrating mystery of my life resolved, I remembered that this was the woman who had hit me once when I was a child. She had slept with my father and wanted to marry him. I thought of what a better life it would have been had Fluffy gotten her way. Chapter 14. I sold the building we lived in when we were first married for a good price, and I sold those first 2 brownstones, and with the profit I bought a mixed-use building on Broadway, 6 blocks from where we lived. It had 30 rental units and an Italian restaurant downstairs. I could have been in that building every waking hour, every day of the year, and still not made all the necessary repairs. Uncontrollable steam heat, illegal garbage disposals, one tenant whose daughter flushed an orange down the toilet to see if it would go, and another who left her door open so her cat could shit in the hall, and the terrier 2 doors down who would always find the shit and gobble it up and vomit on the floor. With every crisis, I learned how to fix something else, and I learned how to soothe the people whose problems were not mine to solve. I made money. I hired a super and started a management company. The surest way to know if a building was worth buying was to manage it first, or to manage a building on a block where another building went up for sale. Pretty much everything in New York was for sale in those days, if you knew who to ask. I knew the councilman, the cops. I went in and out of basements. Maeve kept my books and did the taxes for the corporation, as well as our personal taxes. It drove Celeste to distraction. "Your sister has no right to have her nose in every corner of our lives," she said. "Sure she does, if I'm the one asking her to do it." Celeste had a habit of overthinking things now that she was home with the kids by herself. Fluffy was a baby nurse again, working for friends of ours 10 blocks south who had adopted twins. She had stayed with us years past her original promise, and she still came over once a week to see us, to make soup, to waltz Kevin around the kitchen in her arms. Celeste alone did the laundry now and arranged for play dates at the park and read The Carrot Seed 1,000,000 times in a voice of animated engagement. "A little boy planted a carrot seed. His mother said, 'I'm afraid it won't come up.'" She gave her best effort to everything, but still her big, wandering brain was underutilized and would often turn itself against my sister. "You can't have someone in your family do the books. You need to find a professional." Maeve is a professional. What do you think she does at Otterson's? Both kids were sleeping, and even though a fire truck could come wailing down Broadway and not disturb their dreams, the sound of their parents arguing could pull them straight up from a coma. "Jesus, Danny, she ships vegetables. We have a real business. There's money at stake." As for my business, Celeste had no idea what was at stake. She knew nothing about the strength of our holdings or the size of our debt. She didn't ask. Had she understood the outrageous financial risk I'd put us in, she wouldn't have slept another night. All she could be sure of was that she didn't want Maeve close, even though in many ways Maeve, with her understanding of tax codes and mortgages, was the one who steered the ship. Okay, first, Otterson's is a real business. Maeve had told me the profits, though she probably shouldn't have. Celeste held up her hands. "Please don't lecture me about lima beans. Second, look at me, I'm serious. Second, Maeve is completely ethical, which is more than you could say about some accountants who deal with New York real estate. She has nothing but our best interest at heart." "Your best interest," she said in a flat whisper. She could care less about mine. "It's in your best interest for our business to succeed. Why don't you just invite her to live with us? Wouldn't she like that? She could sleep in our bedroom. We have no secrets." "Your father cleans our teeth." Celeste shook her head. "Not the same. Your teeth, my teeth, the kids' teeth. And you know what? I like it. I'm grateful to your father. He does a good job, so I go to Rydell for a filling. I trust him. I guess that proves what we've both long suspected, which is what? You're a better person than I am. Then Celeste left the bedroom to go and make sure the children hadn't heard the things we'd said. Everything Celeste didn't like about me was Maeve's fault, because being mad at your husband's sister was infinitely easier than being mad at your husband. She might have packed her original disappointments away in a box, but she carried the box with her wherever she went. It would never be completely forgotten that I hadn't married her when she graduated from Thomas More, and had been the cause of her return to Rydell, a failure. Nor was it lost on her that the deeper I got into real estate, the happier I became. Celeste had misjudged me. She had planned on giving me the freedom to realize the error of my ways, but medicine never crossed my mind unless I was having lunch with Maury Abel, or ran into one of my classmates who applied pressure to gunshot wounds in some emergency room for a living. When Mae was old enough to ask for a Monopoly set for Christmas, I sat beside the tree and we played. I couldn't imagine my father playing a board game, but this one was genius. The houses and hotels, the deeds and the rent, the windfalls and taxes. Monopoly was the world. Mae always chose the Scotty dog. Kevin wasn't quite old enough to stick with the game in those days, but he ran the sports car along the edge of the board and made pyramids out of the tiny green houses. Every time I rolled the dice and moved the little iron forward, I thought how lucky I was. City, job, family, house. I wasn't spending my days in a box-like room telling somebody's father he had pancreatic cancer, telling somebody's mother I felt a lump in her breast, telling the parents we had done everything we knew how to do. Which didn't mean my being a doctor never came up. There were plenty of times as the children grew that what I'd learned all those years before was hauled into service. For example, the time we drove the station wagon to Brighton Beach with the Gilbert family, friends we'd made through the kids because that's how people make friends at a certain time in life. And Andy, the Gilbert boy, put a nail through his foot. The nail was in a board. The board was half buried in the sand. I didn't see it happen. The boys were coming out of the water, chasing each other. I was down the beach with Andy's father, a wiry public defender named Chuck, and the two girls, one of them his and one of them mine. The girls were standing in the low waves with their buckets looking for bits of sea glass, when over the sound of the ocean and the wind and all the other kids horsing around and yelling, we heard Andy Gilbert scream. Celeste and the boy's mother were much closer in, lying on their towels talking, keeping an eye out for the boys while they swam. We all ran towards Andy at once, fathers, mothers, sisters. He must have been around 9. He was Kevin's friend, and Kevin was 9 that summer. The boy's mother, a beautiful woman with straight brown hair and a red two-piece, I'm sorry to say, I remember that fact while forgetting her name, was reaching down for her son's foot without any idea of what she was going to do about it when Celeste put a hand on her shoulder and said, "No, let Danny." The woman, the other mother, looked at my wife and then at me, no doubt wondering what I knew about taking nails out of people's feet. We had just reached them when our son Kevin said to his screaming, crucified friend, "It's okay, my dad's sort of a doctor." And in that second, when the Gilberts were still stunned by confusion and fear, I put a foot on either side of Andy's foot to hold the board in place, got the tips of my fingers between the soft beat of his instep and the board, and lifted up very fast. He screamed. Of course he screamed. But there wasn't too much blood, so at least he hadn't sliced an artery. I picked him up, howling and shivering in the heat, slick from the ocean, and started walking to the car in the blinding afternoon sun while the rest of the group scrambled to pick up our day at the beach. Chuck Gilbert came behind me, picking up the board to keep some other child from making the same mistake. Or maybe it was the lawyer's impulse towards the collection of evidence, as my impulse had been the removal of the nail. That night, at the dinner table, Mae could not stop telling us the story of our day. I had thought we should drive back into the city and go to the hospital there, but the Gilberts were worried about getting stuck in traffic, and so we wound up in an emergency room in Brooklyn, all of us sitting there tired and gritty with sand. The ER doctor gave Andy a tetanus shot and cleaned his foot, x-rayed and wrapped it. In our hasty departure from Brighton Beach, Mrs. Gilbert had left her cover-up behind, so had to sit in the waiting room, then talk to the doctor, in her red swimsuit top with a towel wrapped around her waist. May told us all of this as if she were bringing back news from a foreign land. I doubt the Gilberts, whom we had dropped off at their apartment on the east side, would have appreciated her relentless reenactment. Having started her story in the middle, sea glass, scream, she doubled back to the beginning upon reaching the end. She then told us about our ride out to the beach, what each of us had had for lunch, and how the boys had gone right in to swim, even though they weren't supposed to go so soon after eating. She told us how she and Pip, who was Andy's sister and May's friend, had gone with me and Mr. Gilbert. Pip had just found a shell, May said darkly, when we heard the first scream. Enough, her mother said finally. We were there. Celeste was handing around a plate of cold chicken. She'd gotten too much sun and her pale skin had burned to a dark red, her shoulders and chest, her face. I could practically feel the heat coming off her. All of us were tired. You didn't ask Andy if you could touch his foot, May said to me, undeterred. You didn't even ask his parents. Don't you have to ask first? I smiled at her, my beautiful black-haired girl. Nope. Did they teach you how to do that in medical school? Kevin asked. Neither of the children had sunburns. Celeste had been careful with them, and not herself. Sure, I said, aware for the first time how glad I was that it hadn't been my son's foot pinned to the sand. One semester there's a class on pulling boys' feet off nails at beaches, and the next semester you learn how to save people who've choked on fish bones. What medical school had taught me was how to be decisive, identify the problem, weigh the options, and act, all at the same time. But then real estate had taught me the same thing. I would have pulled Andy Gilbert's foot off the nail without a single day of anatomy. You shouldn't make light of it, my wife said. You knew what to do. May and Kevin stopped. Kevin held an ear of corn in one hand. May put down her fork. We were waiting for her to say it. We looked at Celeste and waited. She shook her head, her curls somehow lighter after a single afternoon in the sun. Well, it's true. You're a doctor, May said, leaning forward and leveling her eyes at me. You should be a doctor. May could do all of this, but she'd made her impression of Celeste into high art. It didn't matter that we were living a very good life, a life my friends from medical school would never know unless they sold off pages from their prescription pads. Celeste would have preferred to introduce me as a doctor, my husband, Dr. Conroy. In fact, she used to do it despite my requests. She'd knock it off. My title was the source of most of the arguments we had that weren't about my sister. But that night in bed, Celeste stretched out on top of me, her head against my shoulder, every argument worn out of her by the day. Do my spine, she said. She hadn't taken her shower yet, and she still smelled like the ocean, the wind coming over Brighton Beach. I reached my fingers beneath her hair and felt the base of her skull. Atlas, axis, first cervical vertebra. I pressed each one like a piano key, touch and then release, counting all 7. Thoracic. You've got to do a better job with the sunscreen. Hush, don't ruin it. Thoracic. I counted out the 12, then I got to the lumbar. I rubbed deep circles in her lower back until she made soft, cow-like sounds. Do you remember? She asked. Of course I remember. I loved the weight of her spread across me, the terrible heat coming off her skin. All those years I helped you study. All those years you kept me from studying. I kissed the top of her head. You were a great doctor, she whispered. I was no such thing, I said, but she raised her face to mine all the same. Years and years after medical school was behind me, when some buildings I had bought and sold had turned enough of a profit to pay off our house and shore up our savings, I became fixated on the impossible notion of fairness. So much time and money had been wasted on my education while nothing had come to Maeve. There was already a trust in place for May and Kevin, so why shouldn't Maeve go to law school, business school? But it wasn't too late for that. She had always been the smart one, after all. And whatever she decided to study, she could be a huge help to me. I'm already a huge help to you, she said. I don't need a law degree for that. Get a degree in mathematics, then. I'm the last person to tell you to study something you're not interested in. I just don't want to see you give your entire life to Otterson's. She was quiet for a moment. She was trying to decide whether or not she wanted to get into it. Why does my job bother you so much? Because it's beneath you. Everything in me leapt to tell her what she already knew. Because it's the job you got the summer you came home from college and you're 48 and you're still doing it. You were always pushing me to make more of myself. Why not let me return the favor? The madder Maeve got, the more thoughtful she became. In this way, she reminded me of our father. Every word she spoke came individually wrapped. If this is my punishment for sending you to medical school, fine. I accept that. I wasn't pushing you to make more of yourself anyway. I think you know that. But if you're saying you're interested in my livelihood, then let me tell you, I like what I do. I like the people I work with. I like this company I've helped to grow. I've got job flexibility, health insurance that includes vision and dental, and enough paid vacation saved up that I could go around the world. But I don't want to go around the world because I like my job. I don't know why I wasn't ready to let it go. You might like something else too. You haven't tried. Otterson needs me. Can you get that? He knows a lot about trucking and refrigeration and a little about vegetables and absolutely nothing about money. Every day, I get to believe that I'm indispensable. So leave me alone. The full-time job she had at Otterson's, Maeve did in half the time. At this point, Otterson didn't care where she did her work or how much time she spent on it. She always got it done. He gave her the title of Chief Financial Officer, though I couldn't imagine the company needed a CFO. She did the books for my business on the side and never gave it anything less than her full attention. Maeve's eye was on the sparrow. If a light bulb burned out in the lobby of a building I owned, she wanted a record of its replacement. Once a week, I mailed her a folder of receipts, bills, rent checks. She made note of everything in a ledger that was not unlike the one her father kept. We banked in Jenkintown, and Maeve's name was on all the accounts. She wrote the checks. She kept up with New York state taxes, city taxes, rebates, and incentives. She wrote firm and impartial letters to tenants who were past due. Once a month, I included a check for her salary, and once a month, she failed to cash it. I pay you or I pay someone else, I said, and for someone else, this would be an actual job. You'd really have to hunt for someone who could turn this into a job. The work she did for me, she did over dinner at her kitchen table. On Thursdays, she said. Maeve had long lived in a rented, red brick bungalow 2 blocks from Immaculate Conception that had 2 bedrooms and a deep front porch. The kitchen was sunny, outdated, and looked over a wide rectangular yard where she planted dahlias and hollyhocks along the back fence. There was nothing wrong with the house, really, other than it was too small, tiny closets, 1 bathroom. I don't care how rich you are, you can only use 1 bathroom at a time, Maeve said. Well, I'm here sometimes. Though it was the case, I very rarely slept over anymore. Maeve would have been the first to point this out. How many years did we share a bathroom? I offered to buy her a house in lieu of salary, but she refused that as well. She said no one was ever going to tell her where she could and could not live, not even me. It's taken me 5 years to get a decent crop of raspberries, she said. So I went to her landlord and bought the house she lived in. In my history of buying and selling property, it was doubtlessly the worst deal I ever made. Once it had been established that I wanted something that wasn't for sale, the owner was free to set an obscene price, and he did. It didn't matter. I dropped the deed in a weekly folder of bills and receipts and mailed it to her. Maeve, who was rarely excited and never surprised, was both. I've been walking around this place all afternoon, she said when she got me on the phone. A house looks different when you own it. I never knew that before. It looks better. No one's ever going to get me out of here now. I'm going to be like old Mrs. Van Hoobake. I'm going out feet first. I was heading back to the city And on a lark, we stopped by the Dutch house for just a minute. This way we could miss the worst part of the late afternoon traffic on our way to the train. Behind the linden trees, two men on giant riding mowers were driving straight lines back and forth across the wide lawn, and we rolled down our windows to let in the smell of cut grass. We were both in our 40s then, me nearer the beginning and Maeve near the end. My trips to Jenkintown had long become routine. I took the train down in the morning on the first Friday of every month and came back the same night, using my commute to get in order the paperwork I was taking to Maeve. As much as the company was expanding, I could have easily gone every week to sift through bills and contracts with my sister, and I definitely should have gone twice a month. But every departure meant a struggle with Celeste. She said that this was the time to be with our children. Kevin and May still like us, Celeste would say. That's not always going to be the case. She wasn't wrong, but still, I couldn't stop going home, and I didn't want to. The compromise I made was heavily tilted in Celeste's favor, even if Celeste never saw it that way. Maeve and I had so much work to do when we were together that months would go by when the Dutch house scarcely crossed our minds. The fact that we were parked there now was really just an act of nostalgia. Not for the people we'd been when we lived in the house, but for the people we'd been when we parked on Van Hoobeek Street for hours smoking cigarettes. Do you ever wish you could get back in the house? Maeve asked. The mowing made me think of plows and mules. Would I go in if the house were on the market? Probably. Would I go up and ring the doorbell? No. Maeve's hair was going gray, and it made her look older than she was. No, what I'm talking about is more like a dream. Would you go in by yourself if you could? Just to look around and see what happened to the place. Sandy and Jocelyn in the kitchen laughing while I sat at the blue table doing homework. My father with his coffee and cigarette in the morning in the dining room, the folded newspaper in his hand. Andrea tapping across the marble floor of the foyer. Norma and Bright laughing as they ran up the stairs. Maeve, a schoolgirl, her black hair like a blanket down her back. I shook my head. No way. What about you? Maeve tilted her head back against the headrest. Not for anything. I think it would kill me if you want to know the truth. Well, I'm glad you won't be invited back then. The light painted every blade of grass, turning the lawn into stripes the width of a lawnmower, dark green, light green, dark green. Maeve turned her head towards the view. I wonder when we changed. We had changed at whatever point the old homestead had become the car, the Oldsmobile, the Volkswagen, the two Volvos. Our memories were stored on Van Hoobeek Street, but they weren't in the Dutch house anymore. If someone had asked me to tell them very specifically where I was from, I would have to say I was from that strip of asphalt in front of what had been the Buchsbaum's house, which had then become the Schultz's house, and now was the house of people whose names I didn't know. I was irritated by the landscaper's truck, the lengthy metal trailer cutting into our spot. I wouldn't have bought a house on that street, but if the street itself was for sale, it would have been mine. I said none of that. All I said in answer to her question was that I didn't know. You really should have gone into psychiatry, she said. It would have been so helpful. Fluffy says the same thing, you know. She says she wouldn't go back either. She says for years she had dreams where she was walking from room to room in the Dutch house, and we were there, her parents and Sandy and Jocelyn and all the Van Hoobeeks, and everyone was having a fabulous time. One of those big Gatsby-esque parties they used to have when she was a kid. She said for so long all she wanted was to get back in that house, and now she doesn't think she could go in there if the door were open. Fluffy had long been repatriated back into the fold. Sandy and Jocelyn and Fluffy and my sister were all together again. The staff of the Dutch house and their duchess, going out for quarterly lunches and taking apart the past with a flea comb. Maeve believed in the veracity of Fluffy's memories over Sandy's or Jocelyn's, or even her own, because Fluffy had walked away with her facts. Sandy and Jocelyn talked endlessly to each other, gnawing on the bones of our collective history along with my sister, but not Fluffy. After my father sent her to the end of the driveway with her suitcase, who could she have talked to? Her new employers? Her boyfriend? Even when she worked in our house, she told the stories Celeste liked to hear, the ones about the Van Hubakes, the parties, and the clothes. Celeste's attention wandered once the Conroy family took possession of the property. I think because Maeve was too firmly at the center of those chapters. But that was all for the better. Fluffy's stories had stayed fresh because she had kept them to herself. Fluffy still knew what she knew. Fluffy told me Mommy wanted to be a nun, Maeve said. Don't you think that would have come up at some point? She was already a novice when Dad came and pulled her out of the convent to marry her. Fluffy said they'd grown up in the same neighborhood. He was friends with her brother James. I told her we knew that we'd been out to Brooklyn when we were kids and found the apartment buildings where they lived. Fluffy said that Dad had gone to visit her before she took her vows, and that was that. All those times she used to go away before she left for good, she was going back to the convent. The nuns loved her. I mean, everybody loved her, but the nuns loved her especially. They were always calling Dad and telling him to let her stay for a few more days. She just needs some rest. That's what they'd say. That must have gone over well. The two lawnmowers were coming down the driveway and then out onto the street. A man motioned to Maeve to back up so they could pull onto the trailer. I have to say, I don't even care about it now, she said. But if I'd known that when I was growing up, I swear, I would have joined the convent just to irritate him. I smiled at the sudden picture in my mind of Maeve, tall and stern in her navy blue habit. I wondered if our mother was still out there, working in a soup kitchen somewhere, and if that was the part of her that wanted to be a nun. I should have told Maeve that story years ago when it happened, but I never had. The problem was compounded by the realization that I had waited too long. I'm sure that would have gotten his attention. Yeah, Maeve started the car and put it in reverse. That probably would have been the thing to do. Jesus, Celeste said later when I was trying to tell her the story. It's like you're Hansel and Gretel. You just keep walking through the dark woods, holding hands no matter how old you get. Do you ever get tired of reminiscing? I would go through long periods of my life in which I took a private vow to tell my wife nothing about my sister, to comment only on the weather in Jenkintown or the train ride home and leave it at that. But the strategy enraged Celeste, who said I was shutting her out. So then I would reverse myself, deciding she was right. Married couples told each other what was going on. No good came of secrets. In those periods, I answered her honestly when she asked me how my trip to Jenkintown was or what was going on with my sister. It never made any difference what I said. My answers, however benign, ignited her. She's nearly 50 years old. Is she really still thinking she's going to get her mother back? She's going to get her house back? That's not what I said. I said, she told me our mother had wanted to join the convent when she was young. I thought it was an interesting story. Period. Celeste wasn't listening. Where Maeve was concerned, she didn't listen. At what point do you say to her, okay, it was an awful childhood, it's a terrible thing to be rich, and then not be rich, but now everybody has to grow up? I refrained from pointing out the things Celeste already knew, that her own parents were alive and well, still in the Norcross Foursquare and Rydal, still nursing the pain of having lost a succession of noble Labrador retrievers over the course of their long marriage, one of whom, years before, had darted out the front gate and was hit by a car in the springtime of her youth. They were good people, Celeste's people, and good things had happened to them. I wouldn't have wished it any other way. What I didn't appreciate was that Celeste took such issue with Maeve for not coming into the city, when Maeve coming to be with us was the last thing she wanted. She's too busy with her important job in frozen vegetables to come here for the day. She expects you to drop everything, your business, your family, and run to her when she calls. I'm not going out there to cut her lawn. She does all this work that she doesn't charge us for. Going out there seems like the least I could do. Every single time? What was never said but was perfectly clear was that Maeve had no husband, no children, and so her time was less valuable. You should be careful what you wish for, I said. I can't imagine you'd be happier if Maeve came here once a month. And while I was sure we were careening towards a full-on argument, this sentence stopped Celeste cold. She put her face in her hands, and then she started to laugh. My God, she said, you're right. Go to Jenkintown. I don't know what I'm saying. Maeve didn't have to give me a reason why she hated New York. Traffic garbage, crowding incessant noise, the omnipresent visible poverty. She could have her pick. When I finally asked her after many years of wondering, she looked at me like she couldn't believe I didn't know. What? Celeste, she said. You gave up the entire city of New York to avoid Celeste? What other reason would there be? Whatever injustices Maeve and Celeste had committed against each other years before had become abstractions. Their dislike for each other was a habit now. I could never help but think that had they met on their own, two women who had nothing to do with me, they would have liked each other very much. Certainly, they had at first. They were smart and funny and fiercely loyal, my sister and my wife. They claimed to love me above all others, while never acknowledging the toll it took on me to watch them pick each other apart. I blamed them both. They could have avoided it now. The grudge could be set aside if they made the choice. But they didn't. They clung to their bitterness, both of them. Even if Maeve didn't come to the city as a rule, she recognized that rules came with exceptions. She was there for May's and Kevin's first communions, and every now and then she turned up for a birthday. She was happiest when the children came to see the Norcrosses. Maeve was always invited to dinner. She would take Kevin home with her for the night and then to work with her in the morning. Kevin, who had no use for vegetables on his dinner plate, found them irresistible in frozen form. He couldn't get enough of the factory. He loved the order and precision of giant steel machines as applied to little carrots. He loved the chill that permeated the place, the people wearing sweaters in July. He said it was because Mr. Otterson's family was Swedish. Cold weather people, he said. He saw Mr. Otterson as the Willy Wonka of produce. Once he was satisfied by a day of watching peas being sealed into plastic bags, Maeve would return him to his grandparents, where he would immediately call his mother and tell her he wanted to work in vegetables. A day spent with May bore no resemblance to a day spent with Kevin. May wanted to go through photo albums with her aunt page by page, resting her finger beneath every chin and asking questions. "Aunt Maeve," she'd say, "were you really so young?" May loved nothing more than to park in front of the Dutch house with her aunt, as if the pull to the past was an inherited condition. May insisted that she, too, had lived there when she was very young, too young to remember. She layered fluffy stories about parties and dancing onto her own memories of childhood. Sometimes, she said, she had lived above the garage with Fluffy, and together they drank the flat champagne, and other times she was a distant Van Hoobeg relative, asleep in a glorious bedroom with a window seat she'd heard so much about. She swore she remembered. One night, Maeve called me after my daughter was asleep in her guest room. When I told her the house had a swimming pool, she was indignant. "It's so hot here. It must have been 100 today." And May said, "I have every right to swim in that pool." What did you tell her? Maeve laughed. "I told her the truth, poor little egg. I told her she has no rights at all." Chapter 15. May was very serious about her dancing in those days. She had secured a spot in the School of American Ballet when she was 8. We were told she had a high-end step and good turnout. Every morning she stood with one hand on the kitchen counter and pointed her toes to sweep a series of elegant half circles, her hair pinned up in a high bun. Years later, she told us she saw ballet as her most direct route to the stage, and she was right. At 11, she landed a role in the Army of Mice in the New York City ballet production of The Nutcracker. While another girl might have wanted to wear a tulle skirt and dance with the snowflakes, May was thrilled with her oversized fur head and long whip-like tail. Miss Elise said that smaller companies reuse the children in different parts, May told us when she was cast. But New York has too much talent. If you're a mouse, you're a mouse. That's all you're going to get. No small parts, her mother said, only small mice. May stayed in character throughout the long autumn of rehearsals, keeping her hands curled beneath her chin as she scurried around the house, nibbling at carrots with her front teeth in a way that irritated her brother to no end. She insisted that her aunt come to see her on the New York stage, May's phrasing, and her aunt agreed that this was exactly the sort of occasion for which rules were broken. Maeve made plans to bring Celeste's parents into the city for the first Sunday matinee. She would pick them up in Rydal, then drive to the train station so they could all come in together. One of Celeste's brothers lived in New Rochelle, and her sister was in the city, so they came with their families as well. We made a strong showing in the audience, considering there would be no way of knowing which mouse was ours. When the theater darkened and the audience ceased its collective rustling, the curtain rose to Tchaikovsky's overture. Beautiful children, dressed as children never are, came racing out to the Christmas tree, and the lights came up on a set that might as well have been the Dutch house. It was a kind of architectural mirage, if such a thing were possible. A visual misunderstanding that I knew wasn't true, but was still, for a moment, wildly convincing. Maeve was a half-dozen seats away from me in the long row of the Norcross and Conroy families, so there was no leaning over to ask if she saw it too. The two giant portraits of people who are not the Van Hubecks, each slightly turned in the direction of the other above an elaborate mantel. There was a long green settee. Had ours been green? The table, the chairs, the second sofa, the massive burled secretary with a glass front full of beautiful leather-bound books that all turned out to be written in Dutch. I remembered the first time I'd taken the key out of the desk as a boy and stood on a chair to open those glass doors. The amazement of taking down book after book and seeing my familiar alphabet arranged into a senseless configuration. The set of the ballet was like that. I knew the chandelier suspended above the stage. There was no mistaking it. How many countless hours had I spent on my back, staring into that chandelier, the light and the crystal, combining as I doubled down on my childhood attempts at self-hypnosis. I'd read about it at the library. Of course, the grouping of furniture had been flattened out, pushed back into an unnatural line in order to make room for the dancers. But were I able to go on stage and rearrange it, I could have recreated my past. In truth, it wasn't just the Nutcracker. Any configuration of luxury seen from a distance felt like a window on my youth. That's how far away youth was. Celeste was on my left, Kevin on my right, their faces warmed by the stage light. The party guests were dancing, and the children held hands and formed a ring around them. After they had all danced off into the wings and stage night fell, the mice made their entrance behind the evil Mouse King. They rolled around on the floor, kicking their little feet furiously in the air. I covered Celeste's hand with my hand. So many mice, so many children dancing. The soldiers of the Nutcracker came. The war was fought. Dead mice were dragged away by the living to make room for more dancers. There was a certain amount of storyline in the first act, but the second act was nothing but dancing. Spanish dancers, Arab dancers, Chinese dancers, Russian dancers, endless dancing flowers. Too much dancing wasn't a valid complaint to make about a ballet, but without the mice to look forward to, without the furniture to consider, I struggled to find meaning. Kevin poked my arm, and I leaned over to him. I could smell the butterscotch lifesaver in his mouth. "How can it be so long?" he whispered. I looked at him helplessly and mouthed the words, "No idea." Celeste and I had made a few half-hearted attempts to get the kids to church when they were young. Then we gave up and left them in bed. In the city of constant stimulation, we had failed to give them the opportunity to develop strong inner lives for those occasions when they would find themselves sitting through the second act of the Nutcracker. When at last the ballet was over and the Sugar Plum Fairy and the Nutcracker and Clara and Uncle Drosselmeyer and the Snowflakes each had their fair share of thunderous applause, no curtain call for the mice. The audience collected their coats and stood to make their way to the aisles, all except Maeve. She stayed in her seat, eyes straight ahead. I noticed my mother-in-law had her hand on Maeve's shoulder. Then she was leaning over to say something. There was a tremendous bustle of activity around us. Our family, standing without moving forward, was blocking the path. The grandmothers and mothers who had filled the row beside us turned their charges around to exit in the opposite direction. "Danny," my mother-in-law called. We were a significant group, a few Conroys and many Norcrosses, spouses, children, parents, siblings. I made my way past all of them. The sweat was beading on Maeve's nose and chin. Her hair was soaked through, as if she had slipped out for a swim while the rest of us watched the ballet. Maeve's purse was on the floor, and I found the same old yellow plastic box inside, now held together by a rubber band, and took 2 glucose tablets out of the little plastic bag she kept. "Home," she said in a quiet voice, still looking straight ahead, though her eyelids were drooping. I pushed a glucose tab between her teeth, and then another. I told her to chew. "What should I do?" my father-in-law asked. Maeve had picked them up and brought them in on the train because none of us liked the idea of Bill Norcross driving into the city. "Does she need an ambulance?" "No," Maeve said, still not turning her head. "She'll be okay," I said to Bill, like this was our routine. A very old calm settled on me. "I need," Maeve said, then closed her eyes. "What?" Then Celeste and Kevin were there with a glass of orange juice and cloth napkin full of ice. I hadn't seen them leave, and already they were back with what we needed. They had known. Standing in the row behind us, Celeste lifted the sopping wool of Maeve's hair and rested the ice pack against her neck. Kevin handed me the juice. "How did you get this so fast?" The aisles were packed with little girls and their minders excitedly recounting each jeté. "I ran," said my son, who had choked on his own excess of energy throughout the performance. "I said it was an emergency." Kevin knew how to move around people, a benefit of growing up in the city. I held my handkerchief under Maeve's mouth. "Sip." "You know, this will make your sister insanely jealous that you were the one who got the juice," Celeste said to Kevin. "She would rather have been the hero than a mouse." Kevin smiled, his stoicism in the face of boredom rewarded. "Is she going to be okay?" "Okay," Maeve said quietly. "You get everyone out to the lobby," Celeste told her father, who, like Kevin, was looking for work. "I'll be there in 1 minute." Maeve pressed her eyes closed and then opened them wider. She was trying to chew the tablets and drink the juice with minimal success. Some of it was slipping from the side of her mouth. I gave the glass to Celeste and fished a test strip out of the yellow box. Maeve's hands were wet and cold when I stuck her finger. "What do you think happened?" Celeste asked me. Maeve nodded, swallowed. She was coming slowly into focus. "Danced so long." Everyone was always in such a hurry to leave a theater. They hoped to be the first to get to the bathroom, to get a taxi, get to the restaurant before the reservation was canceled. It had been scarcely 10 minutes since a raucous ovation and the distribution of roses, and already the giant New York State Theater was almost empty. The last of the little girls, the ones who had been sitting in the very front rows, came pirouetting up the aisle in their fur-collared coats. All those velvet seats had folded back in on themselves. One of the ushers stopped at our row, a woman in a white shirt and a buttoned green vest. "You folks need help?" She's okay, I said. She just needs a minute. He's a doctor, Celeste said. Maeve smiled, mouthed the word doctor. The usher nodded. If you need something, you let us know. We just need to sit here a while. Take your time, the woman said. I'm sorry, Maeve said. I wiped down her face. The test strip reported her sugar at 38. It should have been 90, and I would have been happy with 70. You should have told someone you weren't feeling well. Celeste moved the ice to the top of Maeve's head. Oh, that's good, Maeve said. I didn't want to get up. I thought. She inhaled deeply, closed her eyes. I told her to take another sip of juice. She swallowed, began again. I'd be disruptive. Maeve was wearing a blouse with a sweater over it, wool slacks, all of it wet. Celeste had Maeve's hair gathered up in one hand, the ice pack in the other. I'm going backstage to get May, and we'll go on to dinner, she said to me. When she's feeling better, bring her over to the house. Danny should go, Maeve said. She still hadn't tried to look at either of us. Danny isn't going to go, Celeste said. There's a big crowd, and no one will miss him. It's a détente, okay? You're sick. May's going to want to see you, so plan on coming back to the house. She handed me the shards of ice, the sopping napkin. The glucose was doing its job. I watched the life come creeping back into my sister's face. Tell May she was a good mouse, Maeve said. You'll tell her, Celeste said. I have to get your parents home. Maeve's voice, which had a tendency to boom in other circumstances, was so light I don't know how Celeste could have heard her. It floated up towards the high ceiling. Celeste shook her head. Just do what Danny tells you for a change. I have to go. I leaned over and kissed Celeste. She was more than capable of rising to the occasion. She passed the ushers who were coming back down the aisles to pick up the scattered programs from the floor, sweeping the candy wrappers into their dustpans. Maeve and I sat together in the theater seats. She let her head rest on my shoulder. She was very nice, Maeve said. Most of the time she is. Détente, Maeve said. You're feeling better. A little, but it's good to sit. She took my handkerchief and blotted her face and neck. I took her hand and punched another hole in her fingertip to test her blood again. What is it? I peered at the strip. 42. We'll wait another minute. She closed her eyes. I looked across the sea of empty seats, inhaled the mix of perfumes hanging above us in the air. The mice and the snowflakes and the Christmas tree and the living room set, the audience who sat in the dark to watch. Everything was gone now. Everyone was gone. There were just the two of us. It had been just a minor miscalculation. Maeve would be fine. I started to think I could put Maeve in my car and drive her around to see my buildings. I could drive her to Harlem and show her the very first brownstone I ever bought, and then go to Washington Heights and show her the health sciences building that sat on top of the two parking lots I had owned for 5 months. I could give her the entire tour. Maeve may have known my business to the last dime, but she'd never actually seen it. We could wind up at Café Luxembourg when we were finished, eat steak frite before going home. Kevin May would be so happy to have her in the house, and maybe Maeve and Celeste would see it was time to put it all to rest. If it was ever going to happen, then this would be the day, lost as we had been to the nutcracker, and then the precipitous drop in blood sugar. Celeste had come to her aid, after all, and Maeve had been grateful. Even the oldest angers could be displaced. After a glass of wine, if she felt up to a glass of wine, Maeve would climb the stairs to Maeve's room, push the stuffed animals off the second bed so they could lie across from each other in the dark. Mae would tell her what the world looked like from those two cut-out eye holes, and Maeve would tell her what she had seen from the 14th row. Upstairs in our own bed, Celeste would tell me it was okay that my sister was here, or better than okay. She'd finally been able to see Maeve as the person I had always known. No, Maeve said. Drive me home. Come on, I said. It's a big night. She picked at the neck of her sweater. I can't wear these clothes for the rest of the night. I don't even know if I can stand them on the drive home. I'll get you some clothes. Do you remember when I came and stayed with you in college? Dad dropped me off without a toothbrush, without anything. You took me shopping. Oh, Danny, are you serious? I can't go shopping, and I can't spend the evening talking to the Norcrosses about ballet. I can barely keep my eyes open sitting here. My car's at the train station. I have a meeting at work in the morning. I want to eat something and fall asleep in my own bed. She turned to me in her seat. Soon enough, we were going to wear out our welcome at the New York State Theater. She was right, of course. I should have been thinking about how I was going to get her to the lobby, not how we would take a tour of the city and stay up half the night. Fragility wasn't a word I could attach to my sister, but everything in her countenance made it clear. She took hold of my hand. I'll tell you what, you drive me home and spend the night. You haven't spent the night in how many years? In the morning, we'll get up before the birds. I'll be fine then. You can drive me to the station to get my car, then drive straight back to the city before the traffic. You could be home by 7. There wouldn't be anything wrong with that, would there? Celeste has her family here. There was plenty wrong with it, but I didn't know what else we could have done. While everyone was off at May's dinner, before the mouse-shaped cake that Celeste had taken over to the restaurant had been served, Maeve and I took a taxi back to the house. I knew that May would be disappointed and Celeste would be furious, but I also knew how sick Maeve had been, how exhausted she was. I knew that she alone in all the world would have done the same for me. Maeve sat on a little bench we kept by the front door for pulling boots off and on in the winter, and I ran upstairs, packed a bag, and left a note. Maeve slept in the car most of the way home. It was early December, and the days were short and cold. I drove to Jenkintown in the dark, thinking all the time about the dinner I was missing, about May dancing in the mouse head. I called as soon as we got to Maeve's house, but no one answered. Celeste, 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 I said into the machine. I pictured her in the kitchen, looking at the phone and turning away. Maeve had gone straight in to take a bath. I made us eggs and toast, and we ate at her little kitchen table. When we went to bed, it wasn't even 8 o'clock. At least we each have our own bedroom now, I said. You don't have to sleep on the couch. I never minded sleeping on the couch, she said. We said goodnight in the hallway. Maeve's second bedroom doubled as her office, and I looked at the bookshelf full of binders that said Conroy on the spine. I meant to pull one down for kicks to take my mind off the disasters of the day, but then decided to close my eyes for just a minute. And that was that. When Maeve knocked on my door, she woke me from a dream in which I was trying to swim to Kevin. Every stroke I took towards him seemed to push him farther out, until I was struggling to see his head above the water's chop. I kept calling for him to swim back, but he was too far away to hear me. I sat straight up, gasping, trying to make sense of where I was. Then I remembered. I had never been so happy to be awake. Maeve opened the door a crack. Too early? Now that it was morning, yesterday's plan seemed utterly sensible, necessary. Maeve in the kitchen was her own bright self, making coffee, telling me how fine she felt, like none of it had happened. I just needed a bath and a good night's sleep, she said. I could see that I would be home early enough to make amends. We were outside in the dark again just past 4 o'clock, Maeve locking the back door of her little house. We were ahead of the schedule we had laid out for ourselves. Nothing would be lost. Let's go to the house, Maeve said, once we were back in my car. Really? We've never gone over there this time of day. We've never done anything this time of day. It's not like we're going to be late. She had so much energy. I had forgotten the way she was in the morning, like each new day came in on a wave she had managed to catch. The Dutch house wasn't far from where Maeve lived, and since it was in the general direction of where we were going, and since we had gotten up so early, I didn't see how there was any harm in it. The neighborhoods were dark, the street lights on. It wouldn't be light until after 7. I had left New York in the dark, and I would get home before it was light again. That wasn't too bad. The houses on Van Hoobeek Street were never entirely dark. People left their porch lights on all night, as if they were always waiting for someone to come home. Gas lights flickered at the ends of driveways. A lamp in the front window of a living room stayed on through the night. But even with all these small bursts of illumination, there was a stillness about the place that made it clear the inhabitants were all in their beds. Even the dogs of Elkins Park were asleep. I pulled the car into our spot and turned off the engine. The moon in the west was bright enough to drown out any stars. It poured over everything equally, the leafless trees and the driveway, the wide lawn scattered with leaves, and the wide stone stairs. Moonlight poured across the house and into the car where Maeve and I sat. When would I have seen this as a boy, up hours before dawn on the clear, cold winter night? I would have been like everyone else in the neighborhood, sound asleep in my bed. "You'll tell May and Kevin I'm sorry," Maeve said. We were in the car together, each of us deep in our separate thoughts. It took me a minute to realize she was talking about the Mallee and the dinner after. They won't be upset. I don't want to think I ruined it for her. I couldn't focus myself on May when everything around me was shimmering frost and moonlight. Maybe I was still half asleep. "Do you ever come over here in the morning early like this?" Maeve shook her head. I don't think she was even looking at the house, how beautiful it was rising out of the darkness. For the most part, I had stopped seeing it a long time ago, but every now and then something would happen, something like this, and my eyes would open again, and I would see it there, enormous, preposterous, spectacular. A brigade of nutcrackers would come pouring out of the dark hedges at any minute and be met by a battalion of mice. The lawn was sugared with ice. The stage at Lincoln Center hadn't been made to look like the Dutch house. It was that the Dutch house was the setting for a ridiculous fairy tale ballet. Was it possible our father had turned into the driveway that first time and been struck by the revelation that this was where he wanted to raise his family? Was that what it meant to be a poor man, newly rich? "Look," Maeve said in a whisper. The light in the master bedroom had come on. The master bedroom faced the front of the house, while Maeve's room, the better room with the smaller closet, looked over the back gardens. Several minutes later, we saw the light in the upstairs hallway, and then the light on the stairs, like the first time Maeve had brought me back when I came home from Choate, but now the whole thing was happening in reverse. And the car, in the dark, we said nothing. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes. Then a woman was walking down the driveway in a light-colored coat. While logic would suggest that it could have been a housekeeper or one of the girls, it was clear to both of us, even from a distance, that it was Andrea. Her hair, pulled back in a ponytail, was a brighter blonde in the moonlight. She kept her arms around herself, holding her coat tightly closed, the edge of something pink trailing behind her. We could see some slippers that might have been boots. It looked for all the world like she was coming straight for us. "She sees us." Maeve's voice was low, and I put my hand on her wrist on the off chance she was planning to get out of the car. When Andrea was still a good 10 feet from the end of the driveway, she stopped and turned her face to the moon, moving one hand up to hold closed the collar of her coat. She hadn't stopped for a scarf. She hadn't expected the early morning dark to be so clear, or the moon so full, and she stood there, taking it in. She was 20 years older than I was, or that's how I remembered it. I was 42. Maeve was 49, soon to be 50. Andrea took a few more steps toward us, and Maeve slipped her fingers through mine. She was entirely too close, our stepmother, as close as a person on the other side of the street. I could see both how she had aged and how she was exactly herself, eyes, nose, chin. There was nothing extraordinary about her. She was a woman I had known in my childhood and now did not know at all. A woman who had, for several years, been married to our father. She leaned over, picked up the folded newspaper from the pea gravel, and, tucking it under one arm, turned away, walking into the frost-covered field of the front lawn. "Where is she going?" Maeve whispered, because for all the world it looked like she was headed toward the hedge that bordered the property to the south. The moon hung on her pale coat, her pale hair, until she passed behind the line of trees, and we couldn't see her any more. We waited. Andrea didn't reappear at the front doors. "Do you think she's gone around to the back? That doesn't make any sense. It's freezing." It hadn't occurred to me until now that I was never the one driving when we went to the Dutch house, and that from this vantage point the view was suddenly changed. "Go," Maeve said. We stopped at a diner instead of going straight to the train station to pick up her car, and over eggs and toast, the same thing we'd eaten for dinner, broke down Andrea's trip to get the paper frame by frame. Had she seen something out there we couldn't see? Were those slippers or boots? Andrea had never gone to get the paper herself. She had never come downstairs in her nightgown, or maybe she had when none of us were awake. Of course, she would be living in the house alone now. Norma and Bright, whom we always thought as being so young, must be in their late 30s by now. How long had Andrea been there alone? Finally, when we had exhausted every fact and supposition, Maeve put her coffee cup down in its saucer. "I'm done," she said. The waitress came by, and I told her we'd take the check. Maeve shook her head. She put her hands on the table and looked at me straight, the way our father would tell her to do. "I'm done with Andrea. I'm making a pledge to you right here. I'm done with the house. I'm not going back there anymore." "Okay," I said. When she started walking towards the car, I thought I was having a heart attack. I felt an actual pain in my chest just seeing her again, and it's been how many years since she threw us out? 27. Well, that's enough, isn't it? We don't need to do this. We can go someplace else. We can park at the Arboretum and look at the trees. Habit is a funny thing. You might think you understand it, but you can never exactly see what it looks like when you're doing it. I was thinking about Celeste and all the years she told me how insane it was that Maeve and I parked in front of the house we lived in as children, and I thought the problem was that she could never understand. "You look disappointed," Maeve said. "Do I?" I leaned back in the booth. "This isn't disappointment." We had made a fetish out of our misfortune, fallen in love with it. I was sickened to realize we'd kept it going for so long, not that we had decided to stop. But I didn't need to say any of that because Maeve understood it all perfectly. "Just imagine if she'd come to get the paper sooner," she said. "Say 20 years ago. We could have had our lives back." I paid the check, and we got in the car and drove to the parking lot at 30th Street Station. It had only been yesterday that Maeve had come to New York to see May dance. It could be said that by stopping at the Dutch house and then going to the diner, we had wasted the advantage we'd gained by getting up so early. There wouldn't be much traffic for Maeve going back to Jenkintown, but I would hit the full force of rush hour driving into the city now. I would do my best to explain it all to Celeste. I'd tell her I was sorry I'd been gone, sorry I was late coming back, and I would tell her what we had accomplished. Maeve and I agreed. Our days at the Dutch house were over. Part 3, Chapter 16. "If Maeve gets sick, then you're the one who has to do the thinking," Jocelyn told me in the little apartment where Maeve and I lived after our father died. "Don't let yourself get upset. People who get upset only make more work." Funny what sticks. There wasn't a week that went by, and probably not even a day, when her instruction didn't come back to me. I equated my ability to be effective with my ability to stay calm, and time and again it proved to be the case. When Mr. Otterson called me from the hospital to tell me that Maeve had had a heart attack, I called Celeste, and asked her to pack me a bag and bring up the car. "Should I come with you?" she asked. I appreciated that, but told her no. "Call Jocelyn," I said, because Jocelyn was on my mind. My father was on my mind. He had been 53. Maeve was 52. I thought less about his dying and more about the deal I'd struck with God when I walked out of my high school geometry class that day at Bishop McDevitt. He would spare Maeve, and in return, he could take anything else, anyone else. The small waiting room for the coronary care unit was hidden past the restrooms and water fountains. Mr. Otterson was there, looking like he'd been sitting in that same gray chair for a week, his elbows resting on his knees, his hair thinning and gray. Sandy and Jocelyn were with him. They had heard the story about what had happened, but they asked him to tell it again. Otterson had saved Maeve's life. We were meeting with an advertiser, and Maeve stood up and said she needed to go home, Mr. Otterson began in his quiet voice. He was wearing gray suit pants and a white shirt. He'd taken off his jacket and tie. No doubt she ignored whatever it was she was feeling for as long as possible. "You know Maeve." We all agreed. They had left the meeting right away. He asked if her blood sugar was low, and she told him no. This was something else, maybe the flu. When I told her I was going to drive her home, she didn't say a word about it, Mr. Otterson said. That's how bad it was. They were 2 blocks from her house when he turned the car around and drove her to the hospital in Abington. He said it was intuition as much as anything. She had put her head against the window of the car door. She was melting, he said. I can't explain it. Had Mr. Otterson let her off at her house, walked her to the front door, and told her to get some rest, that would have been that. It was Maeve who told me the rest of the story when I saw her in recovery. She was still swimming up from anesthesia and kept trying to laugh. She told me Mr. Otterson had raised his voice to the young woman at the desk in the emergency room. Otterson raising his voice was like another man pointing a gun. Maeve heard him say diabetic. She heard him say coronary, though she thought he was only throwing the word around so someone would come and help them. It had never occurred to her that it was her heart. Then, finally, she could feel it, the pressure creeping up into her jaw, the room swirling back, our father climbing the last flight of concrete stairs in the terrible heat. "Stop making that face," she whispered. "I'm going back to sleep." They kept those rooms so bright, and I wanted to shade her eyes with my hand, but I held her hand instead, watching her heart monitor, scaling slowly up and down until the nurse came and guided me away. I was calm through the night I spent in the waiting room. Mr. Otterson staying past midnight, no matter how many times I told him he should go. I was calm the next afternoon when the cardiologist told me she'd had a malignant arrhythmia during the placement of the stent, and they would need to keep her in the unit longer than had been expected. I went to Maeve's house to take a shower and a nap. I was calm, going back and forth from the waiting room to her house, receiving the visitors who were not allowed in to see her, waiting for the 3 times a day I could go and sit by her bed. I stayed calm until the 4th morning when I came into the waiting room and found another person there, an old woman, very thin, with short gray hair. I nodded at her and took my regular seat. I was just about to ask her if she was a friend of Maeve's because I was certain I knew her. Then I realized she was my mother. Maeve's heart attack had lured her out from beneath the floorboards. She had not been there for graduations or her father's funeral. She had not been there when we were told to leave the house. She wasn't at my wedding or at the births of my children, or at Thanksgiving or Easter or any of the countless Saturdays when there had been nothing but time and energy to talk everything through. But she was there now, at Abington Memorial Hospital, like the angel of death. I said nothing to her, because no one should ever initiate a conversation with death. "Oh, Danny," she said. She was crying. She covered her eyes with her hand. Her wrist looked like 10 pencils bundled together. I knew what happened when people explored their anger in hospitals. The hospitals got rid of those people. It didn't matter if their anger was justified. Jocelyn had told me that people who got upset weren't helpful, and it was my job to take care of Maeve. "You were the doctor," she said at last. "That was me." If Maeve was 52, that would make her, what, 73? She looked a decade older. "You remember?" she asked. I gave a slow nod, wondering if I should acknowledge even this much. "You had a braid." She ran her hand over her short hair. "I had lice. I'd had them before, but this last time, I don't know. It bothered me." I asked her what she wanted. She dropped her eyes again. She could have been a ghost. "To see you," she said, not looking at me. "To tell you I'm sorry." She rubbed the sleeve of her sweater over her eyes. She was like any old woman in a hospital waiting room, only taller and thinner. She was wearing jeans and blue canvas tennis shoes. "I'm so sorry." "Good," I said. "That's done." "I came to see Maeve," she said, rolling the small gold band on her finger. I made a mental note to kill Fluffy. "Maeve is very sick," I said, thinking I needed to get her out of there before Fluffy showed up to defend her, before Sandy and Jocelyn and Mr. Otterson and all the rest of them arrived to cast their vote on whether she should stay or go. "Come back when she's better. She needs to focus on getting well now. You can wait, can't you? After all this time?" My mother's head tipped down like a sunflower at the end of the day, down and down until her chin hovered just above the bony dip of her chest. The tears hung for a moment on her jaw and then fell. She told me she had already been in to see Maeve that morning. It wasn't even 7 o'clock. While I had eaten my eggs in Maeve's kitchen, a mother sat by Maeve's bed and the glass fishbowl of the coronary care unit, holding her hand and crying, laying the tremendous burden of her grief and shame directly on my sister's heart. She had gotten into the unit by the most direct means possible. She told the truth, or she told some of it. She went to the charge nurse and said her daughter, Maeve Conroy, had had a heart attack, and now she was here. The mother just arrived. The mother looked like she was a minute away from coding herself, so when the nurse waived the rules and let my mother in for a visit that was both too long and not in keeping with the unit's schedule, she did so to benefit the mother, not the daughter. I know this because I spoke to the nurse myself. I spoke to her later, when I could speak again. "She was happy," my mother said, her voice as quiet as a page turned. She looked at me with such tremendous need, and I didn't know if she was asking me to make this right or telling me that she had returned to make this right. I stood up quickly and I left her in the waiting room, skipping the elevator in favor of the 5 flights of stairs. It was April and starting to rain. For the first time in my life, I wondered if my father might have loved my sister beyond the abstract and inattentive way I had always imagined he loved her. Was it possible that he believed Maeve to be in danger and so thought to keep her safe from our mother? I walked manically up and down the rows of cars. If someone were to look at the window of this hospital room and see me, he would say, "Look at that poor man. He doesn't remember where he parked." I wanted to keep my sister safe from our mother, to keep her safe from anyone who could leave her so carelessly and then reappear at the worst time imaginable. I wanted to attest to my commitment, to reassure my sister that I was watching now and no harm would come again. But she was sleeping. There is no story of the prodigal mother. The rich man didn't call for a banquet to celebrate the return of his erstwhile wife. The sons, having stuck it out for all those years at home, did not hang garlands on the doorways, kill the sheep, bring forth the wine. When she left them, she killed them all, each in his own way. And now, decades later, they didn't want her back. They hurried down the road to lock the gate, the father and his sons together, the wind whipping at their coats. A friend had tipped them off. They knew she was coming, and the gate must be locked. A patient in the coronary care unit was allowed 3 15-minute visits a day, one visitor at a time. My mother went to Maeve's bedside for the next 2 visits, the regular morning visit and the mid-afternoon. The nurse came into the waiting room and told us Maeve was asking for her mother. I was allowed in at 7 that evening, and I understood that it was not a moment for petulance, confrontation, or discussion. No wrongs would be righted, no injustices examined. I would go in and see my sister, that was all. Though I had been a doctor for only a short time, I knew the havoc the well could unleash upon the sick. Maybe it was because a full 24 hours had passed since I had last seen her, and maybe it was because our mother's arrival had thrilled her. But Maeve looked better than she had. She was sitting in the single chair beside her bed, her monitors all beeping in accordance with her improved heart function. "Look at you," I said, and leaned down to kiss her. Maeve gave me one of her rare Christmas morning smiles, no guile, all teeth. She looked like she might pop straight up and throw her arms around me. "Can you believe it?" And I didn't say, "What?" And I didn't say, "I know, you're doing so much better," because I knew what she was talking about, and this wasn't the time to be coy. I said, "It was a big surprise. She told me Fluffy found her and told her I was sick." Maeve's eyes were shining in the dim light. "She said she came right away." And I didn't say, "Right away plus 42 years. I know she's been worried about you. Everyone's been worried about you. I think that everyone you've ever known has come by." "Danny, our mother is here. It doesn't matter about anyone else. Doesn't she look beautiful?" I sat down on the unmade bed. "Beautiful," I said. "You're not happy about this?" "I am. I'm happy for you." "Jesus Christ. Maeve, I want you to be healthy. I want whatever is going to be best for you. You have got to learn to lie." Her hair had been brushed, and I wondered if our mother had brushed it. "I am lying," I said. "You can't believe how well I'm lying. I'm so happy. I just had a heart attack, and this has been the happiest day of my life." I told her the truth, more or less, that her happiness was all I cared about. "I'm just glad she came back for my heart attack and not my funeral." "Why would you even say that?" For the first time since Mr. Otteson had called my office, I was in danger of giving way to my emotions. "It's true," she said. "Let her sleep in the house. Make sure there's food. I don't want her in the waiting room all night." I nodded. There was so much to hold back that I couldn't say another word. "I love her," Maeve said. "Don't mess this up for me. Don't chase her off while I'm locked up in the aquarium." Later that day, I went back to Maeve's and packed up my things. It would be easier for me to stay in a hotel anyway. I asked Sandy to pick my mother up and take her to Maeve's. Sandy knew everything already, including how I felt, which was miraculous considering my inability to put my feelings into words. From what I could piece together, Sandy and Jocelyn and Fluffy had each dealt with the return of Elna Conroy in her own way. "I know how hard this is," Sandy said to me, "because I know how hard it was. But I think if you'd known her back then, you'd be happy to see her." I just looked at her. "Okay, maybe not. But we have to make this work for Maeve's sake." Meaning that I would make it work, and she would help me. Sandy had always had a lighter touch than the other two. My mother offered nothing to explain herself. When we were in the waiting room together, she stayed near the window as if contemplating her exit. A high-pitched whine seemed to emanate from her misery, like fluorescent tubing just before it burns out, like tinnitus, something nearly imperceptible that almost drove me to insanity. Then, without a word, she would leave, as if even she could not stand herself another minute. When she returned hours later, she was more relaxed. Sandy told me she went to the other floors and found people to walk with, patients or anxious family members waiting for news. She would loop around the various nurses' stations with strangers for hours. And they let her? I asked. I would have thought there would be rules against it. Sandy shrugged. She tells them her daughter had a heart attack and that she's waiting too. She isn't exactly a dangerous character, your mother. It was a point on which I could not be convinced. Sandy sighed. I know. I think I'd still be mad at her too if she wasn't so old. I believe that Sandy and my mother were pretty much the same age, at least in the same ballpark, but I also knew what she meant. My mother was like a pilgrim who had fallen into the ice for hundreds of years and then was thawed against her will. Everything about her indicated that she had meant to be dead by now. Fluffy proved adept at avoiding me, and when I finally caught her alone at the elevator bank, she pretended she'd been looking for me. I've always known you to be a decent man, she said, instructing me to be nicer. And I've known you to make some bad decisions, but you've really outdone yourself here. Fluffy held her ground. I did what was best for Maeve. An elevator door opened in front of us, and when the people inside looked out, we shook our heads. How is it that hearing from our mother was a bad idea for Maeve when she was just a diabetic, but now that she's a diabetic who's had a heart attack, you think it's a good idea? It's different, Fluffy said, her cheeks reddening. Explain to me then, because I don't understand. I tried to remember how deeply I trusted her, how she had taught Celeste and me to raise our children, how confidently we left the house with only Fluffy there to guard Kevin and May. I was afraid Maeve would die, Fluffy said, her eyes going watery. I wanted her to see her mother before she died. But of course Maeve didn't die. Every day she improved, overcame her setbacks. Every day she asked for no one but her mother. I found it remarkable that our mother could work Maeve into her schedule. She had somehow secured the right to push the flower cart, to sit and visit with the people who had no mothers of their own to contend with. I didn't know whom she had talked into letting her do this, or how, since when we found ourselves together, she was more or less mute. I thought she was too restless to sit in the waiting room, but it was probably closer to the truth to say she didn't want to sit with me. She couldn't look at me. When Fluffy arrived for a visit, or Sandy, or Jocelyn, or Mr. Otterson, or the Norcrosses, or good old lawyer Gooch, or any group of Maeve's friends from work or church or the neighborhood, there my mother would be, picking up the newspapers and magazines, seeing who wanted a bottle of water or an orange. She was forever peeling someone an orange. She had some special trick for it. So what was India like? Jocelyn asked one afternoon, as if my mother had just returned from vacation. Jocelyn remained the most suspicious of our mother, or I should say, the second most suspicious. I noticed the dark circles under my mother's eyes had diminished somewhat. She must have been the only person in human history to have been improved by a waiting room. Jocelyn and I were there with Fluffy. Sandy was working. Sooner or later, Elna was going to have to tell us something. India was a mistake, she said finally. But you wanted to help, Fluffy said. You helped people. Why India? I hadn't meant to sit through the conversation in silence, but on this point my curiosity got the better of me. My mother picked at a piece of yarn that dangled from the cuff of her dark green sweater, the same sweater she wore every day. I read an article in a magazine about Mother Teresa. how she asked the sisters to send her to Calcutta to help the destitutes. I can't even remember what magazine it was now. Something your father subscribed to. That wasn't a connection I would have made. My mother sitting in the kitchen of the Dutch house circa 1950, reading about Mother Teresa in Newsweek or Life, while the other women on Van Hoobeek Street took leadership positions in the garden club and went to summer dances. She's a great lady, Mother Teresa, Fluffy said. My mother nodded. Of course, she wasn't Mother Teresa then. You worked with Mother Teresa? Jocelyn asked. At this point, anything seemed possible, including my mother in a white cotton sari holding the dying in her arms. There was such a plainness about her, as if she'd already shrugged off all human concerns. Or maybe I was reading too much into the bony contours of her face. The long, thin hands she kept folded in her lap made me think of kindling. The fingers of her right hand kept finding their way back to the ring she wore on her left. I meant to, but the ship went to Bombay. I don't think I even looked at a map before I left. I ended up on the wrong side of the country. She said it by way of acknowledging that everyone made mistakes. They told me I'd have to take a train, and I was going to. I was going to go to Calcutta. But once you've spent a couple of days in Bombay, she finished the sentence there. What? Fluffy prompted. There was plenty to do in Bombay, my mother said quietly. There's plenty to do in Brooklyn. I picked up the styrofoam cup at my feet, but the coffee was cold. Gone were the days I drank cold coffee in a hospital. Danny, Fluffy said, warning me of what I do not know. No, he's right, my mother said. That's what I should have done. I should have served the poor in Philadelphia and come home at night, but I didn't have the sense God gave a goose. That house. The house? Jocelyn said, as if she had no business blaming the Dutch house for her neglect. It took away all sense of proportion. It was huge, Fluffy said. A television set that hung from a high corner near the ceiling of the waiting room was playing a show about tearing apart an old house. There was no remote, but on my first day there, I stood on a chair and muted the sound. 4 days later, the people on the television walked silently through empty rooms, pointing out the walls they were going to knock through. I could never understand why your father wanted it, and he could never understand why I didn't. Why didn't you? Surely there were worse hells than a beautiful house. We were poor people, my mother said. I hadn't known she was capable of inflection. I had no business in a place like that. All those fireplaces and staircases, all those people waiting on me. Fluffy let out a small snort. That's ridiculous. We never waited on you. You made my breakfast every morning. My mother shook her head. I was so ashamed of myself. Not of Dad? I would have thought my father was the obvious choice. After all, he had bought the house. Your father wasn't ashamed, she said, misunderstanding. He was thrilled. 10 times a day, he'd find something to show me. Elna, will you look at this banister? Elna, come outside and see this garage. He loved the garage, Fluffy said. He never understood how anyone could have been miserable in that house. The Van Hoobeeks were miserable, Fluffy said. At least they were in the end. You went to India to get away from the house. Of course, it wasn't just the house or the husband. There were 2 children sleeping on the 2nd floor who went unmentioned. My mother's pale eyes were clouded by cataracts, and I wondered how much she could see. What else could it have been? I guess I just assumed it was Dad. I loved your father, she said. The words were right there. She didn't have to reach for them at all. I loved your father. That was Fluffy's cue to stand. She stretched onto the balls of her feet, lifting her arms over her head. She said, as if responding to some unspoken request, that she would walk down the block and bring us back some decent coffee at which point my mother stood as well, saying she was going to the third floor to look at the new babies. And I said I was going to the payphone to call Celeste. And Jocelyn said if that was the case, then she'd be heading home. We had talked until we couldn't stand it another second, and then we stopped. Of course, it wasn't just my mother who was expected to provide the conversation on those long days. We were all looking to pass the time. Jocelyn had retired, but Sandy kept working. She talked about her employer, who wanted the carpet vacuumed in a single direction. Fluffy talked about the Dutch house before the Conroys had come, about taking care of Mrs. Van Hoobeek after the money was gone, and how she took the train into New York with pieces of jewelry to sell. It seemed to me an astonishing act of bravery for a young woman at the time. You couldn't sell them in Philadelphia? I asked her. Sure I could, she said, but whoever I sold the ring to in Philadelphia would have just taken into Manhattan and sold it again for double the price. Fluffy sold a triple strand of pearls to cover the hospital bill when Mrs. Van Hoobeek broke her hip, and when the old woman died, Fluffy sold a brooch for the funeral, a small gold bird with an emerald pinched in its beak. There are still things left, Fluffy said. Nothing like what had been there to start, but the missus and I paced ourselves. We didn't know how long she was going to last. Those bankers who sold the house, absolute idiots. They asked me to make a list of everything of value so that they could have it appraised. I left most of it alone, but there were things I took. She held up her hand to show us a diamond ring in an old-fashioned setting, a little ruby on either side. For as long as I'd known Fluffy, she'd worn that ring. I suppose it was a stark confession, seeing how the contents of the house had been purchased by my father in their entirety. After the ring had belonged to Mrs. Van Hoobeek, it would have belonged to him along with everything else, and maybe he would have given it to my mother, who might have passed it on to Maeve when she was older, or given it to me to give to Celeste. But that idea was predicated on my father being the sort of man who would look through a jewelry box, which he was not, or my mother being the sort of person who would stick around. More likely, the ring would have sat where it was until Andrea arrived. Andrea would not have overlooked any jewelry the house had to offer. Fluffy would have turned the ring over to either of us had we asked, but instead my mother leaned forward, peering at Fluffy's hand with her cloudy eyes. "So pretty," she said, and gave her hand a kiss. "Good for you." The first time I made it back to Jenkintown after starting medical school must have been the Thanksgiving of 1970. The work had come down on me in an avalanche that first semester, just as Dr. Abel predicted, and I scrambled to keep up. Add to that the fact that Celeste and I were putting the apartment to good use, and I had neither the time nor the inclination to go home on the weekends. This was before there had been any talk of marriage. So Maeve and Celeste were still pals. Celeste and I had come to Philadelphia together on the train the night before Thanksgiving. Maeve picked us up, and we dropped Celeste off at home. And then the next day, Maeve and I went back to have our dinner with the Norcrosses. The men and the boys played touch football in the yard in honor of the Kennedys, we said, while the women and the girls peeled potatoes and made the gravy and did whatever last-minute things needed to be done. They sent Maeve out to set the table once they understood she really wasn't kidding about not being able to cook. The dinner was a huge production, with kids stashed in the den to eat off card tables, like a collection of understudies who dreamed of one day breaking into the dining room. There were aunts and uncles and cousins, plus a large assortment of strays who had nowhere else to go, the category in which Maeve and I were included. Celeste's mother always did a spectacular job with the holidays. And after months in which dinner had meant grabbing something in a hospital cafeteria or picking rolls off of patient trays, I was especially grateful. At every table, hands were held and heads were bowed, while Bill Norcross recited his tidy benediction. For these and all his mercies may the Lord make us truly thankful. No sooner had we lifted our eyes than the bowls of green beans with pearl onions and the mountains of stuffing and mashed potatoes and sweet potatoes and platters of sliced turkey followed by boats of gravy began to make their clockwise march around the table. "And what do you do?" the woman on my left asked me. She was one of Celeste's many aunts. I couldn't remember her name, though I knew we'd been introduced at the door. "Danny's in medical school at Columbia," Mrs. Norcross said from across the table on the off chance this was information I'd be unwilling to share myself. "Medical school," the aunt said. And then, remarkably, she looked at Celeste. "You didn't tell me he was in medical school." The middle section of the long table fell silent, and Celeste shrugged her pretty shoulders. "You didn't ask." "What kind of medicine do you plan to practice?" one of the uncles asked. I had just that minute become interesting. I didn't know if he was the uncle who was matched to this particular aunt. I envisioned all the empty buildings I'd seen up in Washington Heights, and for a minute I thought it would really be something to tell them the truth. I was planning on practicing real estate. From the end of the table, I saw Maeve flash me a wild smile, confirming that she alone understood how insane this was. "I have no idea," I said. "Do you have to cut people up?" Celeste's younger brother asked me. I had been told this was his first year in the dining room. He was the youngest person at the table. "Teddy," his mother said in warning. "Autopsies," Teddy said, bored out of his mind. "They have to do them, you know." "We do," I said. "But they make us take an oath never to discuss it at dinner." For that withholding, the room sent up a grateful round of laughter. From a distance, I heard someone ask Maeve if she was a doctor as well. "No," she said, holding up her fork, speared with green beans. "I'm in vegetables." When the dinner was over and we'd been piled up with leftovers for the weekend, Celeste kissed me goodbye. Maeve promised that we would pick her up on Sunday morning on our way back to the train. They trailed us out to the car, all those happy Norcrosses telling us we should stay. There would be movies later on, popcorn, games of hearts. Lumpy ran out of the house and into the yard, barking and barking at the piles of leaves until they shooed him back inside. "This is our chance," Maeve whispered, and jumped into the driver's side. I went around and got in the car beside her while they stood there, the whole host of them waving and laughing as we pulled away. The Norcrosses had their dinner so early it was barely dusk. We had just enough time to make it back to the Dutch house before the lights went on. We'd promised Jocelyn we'd come to her house later for pie, so this was just a brief interlude between dipping into other people's splendid meals. We were still young enough then to conjure up the exact feeling of how Thanksgivings had been when we were children. But it was a memory with no longing attached. Either it had been me and Maeve and our father eating in the dining room, and Sandy and Jocelyn trying their best not to look like they were rushing to get home to their own families, or it was the years with Andrea and the girls in which Sandy and Jocelyn rushed openly. After that disastrous Thanksgiving when Maeve was banished to the third floor, she had stayed away from Elkins Park. And every year I looked at her empty place at the table and felt miserable, even though I never could understand how her being gone on Thanksgiving was any worse than it was on all the other nights of the year. Having spent this particular Thanksgiving with the Norcross family had made up for a lot, and we both left the dinner feeling restored, even if our exit had smacked of escape. Maybe it was possible, we thought, to rise above the pathetic holidays of our youth. "You'll have to forgive me," Maeve said, rolling down her window to meet the frigid air, "but if I don't have a cigarette right this minute, I'm going to die." She pulled one out and then handed me the pack so I could decide for myself. Then she handed me the lighter. Soon we were blowing smoke out of our respective windows. "As good as that dinner was, this cigarette might be better," I said. "If you did an autopsy on me right now, you would find I am nothing but dark meat and gravy and maybe a tiny vein of mashed potatoes inside my right arm." Maeve was careful about her carbohydrates. She had foregone the Norcross pie in order to have a slice of Jocelyn's. "I could present you at grand rounds," I said, and thought of Bill Norcross sawing into the carcass of the turkey. Maeve shuddered slightly. "I can't believe they make you cut people up." "I can't believe you make me go to medical school." She laughed, then pressed her fingers to her lips as if to quell her dinner's revolt. "Oh, stop complaining. Seriously, apart from dissecting other human beings, tell me one thing that's so terrible." I tipped my head back, exhaling. Maeve always said I smoked every cigarette like I was on my way to my execution, and I was thinking this really should be my last one. I knew better, even though those were still the days when doctors kept a pack of Marlboros in the pocket of their lab coats, especially orthopedists. You couldn't be an orthopedist without smoking. The worst part is understanding you're going to die. She looked at me, her black eyebrows raised. You didn't understand that? I shook my head. You think you understand it. You think that when you're 96, you'll lie down on the couch after big Thanksgiving dinner and not wake up. But even then, you're not really sure. Maybe there'll be some special dispensation for you. Everybody thinks that. I never for a minute thought I was going to die on the couch at 96, or be 96 for that matter. But I wasn't listening. I was talking. You just don't realize how many ways there are to die, excluding gunshots and knife fights and falling out of windows and all the other things that probably aren't going to happen. Tell me, Doc, what is going to happen? She was trying not to laugh at me, but it was true. Death was all I thought about in those days. Too many white blood cells, too few red blood cells, too much iron, a respiratory infection, sepsis. You can get a blockage in your bile duct. Your esophagus can rupture. And the cancers. I looked at her. We could sit here all night talking about cancer. I'm just telling you, it's unsettling. There are thousands of ways your body can go off the rails for no reason whatsoever, and chances are you won't know about any of it until it's too late. Which makes a person wonder why we need doctors in the first place. Exactly. Well, Maeve said, taking a long pull on her cigarette, I already know how I'm going to die, so I don't have to worry about that. I looked at her profile lit up by the street lights clicking on, by the lights Andre had turned on in the Dutch house. Everything about her was sharp and straight and beautiful. Everything about her was life and health. How are you going to die? I don't know why, I asked her, because I sure as hell didn't want to know. Unlike the medical students in my class who sounded like they were idling over a catalog of disease when hypothesizing their deaths, Maeve spoke with authority. Heart disease or stroke. That's how diabetics go. Probably heart disease when you factor Dad into the equation, which is fine by me. It's quicker, right? Bang! Suddenly, I was angry at her. She had no idea what she was talking about. And anyway, this was Thanksgiving, and we were supposed to be playing a game not unlike the Norcrosses dealing out their hands of hearts. If you're so damned worried about a heart attack, then why are we sitting here smoking? She blinked. I'm not worried. I told you. I'm not the one who's going to die after dinner at 96. That's you. I threw my cigarette out the window. Jesus, Danny, open the door and pick that up. She gave my shoulder a smack with the back of her hand. That's Mrs. Buxbaum's yard. Chapter 17. Do you remember when we lived in the little house and Mrs. Henderson next door got a whole box of oranges from her son in California? Our mother would begin, sitting there beside the hospital bed in the private room Maeve had been moved to. She gave us 3. Maeve was wearing the pink chenille bathrobe that May had picked out for her years before, and Mr. Otterson's tight bouquet of little pink roses was there beside her on the nightstand. Her cheeks were pink. We split 2 of the oranges 3 ways, and you cut off all the zest and used the juice from the 3rd orange to make a cake. When it came out of the oven, you sent me over to get Mrs. Henderson so she could have cake with us. Those were pioneer days, our mother said. They cataloged the contents of the little house with great affection. The nubby brown couch with maple feet, the soft yellow chair with a spattered coffee stain on one arm. There was the framed painting of a blacksmith's shop. Where had it come from, they wondered. Where had it gone? The little table and chairs in the kitchen, the single white metal cupboard bolted to the wall above the sink. 4 plates, 4 bowls, 4 cups, 4 glasses. Why 4? I was looking at the monitor, thinking the cardiac output could still be better. We were waiting for you, my mother said. My mother, under the safety of Maeve's wing, found it easier to speak. My bed was in the corner of the front room, Maeve said, and every night your father would unfold the screen beside the bed and he would say, I'm building Maeve's room. When they lived in the little house, they did their shopping at the PX on the base and carried the groceries home in an ingenious sack my mother had made out of knotted string. They collected 10 for the 10 drive, watched the neighbor's baby, worked at the food pantry the church opened to the poor on Mondays and Fridays. It was Maeve and our mother, always the two of them. In the winter, my mother pulled apart a sweater one of the women from church had given her and knitted it into a hat and scarf and mittens for my sister. In the summer, they weeded the garden that all of the families had planted together. Tomatoes and eggplants, potatoes and corn, string beans and spinach. They put up jars of relish and made pickles and jam. They recounted every last one of their accomplishments while I sat in the corner with the newspaper. Do you remember the rabbit fence that trapped the rabbits in the garden? My mother asked. I remember everything. Maeve had left her bed and was sitting up in a chair by the window, a folded blanket across her lap. I remember at night we'd turn out the lights and bring a lamp into the bedroom closet and push out the shoes so we could sit on the floor and read. Dad was on air raid patrol. You had to pull up your knees so you could fit, and then I'd come in behind you and sit in your lap. This one could read when she was 4 years old, my mother said to me. She was the smartest child I ever saw. You'd push a towel under the door so none of the light got out, Maeve said. It's funny, but somehow I had it in my mind that light was rationed. Everything was rationed, so we couldn't let the light we weren't using just pour out on the floor. We had to keep it all in the closet with us. They remembered where the little house was on the base, on which corner, beneath what tree, but they couldn't remember exactly what it was our father did there. Some kind of ordering thing, I think, my mother said. It didn't matter. They were sure about the small front stoop of poured concrete, 2 steps, red geraniums that had been rooted from a neighbor's plant blooming in terracotta pots. The door opened straight into the front room, and the small bedroom where my parents slept was to the right, and the kitchen was to the left, with a bathroom in between. The house was the size of a postage stamp, Maeve said. Smaller than your house, I asked, because Maeve lived in a doll's house as far as I was concerned. The two of them looked at each other, my mother and my sister, and laughed. I had a mother who left when I was a child. I didn't miss her. Maeve was there, with her red coat and black hair, standing at the bottom of the stairs, the white marble floor with the little black squares, the snow coming down in glittering sheets in the windows behind her, the windows as wide as a movie screen, the ship in the waves of the grandfather clock rocking the minutes away. Danny, she would call up to me. Breakfast, move yourself. She wore her coat in the house on winter mornings because it was so cold, because she was so tall and thin, and every ounce of her energy had been given over to growth rather than warmth. You always look like you're leaving, my father would say when he passed her, as if even her coat annoyed him. Danny, she shouted. It's not coming up on a tray. The bed where I slept was heaped with blankets, the very weight of which pinned me into place. There never was a winter morning in the Dutch house when my first thought was anything other than, what would it be like to spend the entire day in bed? But my sister's voice from the bottom of the staircase pulled me up, along with the smell of coffee I was too young to drink. Stunt your growth, Jocelyn would say. Don't you want to be as tall as your sister? I found my slippers on the floor, my wool bathrobe at the foot of the bed. I stumbled out onto the landing, freezing. There's the prince, Maeve called, her face tilted up in the light. Come on, we've got pancakes. Don't make me wait. The joy of my childhood ended not when my mother left, but when Maeve left, the year Andrea and my father were married. Where had our mother been all this time? I didn't care. She and Maeve sat in Maeve's bed together once Maeve was home, their 4 long legs stretched out side by side. I would hear sentences, words, as I moved through the house. India, orphanage, San Francisco, 1966. I had graduated from Choate in 66, started Columbia, while our mother chaperoned the children of a wealthy Indian family on a ship to San Francisco in exchange for a large donation to the orphanage where she worked. Or was that the leper colony? She never went back to India. She stayed in San Francisco. She went to Los Angeles, and then Durango, and then Mississippi. The poor, she discovered, were everywhere. I went out to the garage and found Maeve's lawnmower. I had to drive to the gas station to get a can of gas, and then I cut the grass. I felt such tremendous satisfaction in the job that when I finished, I got out the weed eater and edged the flower beds in the sidewalk. A building owner in Manhattan never cuts grass. I gave up my hotel room and spent a single sleepless night on Maeve's couch once she was out of the hospital. I had wanted to be there in case her heart stopped, but I couldn't stand it, not any part of it. The next morning I moved to Celeste's old bedroom at the Norcrosses. Fluffy had gone home, but my mother was always there. Maeve's friends left casseroles on her front porch, along with roasted chickens and bags of apples and zucchini bread. So much food that Sandy and Jocelyn had to take half of it home with them. Maeve and my mother ate like wrens. I watched them share a single scrambled egg. Maeve was happy and tired and utterly unlike herself. She didn't talk about her work at Otterson's or what she needed to do for me or any of the things that had been neglected in her absence. She sat on the couch and let our mother bring her toast. There was no distance between them, no recrimination. They were living together in their own paradise of memory. "Leave them alone," Celeste said to me on the phone. "They've got it covered. People are beating down the door to be helpful. And anyway, what Maeve needs is rest. Isn't that what the doctors always say? She doesn't need more company." I told her I didn't think of myself as company, but as soon as I said it, I could see that's exactly what I was. They were waiting for me to go. "Sooner or later, you have to come back to New York. I have a list of good reasons." "I'll be back soon enough," I told my wife. "I just want to make sure everything's okay." "Is it okay?" Celeste asked. Celeste had never met my mother, but her natural distrust exceeded even my own. I was standing in Maeve's kitchen. My mother had affixed the doctor's order sheet to the refrigerator with a magnet. She kept the plastic medicine bottles in a neat row in front of the canisters and wrote down what time every pill was given. She was careful to limit the visitors and to nudge them towards the door when their time was up, except, of course, for Mr. Otterson, who was treated with deference. Mr. Otterson never outstayed his welcome, and if the weather was nice, he would walk with Maeve down the street and back. Otherwise, my mother got Maeve to walk 2 circles around the backyard every couple of hours. They were in the living room now, talking about some novel they'd both read called Housekeeping, which each of them claimed had been her favorite book. "What?" Celeste asked, and then she said, "No, wait a minute, it's your father. Here." She was talking to me again. "Say hello to your daughter." "Hi, Daddy," May said. "If you don't come home soon, I'm going to get a hypoallergenic dog. I'm thinking about a standard poodle. I'm going to call her Stella. I'd settle for a cat, but Mom says there's no such thing as a hypoallergenic cat. She says Kevin is allergic to cats, but how would she even know? He's never around cats." "What are you talking about?" "Wait a minute," May said in a low voice, and then I heard a door close. Whenever I talk about getting a dog, she leaves the room. It's like a magic trick. "I'm coming to Jenkintown to see Aunt Maeve." "Is your mother bringing you?" May made the sound she used to cover all manner of adult idiocy. "I'm coming by myself. You're going to have to pick me up at the train." "You're not coming on the train by yourself." We didn't let May ride the subway by herself. We let her ride buses and take taxis, but not trains of any stripe. "Listen, Aunt Maeve's had a heart attack," she said, breaking the news. "You know she's wondering why I haven't been to see her yet, and Mom told us about our Indian grandmother being home, and I want to meet her. It's a pretty big deal finding a new grandmother at this stage of the game." "What stage of the game?" "She's not Indian." I looked out of the kitchen at my pale Irish mother on the couch next to Maeve, then turned my back on both of them. She used to live in India, but that was a long time ago. Either way, I'm taking the train. You took the train alone from New York when you were 12 after you went to see Aunt May for Easter, and I'm 14, for God's sake. I hate it when you say God's sake. You sound like my father. Girls mature faster than boys. So when you think about it, I'm technically more than 2 years older now than you were then. Had I really told her that story? Of course, May was older than I was, probably by 20 years, but there was no way I was going to let her get on a train by herself. It's a nice idea, but I'm coming home tomorrow after I take Maeve to the doctor. You are a doctor, she said, cracking herself up. Listen, May, be kind to your mother. I am, she said, but she's driving me bananas. I'm going to write a book called 6 Million Reasons Not to Go to Pennsylvania. Let me say hello to my grandmother. My mother had not asked about my children. Not a word. Fluffy said that was because she had already told my mother all about them, so had Maeve, Kevin's grades in science, May's dancing. Fluffy said my mother was desperate to know, and that it was my own fault she didn't ask me because I went out of my way to layer frost onto every sentence that came out of my mouth. She's asleep, I said. Why is she asleep? It's 2 o'clock. She's not the one who's sick. She's the one who's old, I said, turning again to look at my mother in the other room. She was laughing. With her short hair and weathered skin and freckled hands, she could have been anyone's mother, but she was mine. I'll tell her you called when she wakes up. For as many places as her mother claimed to have been during her years of absence, there was no indication that she actually lived in any one of them. I wondered if she lived at Maeve's now because her suitcase was in Maeve's closet. I regaled Celeste with all my suspicions once I was home again, breaking down the last 2 weeks play by play. Are you saying she's homeless? Celeste asked. We were standing in the kitchen while she worked on dinner, salmon for the 2 of us and May, who didn't like fish but had read that fish made you smarter, and 2 hamburgers for Kevin, who could have cared less. The children had been happy to see me when I first came through the door the day before, but since had discovered that I was the same person they'd always known. Homeless insofar as she doesn't have a home, not homeless like she's sleeping under a bridge, though how would I know? Is there a chance your parents never got divorced? That's what Fluffy thinks. She thinks your mother may still own the house and not even know it. I imagine Fluffy must have presented this as conjecture. She certainly wouldn't have told the whole story to Celeste. They're divorced. My father paid a man from the American consulate to meet her ship in Bombay. He'd mailed the divorce papers, and the man took my mother straight to the consulate and had her sign them in front of a notary, all very legal. The man with the divorce papers gave her a letter from my father as well, telling her to never come back. I think he took care of everything right on the spot. This was one of the countless stories that had been told near me rather than to me, with Maeve saying that surely, had the letter been a testament of love and compassion, our mother would have marched straight up the gangplank and sailed home again. My mother allowed as how that would have been the case. Then she isn't secretly rich. I shook my head. She is flamboyantly poor. And now the 2 of you are supposed to take care of her? Celeste set to work on the little red potatoes in the sink, attacking each one with a scrub brush, while I searched the refrigerator for an open bottle of wine. I'm not taking care of her. But you're taking care of Maeve, and Maeve will have to take care of her. And I thought about this. I located the wine. Well, for the time being, my mother's taking care of Maeve, the food, the pills, the laundry, the visitors. What's your part? I had been watching. That was my part. I had been inserting my uncomfortable presence into every situation. I just want to make sure Maeve's okay. Because you're afraid she's going to have another heart attack, or because you're afraid she's going to wind up liking your mother more than you? I had been about to pour us each a glass of wine, but in light of the direction our conversation was going, I opted to pour one just for myself. It's not a competition. Okay, that's great. If it's not a competition, then leave them alone. You don't seem very interested in your mother, and Maeve seems to have eyes for no one else. I will mention here that Celeste had been remarkably thoughtful when Maeve was sick. She'd sent cards signed with love from the children every couple of days, and when Maeve went home, there was an enormous bucket of peonies waiting for her on the front porch. There could not have been a peony left in all of eastern Pennsylvania. "You told Celeste I love peonies?" Maeve had asked me, looking at the card, but the truth was, I had no idea my sister loved peonies. "Why are we arguing about this?" I asked Celeste. "I'm just glad to be home." She dropped the last of the potatoes back in the colander and dried her hands. "For as long as I've known Maeve, she's wanted her mother back. You two park in front of the old homestead because it reminds her of her mother. You go through life like your wrists are bound together with wire because you were abandoned by your mother. And then your mother returns, and your sister, God love her, is finally happy. And you're bent on being miserable. It's like you don't want to be dislodged from your suffering. If you care so much about Maeve, and Maeve's happy, then why not just let her be happy? She can have a life with your mother. You can have a life with us. It's not a trade-off. But that's what you're afraid of, isn't it? That your mother won't be punished. That Maeve will be happier with her than she was with you." May shouted from upstairs, "Do you realize I can hear every single word you're saying? There are vents in this house, people. If you want to fight, go to a restaurant." "We're not fighting," I said, my voice loud. I was looking at my wife, and for just a second I saw her. The round blue eyes and yellow hair, the woman I had known for more than half my life, floated in front of me, and just as quickly, she vanished. "We're fighting," Celeste said, her eyes on me, her voice as loud as mine, "but we'll stop." I could have spent the entire summer at home in New York, supervising the knocking out of walls in various apartments, playing basketball with Kevin, helping May memorize soliloquies, and I don't think anyone would have noticed but Celeste, and Celeste would have been happy. But week after week, I went back to Jenkintown, as if the only way I could believe that Maeve was really safe was to see it for myself. I would sleep at the ever-welcoming Norcross Foursquare, where the Labrador Retriever was now a dog named Ramona. I drove in from the city because I needed a car to get back and forth to Maeve's, and because I needed to make endless trips to the hardware store. I was in constant search of another project, some way in which to justify my presence, so that I didn't just sit in the living room and watch them. My desire to fix a light switch and paint cabinets and replace rotten windowsills was a metaphor that begged no scrutiny. Week after week, one or both of my children would announce that they wanted to come along for the ride. They seemed to like everything about the setup, the time with Celeste's parents, the time with Maeve, the summer days spent out of the city. They referred to my mother as the person of interest, as if she were a spy who had stumbled in from the cold. She was fascinating to them, and they were fascinating to her. The desire Celeste and I shared to keep them away from my mother only made them race to the car, and that wasn't such a bad thing. Even at the time, I recognized those trips as the great byproduct of circumstance. Kevin and I hashed out the merits of Danny Tartable, trying to decide if he deserved to be the highest-paid Yankee on the team, while May sang show tunes as a soundtrack to our conversations. We had taken her to see the revival of Gypsy 2 years before, and she still wasn't over it. "Have an egg roll, Mr. Goldstone, half a napkin, half a chopstick, half a chair," she belted out in her enthusiastic alto. We made her sit in the back seat. She had dropped out of the School of American Ballet in order to have more time to focus on her singing. "This is worse than ballet," Kevin said. My mother had been working on her powers of speech. Even if there had been no real discussions between us, she was increasingly more comfortable in my presence. She had the children to thank for that, as they had nothing against her. She and Kevin discussed the Dodgers versus Yankees world she had grown up in, while May spoke French with Maeve, and Maeve French-braided May's hair. May had taken French since the 6th grade and thought that she should have been allowed to spend the summer in Paris. Instead of telling her that 14-year-old girls did not spend the summer alone in Paris, I said that, what with Maeve being sick, Paris would not be possible. And so she settled for the endless conjugation of verbs. Je chante, tu chantes, il chante, nous chantons, vous chantez, il chantait. I was working on replacing the flue in the chimney. I had spread newspapers over the carpet, but it was a larger, dirtier job than I had predicted. I was in love with Frenchy Bordigaray, my mother said, thinking that a story about a baseball player named Frenchy would speak to the interests of both my daughter and my son. My father got tickets for the two of us at Ebbets Field just before I went to the convent. I don't know where he found the money, but the seats were right behind third base, right behind Frenchy. The whole time my father kept saying to me, "Take a good look around, Elna. You don't see any nuns out here." "You were a nun?" Kevin asked, unable to square what he knew about nuns with what he knew about grandmothers. My mother shook her head. "I was more like a tourist. I didn't even stay 2 months." "Pourquoi es-tu parti?" May asked. "Why did you leave?" Maeve said. My mother wore a permanent expression of surprise in those days, forever amazed by all we did not know. Cyril came and got me. He'd gone to Tennessee to work for the TVA. He'd been gone for years. And when he was home again, he saw my brother. He and James had always been friends. James told him where I was. James didn't like the idea of me being a nun. Cyril walked all the way to the convent from Brooklyn. When he finally got there, he told the sister at the door that he was my brother, and he'd some very bad news for me. Tragic news, he said. She went to get me even though we weren't allowed to have any visitors then. What did he say? For a moment, Kevin lost all interest in baseball. Cyril said, "Elna, this is not for you." We all looked at one another, my son and my sister and my daughter with her half-braided hair, until finally Maeve said, "That's it?" "I know it doesn't sound like much now," my mother said, "but it changed everything. It's the reason the four of you are here, I'll tell you that. He said he'd wait for me outside, and I went and got my little bag and told everyone goodbye." Young people were different in those days. We weren't as big on thinking things through. There was a war coming, everybody knew it. We walked from the convent way up on the west side all the way through Manhattan. We stopped and had a cup of coffee and a sandwich just before going over the bridge. And by the time we were back in Brooklyn, we'd worked the whole thing out. We were going to get married and have a family. And that's what we did. "Did you love him?" May asked Maeve, and Maeve said, "L'aimais-tu?" "L'aimais-tu?" May asked my mother, because some questions are best posed in French. "Of course I did," she said. "Or I did by the time we got back to Brooklyn." Before we left that night, May brought out a bottle of iridescent pink polish from her purse and painted her grandmother's fingernails, and then her aunt's, and then her own, taking pains to concentrate on the application of each coat. When she was finished, my mother could not stop admiring the work. "They're like little shells," she said, and together they turned their hands back and forth in the light. "You never painted your fingernails?" May asked. My mother shook her head. "Not even when you were rich?" My mother took May's hand and put it on top of Maeve's and her own, so as to see all those glistening shells together. "Not even then," she said. Celeste was there, too, over the course of the summer. She would come to see her parents. She would drop Kevin off or pick May up, and in doing so met my mother many times, but even when they were in the room together, Celeste figured out a way to avoid her. "I have to get back to my parents' house," she would say as soon as she walked in the door. "I promised my mother I'd help her with dinner." "Of course," my mother said. And Maeve went out to the yard to cut a bunch of purple hollyhocks for Celeste to take home, neither of them seeming to notice that Celeste was already backing towards the door. In the wake of her heart attack and our mother's return, the bright torch of anger Maeve had carried for my wife had been extinguished, forgotten. She would have been perfectly happy to have Celeste at the table, as she was perfectly happy to let her go. I was sitting on the kitchen floor screwing a series of shallow wooden trays I'd made onto runners at the bottom of each cupboard so the pots and the pans would be easier to pull out. Kevin sat beside me and handed me the screws as I needed them, and Celeste, who was forever in motion that summer, stopped for a minute and watched me, her hands full of flowers. "I've always wanted those," she said, as if in wonder that I had even known such things existed. I put down the power drill. Really? Did I know that? She shook her head, looked at her watch, and told the children it was time to go. So went the days. Maeve returned to Otterson's on her same irregular schedule. I would have said she worried less about her job, but I don't think she'd ever worried about it. Kevin and May started back at school. The space between my trips to Jenkintown grew wider, and then wider still. Our mother stayed. She threw away the dark green sweater that had unraveled at the cuffs, and Maeve bought her new clothes and a new bedspread and curtains for the guest room that they no longer referred to as the guest room. They drove into Philadelphia for the orchestra. They went to the Philadelphia Free Library for readings. My mother volunteered with a food pantry run by Catholic Charities, and within a couple of weeks she was meeting with the director. There was a larger need in the community, she said. She could come up with a plan to meet it. Maeve and our mother were making chicken and dumplings together on a late autumn Friday. Our mother, as it turned out, was the one who knew how to cook. The kitchen was tight and warm, and they moved around each other with efficiency. You should stay, my mother said when I lifted the lid of the Dutch oven, dipping my face in the billowing steam. I shook my head. Kevin has a game. I should have been in the car 20 minutes ago. Maeve wiped her floury hands on the dish towel she had tied around her waist. Come outside for a minute. I want to ask you about the gutter before you go. She put on her red wool mackinaw at the door, what she always referred to as her barn coat, even though I doubted she had ever been in a barn. We trudged out into the cold, late afternoon light, the red and gold leaves that I would be called upon to rake on my next visit piling around our feet. We stood at the corner of the house to see the place where the gutter was starting to pull away from the roof. So when is it over? Maeve asked, looking up. I thought she was talking about the roof, and so looked up myself. When is what over? The petulance, the punishment. Maeve dug her hands into her coat pockets. I know this has been hard for you, but I'm kind of sick of thinking about it that way, if you want to know the truth. That my heart attack was hard for you. That our mother coming back was hard for you. I was surprised, and then just as quickly defensive. I had turned my life over to Maeve these past 6 months, and through considerable effort, I'd kept my feelings about our mother to myself. If anything, I'd gotten nicer. I'm worried about you, that's all. I want to make sure you're okay. Well, I'm fine. It seemed impossible that we hadn't talked about this before, Maeve and I, who talked about everything. But we were never alone anymore. Our chipper mother forever found the spot between us and settled in, reducing our conversation to soup recipes and nostalgic reminiscences of poverty. You're fine with all of it? Maeve looked down the street. Since I hadn't realized we were coming outside to discuss the circumstances of our lives, I hadn't thought to put on my coat, and now I was cold. There is a finite amount of time, Maeve said. Maybe I understand that better now. I've wanted my mother back since I was 10 years old, and now she's here. I can use the time I've got to be furious, or I can feel like the luckiest person in the world. Those are the two choices. I wished we could get in the car and drive over to the Dutch house, just sit by ourselves for a minute, even though we didn't do that anymore. Maeve looked back at the gutter and nodded. Pretty much. Other than Mr. Otterson's insight and Maeve's recovery, I couldn't imagine feeling lucky where any of this was concerned. Our mother's gain had been my decisive loss. Does she even know what happened to us after she left? Have you told her about Andrea? About how she threw us out? Jesus, of course she knows about Andrea. Do you think we've been playing cards all summer? I've told her everything that's happened. And I know what happened to her, too. It's amazing what you can find out about a person if you're interested. All these conversations were open to you, by the way. Don't think you've been excluded. Every time she opens her mouth, you find a reason to leave the room. I'm not the one she's interested in. Maeve shook her head. Grow up. It seemed like such a ridiculous thing to say to a 45-year-old that I started to laugh and then caught myself. It had been a long time since we'd had something to fight about. Okay, if you know so much about her, tell me why she left. And don't say she didn't like the wallpaper. She wanted... Maeve stopped, exhaled, her frozen breath making me think of smoke. She wanted to help people. People other than her family. She made a mistake. Can't you understand that? She's covered up in shame. That's why she never got in touch with us, When she came back from India, she was afraid we'd treat her pretty much the way you've treated her. It's her belief that your cruelty is what she deserves. I haven't been cruel, believe me, but it is what she deserves. Making a mistake is not giving the floorboards enough time to settle before you seal them. Abandoning your children to go help the poor in India means you're a narcissist who wants the adoration of strangers. I look at Kevin and May and I think, who would do that to them? What kind of person leaves their kids? I felt like I'd been holding those words in my mouth since the moment I walked into the waiting room of the coronary care unit and saw our mother there. Men, Maeve said, nearly shouting. Men leave their children all the time and the world celebrates them for it. The Buddha left and Odysseus left, and no one gave a shit about their sons. They set out on their noble journeys to do whatever the hell they wanted to do, and thousands of years later, we're still singing about it. Our mother left, and she came back, and we're fine. We didn't like it, but we survived it. I don't care if you don't love her or if you don't like her, but you have to be decent to her if for no other reason than I want you to. You owe me that. Her cheeks were red. And while it was probably just the cold, I couldn't help but worry about her heart. I said nothing. For the record, I'm sick of misery, she said. Then she turned and went back inside, leaving me to stand in the swirl of leaves and think about what I owed her. By any calculation, it was everything. And so I made the decision to change. It might seem like change was impossible given my nature and my age, but I understood exactly what there was to lose. It was chemistry all over again. The point wasn't whether or not I liked it. The point was it had to be done. Chapter 18. Maeve and my mother had tickets to see the Pissarro show at the Philadelphia Museum of Art and said it would be easy to pick me up afterwards, so I took the train. I saw them as soon as I walked into the station, worrying over a couple of sparrows that had flown in through the open doors and gotten trapped inside. For once, I saw my sister before she saw me. She was straight and strong, her head back, her finger pointing up towards the ceiling to show my mother where the birds had lighted. It had been just over a year since the heart attack, a year of good health, a whole year of the two of them together. You didn't pick up anybody on the train, did you? Maeve asked when I came to them, an old joke that made me think of how she used to pick me up and shake me. A very uneventful ride. I kissed them both. When we got to the parking lot, my mother told me she was driving. Once Maeve was fully recovered, she had launched our mother on a plan of self-improvement. In the past 6 months, our mother had had cataract surgery on both of her eyes, 3 basal cell carcinomas removed, 1 from her left temple, 1 from the top of her left ear, and 1 on her right nostril, and a significant amount of dentistry. Housekeeping, Maeve called it. I paid the bills. Maeve fought me at first, but I told her if she wanted me to do better, she had to let me do better. I didn't mention any of this to Celeste. You have no idea what it's like to see again, our mother said. That thing, she pointed to a telephone pole. 6 months ago, I would have told you that was a tree. It was a tree at some point, Maeve said, getting into the back seat of her own station wagon. Our mother put on a giant pair of Jackie O sunglasses her ophthalmologist had given her as a gift. Dr. Shivitz told me the reason my cataracts were so bad is because I never wore sunglasses. I've lived in a lot of sunny places. Maeve opened her purse and began rooting around for her sunglasses while our mother left the parking lot, working her way through the maze of Philadelphia. I hadn't felt particularly confident about getting in the car with her, but once she found her place in the traffic, she stayed up to speed. She and Maeve were still going on about Pissarro, his paintings of Normandy and Paris, the way he understood the people in the light. They spoke as if he were a friend they both admired. We should go to Paris, Maeve said to our mother. Maeve, who had never wanted to go anywhere. Our mother agreed. Now's the time, she said. I don't think I ever took the train to Philadelphia without thinking of chemistry. and how Maury Abel told me that without a solid grasp of Chapter 1, Chapter 2 would be impossible. Maeve had done that work when our mother came back, gone all the way to the beginning until she was certain she understood what had happened. But for me, the discipline had been the exact opposite. When I could look at our mother only as the person she was now, the old lady driving the Volvo, I thought she was fine. She was energetic, helpful, she had a good laugh. She seemed like somebody's mother, and for the most part I was able to block the fact that she was mine. Or to put it another way, I thought of her as Maeve's mother. That worked for all of us. I paid little attention to their talk of impressionism and kept a close eye on the cars around us, noting their speed in relation to our speed, calculating their distance. We were well out of the city, and there hadn't been so much as a near miss. I felt grateful that my children showed no interest in learning how to drive. One of the many advantages of living in New York was that the streets were full of taxis waiting to take them places. "You're a good driver," I said to my mother, finally. "I've always driven," she said, turning her ridiculous sunglasses in my direction. "Even these past few years when I couldn't see a thing. I drove in New York and Los Angeles, for heaven's sakes. I drove in Bombay. I drove in Mexico City. I really think that was the worst." She put on the turn indicator and changed lanes without self-consciousness. "Your father taught me how to drive, you know." "Now there's something we all have in common," Maeve said. He had given me a few lessons in the church parking lot when I was 15. It had been one of the many means we had of prolonging our Sundays out of the house. "He taught you to drive in Brooklyn?" "Oh, heavens, no. No one had a car in Brooklyn back then. I learned to drive when we moved to the country. Your father came home one night and said, 'Elna, I bought you a car. Come on, and I'll show you how it works.' He had me go up and down the driveway a few times, and then he told me to take it out on the street. 2 days later, I had a driver's license. Nothing was crowded back then. You didn't have to worry so much that you were going to hit somebody." Yet another thing I discovered about our mother. She liked to talk. "Still," I said, 2 days is fast. "That was the way your father did things." "That was the way he did things," Maeve said. I was never as grateful for anything as I was that car. I didn't even feel bad about the money it cost. It was a Studebaker Champion, the good old Champion. Back then, all of this was farmland. Right over there, she pointed to a long block of shop fronts and apartments. That was a field of cows. I'd never lived in the country before, and the quiet made me so nervous. "You'd started school," she said to Maeve, "and all I did was sit there in that huge house all day waiting for you to come home. If it wasn't for Fluffy and Sandy, I would have gone out of my mind, though they drove me out of my mind a little bit, too. Don't tell them I said that." "Of course not," Maeve said, leaning forward so that her head was more or less between the two front seats. "I loved them so much, but they wouldn't let me do anything. They were always running just in front of me so that they could wash something or pick something up. I hired Jocelyn because I was so afraid Sandy wouldn't stay without her sister. And then Jocelyn started doing all the cooking. The one thing I was good at was cooking, and they wouldn't even let me make dinner. But once I got the Champion, things really did get better for a while. After I took you to school in the mornings, I'd drive into Philadelphia and see our friends on the base, or I'd drive to Immaculate Conception and make myself useful until school let out. That's when I got to be friends with the Mercy nuns. They were great fun. We started a clothing drive, and the nuns and I could drive around picking up things people didn't need, and then I could take the clothes home and get everything washed and mended and drive it all back to the church. There's a lot of clothing in the house when we first moved, and things that had been the Van Hubakes. A lot of it was hopeless, but there were other things Sandy and I fixed up. We made all the coats work, cashmere, furs. You wouldn't have believed what we found. I thought of Fluffy's diamond. "I always wondered what happened to the clothes," Maeve said. "Your father used to say I lived in that car," my mother said, undeterred from her original point. "He used to let me drive him around to collect the rent. You know, he never liked to drive. I'd pack up the back seat with jars of stew. So many of those people had nothing. One day there was a family we called on, 5 little children in 2 rooms. The mother was crying. I said to her, "You don't ever have to pay us rent. You should see the house we live in." And that was that. My mother laughed. He was so mad he never took me with him again. Then every week he'd come home and say people were asking where I was. He said they wanted their stew. In my memory, my father loved to drive. Not that it mattered. Our mother came to a stop sign, looked in one direction and then the other. "Look at this street, all full up. There used to be 3 houses on this street." 2 blocks later, she turned left and then turned left again. I had paid so much attention to how she was driving, I hadn't noticed where she was driving. We were in Elkins Park. She was heading towards Van Hoobeek Street. "Have you come back here since you've been home?" I asked, but really I meant the question for Maeve. "Do you bring her here?" We had avoided the Dutch house for years, and I could feel the strangeness of being in the neighborhood again, as if we'd been caught someplace we weren't supposed to be. Our mother shook her head. "I don't know anyone over here anymore. Do you still know the neighbors?" Maeve looked out the window. "I used to, not anymore. Danny and I used to come over and park in front of the house sometimes." It sounded like a confession, but of what? Sometimes we sat in the car and we talked. "You went back to the house?" "We went back to the street," Maeve said. "We'd drive by." "Why did we do that?" she asked me, the very soul of innocence. "Old time's sake?" "Did you ever go to see your stepmother?" Our mother asked. Had we been to see Andrea? Had we paid a social call? I had not been part of the conversations Maeve and my mother had about Andrea. I didn't want to be. Thinking about the past impeded my efforts to be decent in the present. I understood there was no way our mother could have foreseen Andrea's coming, but leaving your children meant leaving them to chance. "Never once," Maeve said absently. "But why? If you came over here, if you wanted to see the house." Our mother slowed the car down and then pulled over. She was in the wrong place, still a block away from where the Books bombs had lived. "We weren't—" I was looking for the word, but Maeve finished my sentence for me. "Welcome." "As adults?" My mother took off her sunglasses. She looked at me and then my sister. The places the cancers had been cut away and were puckered and red. Maeve thought about it, shook her head. "No." It was late spring, the prettiest time of year on Van Hoobeek Street, unless you counted the fall. I rolled down the window, and the scent of petals and new leaves and grass swam into the car, making us dizzy. Was that what made us dizzy? I wondered if there was any chance Maeve still kept cigarettes in the glove compartment. "We should go, then," my mother said. "Pop in just to see it, say hello." "We shouldn't," I said. "Look at the 3 of us, undone by a house. It's insane. We'll go up the driveway, see who's there. It may be someone else by now." "It's not," Maeve said. "It will be good for us," our mother said, shifting the car into drive. Clearly, she saw this as a spiritual exercise. It meant nothing to her. "Don't do this," Maeve said. There was no tension in her voice, no urgency, as if she understood that this was the way things were going to play out and nothing short of jumping from the car was going to stop it. We were moving forward, forward, forward. When had our mother left? In the middle of the night? Did she walk outside with her suitcase in the dark? Did she tell our father goodbye? Did she go to our rooms to watch us sleeping? She drove through the break in the linden trees. The driveway wasn't as long as I remembered, but the house seemed exactly the same, sunlit, flower-decked, gleaming. I had known since my earliest days at Choate that the world was full of bigger houses, grander and more ridiculous houses, but none were so beautiful. There was the familiar crunch of pea gravel beneath the tires, and when we stopped the car in front of the stone steps, I could imagine how elated my father must have felt, and how my sister must have wanted to run off in the grass, and how my mother, alone, had stared up at so much glass and wondered what this fantastical museum was doing in the countryside. My mother exhaled. She took her dark glasses off the top of her head and left them in the console between the seats. "Let's go see." Maeve kept her seatbelt on. My mother turned around to look at her daughter. "Aren't you the one who always says the past is in the past and we need to let things go? This is going to be good for us." Maeve turned her face away from the house. "When I worked in the orphanage, people came back all the time. Some of them were as old as me. They'd come in and walk up and down the halls, look in the rooms. They'd talk to the children there. They said it helped them." "This isn't an orphanage," Maeve said. "We weren't orphans." My mother shook her head and then looked at me. "Are you coming?" No," I said. "Go on," Maeve said. I looked back, but she wouldn't look at me. "We don't have to stay for this," I said to my sister. "I mean it," she said. "Go with her. I'll wait." And so I did, because the layers of loyalty that were being tested were too complicated to dissect. And because, I will admit this now, I was curious, like those aging Indian orphans were curious. I wanted to see the past. I got out of the car and stood in front of the Dutch house again, and my mother came and stood beside me. For that moment, it was the two of us, me and Elna. I would never have believed it would happen. As for what was coming, we were not made to wait. By the time we were at the foot of the steps, Andrea was on the other side of the glass door. She was wearing a blue tweed suit with gold buttons, lipstick, low-heeled shoes, like she was on her way to see Lawyer Gooch. When she saw us there, she raised her hands and began slapping them hard against the glass, her mouth open in a rounded howl. I'd heard that sound in emergency rooms late at night. A knife pulled out, a child dead. "That's Andrea," I told our mother, just to underscore what a spectacularly bad idea this had been. Our father's second wife was a tiny woman, either smaller than she once had been or smaller than I remembered, but she pounded the window like a warrior beats a drum. Along with the screaming and the slapping, I could hear the sound of her rings, the distinctive crack of metal against glass. We were frozen, the two of us outside, and Maeve in the car, waiting for the moment when the whole front of the house would shatter into a million knives and she would come for us like the fury of hell itself. A heavy-set Hispanic woman with a long single braid and the cheerful pastel scrubs of a pediatric nurse moved quickly into the frame and gathered Andrea into her arms, pulling her back. She saw the two of us there in front of the station wagon, tall and thin and similar. My mother, with her short brush of gray hair, deep wrinkles, and drilling gaze of preternatural calm, nodded as if to say, "Don't worry, we will not be advancing." And so the woman opened the door. Clearly, it had been her intention to ask us who we were, but before she had the chance, Andrea shot out like a cat. In a second, she had crossed the terrace and came straight to me, at me, as if she meant to go through my chest. The force with which she hit punched the air from my lungs. She buried her face into my shirt, her small arms locking around my waist. She was wailing, her narrow back straining against her grief. In half a second, Maeve was out of the car. She took hold of Andrea's shoulders and was trying to pull her off of me. "Jesus," Maeve said. "Andrea, stop this." But there was no stopping this. She had locked herself to me like a protester chained to a fence at a demonstration, and I could feel her heartbeat, her ragged breathing. I'd shaken Andrea's hand that first day she came to the house, and with the exception of brushing past her in the small kitchen or being forcibly crowded together for a Christmas photograph, we'd never touched again, not at the wedding and certainly not at the funeral. I looked down at the top of her head, her blonde hair brushed back and caught in a clip at the nape of her neck. I could see the smallest line of white growing in where her hair was parted. I could smell the powder of her perfume. My mother put her hand on Andrea's back. "Mrs. Conroy?" she said. Maeve stayed very close to me. "What the fuck?" The Hispanic woman, who clearly had a bad knee, came limping down the stairs towards us. "Mrs.," she said to Andrea, "Mrs., you need to be inside." "Can you get her off him?" Maeve asked, her voice bright with rage, her hand on my shoulder. Only the two of us were there. "You," Andrea said, and then gasped to find her breath. She was crying like the end of all the earth. You. "Mrs.," the woman said again when she reached us, her stiff knee making me think of our father. He went down the stairs like that. "Why are you crying? Your friends have come to say hello." She looked at me to confirm this, but I had no idea what we were doing there. "I'm Elna Conroy," my mother finally said. "These are my children, Danny and Maeve." Mrs. Conroy was their stepmother. At this news, the woman broke into a wide smile. "Mrs., look, family! Your family has come to see you." Andrea ground her forehead into the space beneath my sternum as if she could crawl inside me. "Mrs.," the woman said, petting Andrea's head. "Come inside now with your family. Come inside and sit." Getting Andrea back in the house was no small feat. She had the will of a barnacle. I lifted her up one step and then another. She wasn't heavy, but her clinging made her nearly impossible to maneuver. Her shoes slipped off her stocking feet, and my mother bent down to retrieve them. "I had this dream once," Maeve said to me, and I started to laugh. "My mother wanted to visit," I told the woman over Andrea's head. She was a housekeeper, a nurse, a warden, I didn't know. The woman rushed ahead of us into the house as much as her knee allowed for it. "Doctor!" she shouted up the stairs. "Don't," Andrea said into my shirt, and I knew exactly what she was saying. "Don't shout, don't run." I lifted her up the last step. I had to keep my arm around her back in order to do it. I had not been born with an imagination large enough to encompass this moment. "She thinks your father's come back," my mother said, lifting her empty hand to shade her eyes from the reflection of the late afternoon sun. "She thinks you're Cyril." Then she walked into the foyer, past the round marble-top table, the two French chairs, the mirror framed by the arms of a golden octopus, the grandfather clock where the ship rocked between two rows of painted metal waves. In my dreams, the intervening years were never kind to the Dutch house. I was certain it would have become something shabby in my absence, the peeling and threadbare remains of grandeur, when in fact nothing of the sort had happened. The house looked the same as it did when we walked out 30 years before. I came into the drawing room with Andrea firmly affixed, the dark, wet smear of mascara and tears spreading across my shirt. Maybe a few pieces of furniture had been rearranged, reupholstered, replaced. Who could remember? There were the silk drapes, the yellow silk chairs, the Dutch book still, and the glass-fronted secretary reaching up and up towards the ceiling, forever unread. Even the silver cigarette boxes were there, polished and waiting on the end tables, just as they had been when the Van Hoobeeks walked the earth. By folding Andrea onto the sofa with me, I managed to sit. She pushed herself beneath my arm so as to nestle her small weight against my rib cage. She had stopped crying and was making quiet smacking noises instead. She was no one I had ever known. Maeve and my mother floated into the room in silence, both of them looking at things they had never planned on seeing again. The tapestry ottoman, the Chinese lamp, the heavy tasseled ropes of twisted silk, blue and green, that held the draperies back. If I had ever seen the two of them in this room before, it was a time before memory. I was able to reach into my pocket and hand Andrea a handkerchief, remembering that it had been Andrea, not Maeve or Sandy, who had taught me to carry one. She wiped at her face and then pressed her ear to my chest to listen to my heart. My mother and sister went to the fireplace to stand beneath the Van Hoobeeks. "I hated them," my mother said quietly, still holding Andrea's shoes. Maeve nodded, her eyes on those eyes that had followed us through our youth. I love them. That was when Norma came running down the stairs, saying, "Inez, I'm sorry, I was on the phone with the hospital. What happened?" She ran through the foyer. Norma was always running, and her mother was always telling her to stop. What stopped her now? My mother and sister in front of the blue Delft mantel? Me on the couch, wearing her mother like a vine? Inez beamed. The family had come to visit. I wouldn't have recognized her if I'd seen her on the street. And maybe I had seen her on the street, but in this room, there was no question. Norma was considerably taller than her mother, infinitely sturdier. She wore small gold-rimmed glasses that spoke of a fondness for John Lennon or Teddy Roosevelt. Her thick brown hair pulled back in an artless ponytail. It had been 30 years since we left, but I knew her. She had woken me up from a sound sleep on so many nights, wanting to tell me her dreams. "Norma, this is our mother, Elna Conroy," I said, and then I looked at my mother. Norma was our sister-in-law. "I was your stepsister," Norma said. She was staring at the room, the entire tableau of us, but her eyes kept going back to Maeve. "My God," she said, "I am so sorry." "Norma got my room," Maeve said to our mother. Norma blinked. She was wearing dark slacks, a pink blouse, no embellishment or frill, nothing to make herself noticeable, an outfit that said she was not her mother's daughter. I didn't mean the room. "The room with the window seat?" our mother asked, suddenly able to picture that place her daughter had slept all those years ago. Maeve looked up at the ceiling at the crown molding called Egg and Dart. "Actually, she got the whole house. Her mother got the house." That was when I saw Norma, 8 again, the weight of that bedroom still crushing her. "I'm so sorry," she said again. Did she sleep there all these years later? Did she live in this house and sleep in Maeve's bed? Maeve looked right at her. "I'm kidding," she whispered. Norma shook her head. "I missed you so much after you left." "After your mother threw us out?" Maeve couldn't help herself, even if she didn't mean to say it to Norma. She had waited for such a long time. "Then," Norma said, "and all the way up until a few minutes ago." "How's your mother doing?" Elna asked her, as if we didn't know. Maybe she wanted to change the subject. The current that ran between Norma and Maeve was something our mother couldn't have understood. She hadn't been there. A Kleenex box sat on the coffee table. There would never have been Kleenex in the drawing room had Andrea been in her right mind. Norma came closer in order to take a tissue. "It's primary progressive aphasia, or it's plain old Alzheimer's. I'm not sure, and it doesn't really matter since there's nothing you can do about it either way." Norma's mother was, at least for that minute, the last thing on Norma's mind. "Do you take care of her?" Maeve asked. I really thought she might spit on the carpet. Norma held out her hand to the woman with the braid. "Inez does most of it. I only moved back a few months ago." Inez smiled. It wasn't her mother. Elna came and kneeled before Andrea, slipping her shoes back on her feet. Then she sat on the couch so that my father's tiny widow was sandwiched between the two of us. "How wonderful that your daughter's come home," she said to my stepmother. And Andrea, still smacking, looked at my mother for the first time. Then she pointed to the painting that hung on the wall across from the Van Hubecks. "My daughter," she said. We turned to look, all of us, and there was the portrait of my sister, hanging exactly where it had always been. Maeve was 10 years old, her shining black hair down past the shoulders of her red coat, the wallpaper from the observatory behind her, graceful imaginary swallows flying past pink roses. Maeve's blue eyes dark and bright. Anyone looking at that painting would have wondered what had become of her. She was a magnificent child, and the whole world was laid out in front of her, covered in stars. Maeve cut a wide path around the sofa where we were sitting and walked across the room to stand in front of the girl she had been. I was sure she would have thrown that away, she said. She loves the painting, Norma said. Andrea gave a deep nod and pointed at the painting. My daughter. No, Maeve said. My daughter, Andrea said again, and then turned and looked at the Van Hoebecks. My parents. Maeve stood there as if she were trying to get used to the idea. We were spellbound as we watched her put a firm hand on either side of the frame to lift the painting off the wall. The frame was wide and lacquered black, no doubt to match her hair, but the painting itself was only the size of a 10-year-old child from the waist up. She struggled for a moment to free the wire from the nail, and Norma reached up behind the canvas to help her. The painting came away from the wall. It's heavy, Norma said, and put her hands out to help. I've got it, Maeve said. There was a slightly darker rectangle left behind on the wallpaper outlining the place where it had been. I'm going to give this to May, Maeve said to me. It looks like May. Andrea smoothed my handkerchief out across her lap, then she started folding it again, each of the four corners in towards the middle. Maeve stopped and looked at Norma. With her hands full, she leaned over and kissed her. I should have come back for you, she said, you and Bright. Then she left the house. I would have expected Andrea to panic when I got up to follow my sister or to mark the painting's departure with some level of violence, but she was consumed by the pleasures of my handkerchief. When I stood, she was unbalanced for a moment, then tilted over to rest against my mother like a plant in need of staking. My mother put an arm around her, and why not? Maeve was already gone. I gave Norma a small embrace at the door. I had never known that Maeve thought about the girls again, but it made sense. Our childhood was afire. There had been 4 children in the house, and only 2 of them had gotten out. I'm going to stay a minute, my mother said to me. It was funny to see the 2 Mrs. Conroys sitting there together. Though funny isn't the word. The little one dressed like a doll, the tall one still reminiscent of death. Take all the time you need, I said, and I meant it. All the time in the world. I would wait with my sister in the car. I walked out the glass front doors and into the late afternoon of the beautiful day. It did not feel strange to see the world from this vantage point, nor did it make any difference. Maeve was in the driver's seat with the painting in the back. The windows were down, and she was smoking. When I got into the car, she handed me the pack. I swear to you, I don't smoke anymore, she said. Neither do I. I took the matches. Did that really happen? I pointed to the large stain on my shirt, the smear of lipstick, and mascara. Maeve shook her head. Andrea lost her mind. What kind of justice is that? I feel like we just went to the moon. And Norma, Maeve looked at me. Oh, my God. Poor Norma. At least you got the painting of Andrea's daughter. I wouldn't have had the presence of mind for that. I was sure she would have burned it. She loved the house. She loved everything in the house. Except, well, she got rid of us. Then it was perfect. Everything was perfect, she said. Could you believe it? I don't know what I was expecting. But I didn't think it was going to look better after we left it. I always imagined the house would die without us. I don't know. I thought it would crumble up. Do houses ever die of grief? Only the decent ones. Maeve laughed. Then it was an indecent house. Did I ever tell you the story about the painter? I knew some of it, not all of it. I wanted to know all of it. Tell me. His name was Simon, she said. He lived in Chicago, but he was from Scotland. He was very famous, or I thought he was famous. I was 10. It's a very good painting. Maeve looked in the back seat. It is. It's beautiful. Don't you think it looks like May? It looks like you, and May looks like you. She took a drag on her cigarette and tipped her head back and closed her eyes. I could tell the way we felt was exactly the same. like we had nearly drowned, then been fished out of the water at the last possible minute. We had lived without expecting to live. Dad was a big one for surprises in those days. He hired Simon to come from Chicago to paint Mommy's portrait. Simon was going to stay for 2 weeks. The painting was supposed to be huge, the size of Mrs. Van Hoobeek. He was going to come back and paint Dad later. That was the plan. Then, when it was all done, there could be 2 Conroys hanging over the fireplace. Where were the Van Hoobeeks going? Maeve opened one eye and smiled at me. I love you, she said. That's exactly what I asked. The Van Hoobeeks were going up to the ballroom to go dancing. Who told you all this? Simon. Needless to say, Simon and I had a lot of time to talk. You're telling me our mother didn't want to spend 2 weeks standing in a ball gown to have her portrait painted. Our mother, the little sister of the poor, the assemblage of bones and tennis shoes. Would not, could not, and once she refused, Dad said he wouldn't have his portrait painted either, because then he'd have to be over the fireplace with Mrs. Van Hoobeek. Exactly. Of course, the problem was the painter was already there and half the money had been paid up front. You were too little and squirmy to sit for a portrait, so I was hauled in at the last minute. Simon had to build a new stretcher in the garage and cut the canvas down. How long did you sit? Not long enough. I was in love with him. I don't think you can have another person look right at you for 2 weeks and not fall in love with him. Dad was so furious about the money and the fact that he had once again failed to please, and Mommy was furious or mortified or whatever she was in those days. They weren't talking to each other, and neither of them would talk to Simon. If he walked in a room, they just walked out. But Simon didn't mind. It didn't matter to him who he was painting, as long as he was painting. All he cared about was light. I'd never thought about light until that summer. Just sitting in the light all day was a revelation. We wouldn't eat dinner until it was dark, and even then it would be just the 2 of us. Jocelyn left our food in the kitchen. One day Simon said to me, "Do you have anything that's red?" And I told him my winter coat was red. He said, "Go get your coat," or "Go get your coat." I went to the cedar closet and pulled it out and put it on, and he looked at me and said, "Daughter, you should wear only red." He called me daughter. I would have gone back to Chicago with him in a heartbeat if he'd taken me. I would have missed you too much. She turned around and looked at the painting again. That look on my face? That's me looking at Simon. She took a last pull on her cigarette and then tossed it out the window. After he left, everything really went to hell, or probably went to hell those 2 weeks I was sitting in the observatory, but I was too happy to notice it then. Mommy couldn't have stayed. I really do believe that. She would have gone crazy if she had to live in a mansion and have her portrait painted. She seems comfortable enough in there now. I looked over at the house, but there was no one looking back at us through the windows. I threw out my cigarette and coughed, and then we each lit another. Now there are people in the house she can feel sorry for. When she lived there, the only person she could feel sorry for was herself. She pulled the smoke in and then emptied her lungs of smoke. That was untenable. Maeve was right, of course, although the insight provided no comfort. When at last our mother came out of the house and got into the back seat with the painting, she was changed. Even before she spoke, there was an air of purpose I hadn't seen in her before. I knew things would be different now. Our mother was going back to work. "Sweet people," she said. "Inez has been a saint. She's the first person Norma's been able to keep for more than a month. Norma's been out in Palo Alto since medical school. She's been managing things from California, but then she said it all fell apart. She had to move home to take care of her mother. We figured out that much. We each took the last draw off our final cigarettes and pitched them into the grass like darts. Then Maeve headed down the driveway to Van Hoobeek Street. We did not look back. Norma wanted to put her into care at first, but Andrea won't leave the house. I could have gotten her out of the house, Maeve said. She's not comfortable out of the house, and she doesn't like people in the house either. The cleaners and repairmen, everything upsets her. It's been very hard for Norma. She's a doctor, I asked. Someone in the family should have been. She's a pediatric oncologist. She told me it was all because of you. Apparently her mother felt very competitive when you went to medical school. Poor Norma. It had never occurred to me that someone else had been forced into the race. What about her sister? What about Bright? She's a yoga instructor. She lives in Banff. The pediatric oncologist leaves Stanford to take care of her mother, and the yoga instructor stays in Canada? Maeve asked. I think that's right, our mother said. All I know is that the younger girl doesn't come home. Go Bright, Maeve said. Norma needs help. Norma and Inez. Norma's just started practicing at Philadelphia Children's Hospital. I said that I felt certain there was still a great deal of money. The house hasn't changed. Andrea didn't go anywhere. Andrea knows more about money than J.D. Rockefeller, Maeve said. Believe me, she's still got it. I don't think money's the problem. They just need to find someone they can trust, someone Andrea feels comfortable with. Maeve hit the brakes so abruptly, I was sure she was saving our lives, that there was a collision coming up in my blind spot. She and I had our seatbelts on, but our mother and the painting were thrown forward into the seats, in front of them with blunt force. Listen to me, Maeve said, whipping around, the cords of her neck straining to hold her head in place. You're not going back there. You were curious. We went with you. It's done. Our mother gave herself a shake to see if she was hurt. She touched her nose. There was blood on her fingers. They need me, she said. I need you, Maeve said, her voice raised. I've always needed you. You are not going back to that house. My mother took a tissue from her pocket and held it under her nose, then settled the painting back in its place. She put on her seatbelt using one hand. The Toyota behind us laid on the horn. Let's talk about this at home. She had made her decision, but had yet to find a way to make it palatable to her children. Maeve had meant to drive me to the train station the next day, but the traffic was so light and she was so furious, she wound up taking me all the way to New York. All this bullshit about service and forgiveness and peace. I'm not going to have her going back and forth between my house and Andrea. Are you going to tell her to leave? I tried to keep any trace of eagerness from my voice, reminding myself that this was Maeve's mother, Maeve's joy. She was stricken at the thought. She'd just move in over there. You know they'd love that. She keeps saying that Andrea's comfortable with her, and that's why she needs to help, as if I give a fuck about Andrea's comfort. Let me talk to her, I said. I'll tell her it's not good for your health. I've already told her that. And by the way, it's not good for my health. The thought that she would go back there for her and not... She stopped herself before she said it. Somehow, with everything that had happened, we'd forgotten the painting in the back of the car. Take it to May, Maeve said when she pulled up in front of my house. No, I said, it's yours. Give it to May when she's grown and she has her own house. You need to keep it a while. Put it over your mantel and think of Simon. Maeve shook her head. I don't want anything that was in that house. I'm telling you, it'll only make me crazier than I already am. I looked at the girl in the portrait. They should have let her always be that girl. Then you have to promise me you'll take it back later. I will, she said. Let's find a parking place and you can come in and give it to May. We were double parked. Maeve shook her head. There's no such thing as a parking space, please. Oh, come on, don't be ridiculous. You're right here. She shook her head. She almost looked like she was going to cry. I'm tired. And then she said, please, again. So I let her go. I went around to the back and pulled out the painting and my duffel bag. It had started to rain, so I didn't stand on the street and watch her drive off. I didn't wave. I found my keys and hustled to get the painting inside. We talked plenty after that about our mother's daily reports of Andrea and Norma and the house and how it was turning Maeve into a complete wreck. She talked about Otterson's. I told her about another building I wanted to buy that would require me to sell another building I didn't want to sell. I told her May was ecstatic about the painting. We put it in the living room over the fireplace. Me in your living room every day? It's gorgeous. Celeste doesn't mind? It looks too much like May for Celeste to mind. Everybody thinks it's May, except May. When everybody asks her, she says, "It's a portrait of me and my aunt." 2 weeks after our trip to the Dutch house, my mother called me just before daylight to tell me that Maeve was dead. "Is she there?" I asked. I didn't believe her. I wanted Maeve to come to the phone and say it herself. Celeste sat up in bed, looked at me. "What is it?" "She's here," my mother said. "I'm with her." "Have you called an ambulance?" "I will. I wanted to call you first." "Don't waste time calling me. Call an ambulance." My voice was splintering. "Oh, Danny," my mother said, and then she started to cry. Chapter 19. I remember very little about the time just after Maeve died, except for Mr. Otterson, who sat with the family at her funeral mass and covered his face with his hands as he cried. His grief was a river as deep and as wide as my own. I knew that I should have gone to him later. I should have tried to comfort him. But there was no comfort in me. Chapter 20. The story of my sister was the only one I was ever meant to tell, but there are still a few things to say. 3 years later, when Celeste and I were working through the details of our divorce in the lawyer's office, she told me she didn't want the house. "I never liked it," she said. "Our house?" She shook her head. "It's not my taste. It's heavy and old. It's too dark. You don't have to think about that because you aren't home all day long." I'd wanted to surprise her. I took her through every room, letting her think it was something I was planning to buy as a rental. I told her I could cut it into 2 units. I could even make it 4, though that, of course, would be real work. Celeste, infinitely game, went up and down the stairs with May strapped to her chest, looking at the bathrooms, checking the water pressure. I didn't ask her if she liked it then. I could have, but I didn't. I handed her the deed instead. In my mind, it had been one of the few truly romantic gestures I'd ever made. "It's our house," I said. Everything in me wanted to excuse myself from the proceedings and go out to the hall and call my sister. That never stopped happening. The irony, of course, was that I had been a better husband after Maeve died. In my grief, I had turned to my family. For the first time, I was fully with them, a citizen of New York, my wife and my children the anchors that held me to the world. But the joke I'd always half believed turned out to be true. Everything Celeste hated about me she blamed on my sister, and when my sister wasn't there to take the blame, she was forced to consider who she was married to. Our mother stayed on at the Dutch house to take care of Andrea, and for years I didn't forgive her. Despite whatever residual bits of science still clung to me, I had come to believe the story our father told when we were children. Maeve got sick because our mother left, and if our mother ever came back, Maeve would die. Even the stupidest ideas have resonance once they've happened. I blamed myself for what I saw as my lack of vigilance. I thought of my sister every hour. I let our mother go. But then one day, after we'd been divorced long enough to be friendly again, Celeste asked me to drive a carload of things to her parents' house, and I said yes. Even the Norcrosses had slowed down, the last of the unruly Labradors replaced by a small, friendly spaniel named Inky. After I unloaded the car and we'd had our visit, I drove over to the Dutch house for old time's sake, thinking I would park across the street just for a minute. But whatever barrier had kept us from turning in the driveway all those years was gone now, and I went to the house and rang the bell. Sandy answered. We stood there in the foyer in the afternoon light. Again, I had expected deterioration to have come at last, and again, I found the house to be exactly as I remembered. It irritated me to have to see the tenderness with which it had been maintained. I didn't come for a long time, Sandy said guiltily, holding onto my hand, her thick white hair still pinned in place with barrettes. But I missed your mother. I kept thinking of Maeve, what she would have wanted me to do. No one's getting any younger. I'm glad you're here, I said. I just come by for lunch sometimes. Sometimes there's something I could do to help out. The truth is, it's nice for me. I fill up Norma's bird feeders in the back. Norma loves the birds. She got that from your dad. I looked up at the high ceiling into the chandelier. Lots of ghosts. Sandy smiled. The ghosts are what I come for. I think about Jocelyn when I'm here, the way we were then. We were all so young, you know. We were still our best selves. Jocelyn had died 2 years before. She had the flu, and by the time anyone realized how serious things were, it was over. Celeste came with me to the funeral. The Norcrosses came. For the record, Jocelyn never had forgiven my mother, though she was nicer about it than I was. She left us there to raise you, but you couldn't be ours, she said to me once. How am I supposed to forgive a thing like that? Sandy and I went to the kitchen, and I sat at the little table while she made coffee. I asked about Andrea. A toothless beast, she said. She doesn't know a thing. Norma really could move her out of here now and sell the place, but there's always this feeling that Andrea's going to die any minute. And what would be the point of seeing her through all these years to just shuttle her out at the end? Unless it isn't the end. Sandy sighed and took a small carton of milk from the refrigerator. The refrigerator was new. Who knows? I think of my husband. Jamie was 36 when he got an infection in his heart. No one knew why. And then Maeve, who was stronger than all the rest of us put together, even with the diabetes. Maeve should have lived to be 100. I had never known what Sandy's husband died of, nor did I know his name. I didn't know what killed Maeve, for that matter, though there were a wealth of options. I thought of Celeste's brother Teddy at Thanksgiving all those years ago, asking me if I had to perform autopsies. I had performed plenty of them, and I would never let anyone subject my sister to that. She should have outlived Andrea at the very least. But that's the way it goes, Sandy said. I found it a comfort to be in that kitchen with her. The stove in the window and Sandy and the clock. There on the table between us was the pressed glass butter dish that had belonged to my mother's mother in Brooklyn, a half stick of butter inside. Look at that, I said, and ran my finger along the edge. You shouldn't be so hard on your mother, Sandy said. Wasn't that what I was always saying to May? I don't think I am. We had overlapped very little in our lives, my mother and I. I couldn't imagine it was much of a loss for either of us. She's a saint, Sandy said. I smiled at her. No one was kinder than Sandy. She's not a saint. Taking care of someone who doesn't know you doesn't make you a saint. Sandy nodded, took a sip of coffee. I think it's hard for people like us to understand. To tell you the truth, it's unbearable sometimes. At least it is for me. I just want her to be one of us. But when you think about saints, I don't imagine any of them made their families happy. Probably not. I couldn't remember the saints themselves, much less their families. Sandy put her small hand on top of my hand, squeezed. Go upstairs and say hello. And so I went up to my parents' room, wondering why a man with a bad knee would have bought a house with so many stairs. There on the landing was a little couch and the 2 chairs where Norma and Bright liked to sit with their dolls so they could see who was coming and going. I looked at the doors to my room, to Maeve's room. It wasn't hard. I had the idea that all of the hard things had already happened. Andrea was in a hospital bed by the window, my mother sitting beside her, spooning in bites of pudding. My mother still wore her hair short. It was white now. I wondered what Andrea would have thought had she known that this was her husband's first wife feeding her, and that the first wife often had lice. There he is, my mother said, smiling at me, as if I'd come through the door right on time. She leaned over to Andrea. "What did I tell you?" Andrea opened her mouth and waited for the spoon. "I was in the neighborhood," I said. Wasn't that more or less how she'd return all those years later? I could see now how much she looked like Maeve, or how Maeve would have looked like her had she lasted. That was the face she would have grown into. My mother held out her hand to me. "Come over here, where she can see you." I went to the bed and stood beside her. My mother put her arm around my waist. "Say something." "Hi, Andrea," I said. No anger could survive this, at least no anger I'd ever had. Andrea was as small as a child, thin strands of white hair spread out on the pink pillowcase. Her face was bare, her mouth a dark open hole. She looked up at me, blinked a few times, then smiled. She raised the little claw of her hand, and I took it. For the first time I noticed that she and my mother wore the same wedding ring, a gold band no wider than a wire. "She sees you," my mother said. "Look at that." Andrea was smiling, if such a thing could be called a smile. She was glad to see my father again. I leaned over and kissed them both on the forehead, one and then the other. It cost me nothing. After Andrea was full of pudding, she curled in her arms and legs and went to sleep. My mother and I sat in the chairs in front of the empty fireplace. "Where do you sleep?" I asked, and she pointed to the bed behind me, the one she had slept in with my father, the one where Mrs. Van Hoobeek had lain with her broken hip, waiting to die. "She gets confused in the night sometimes. She tries to get up. It helps to be in here with her." She shook her head. "I have to tell you, Danny, I wake up in here, and I can feel it. The room and the house, even before I open my eyes. Every morning. I'm 28, just for a second. And Maeve is in her room across the hall, and you're a baby in the bassinet beside me. And when I turn over, I expect to see your father there. It's a beautiful thing." "You don't mind the house?" She shrugged. "I gave up caring where I lived a long time ago. And anyway, I think it's good for me. It teaches me humility. She teaches me humility." She tipped her head backwards the way Maeve would do. "You have to serve those who need to be served, not just the ones who make you feel good about yourself. Andrea's my penance for all the mistakes." "She doesn't look like she's going to last out the week." "I know. We've been saying that for years. She keeps surprising us." "How's Norma?" My mother smiled. "Norma's golden. She works so hard, all those sick children, and then she comes home to take care of her mother. She never complains. I don't think her mother made things easy for her when she was growing up. She certainly isn't making things easy for her now." "Well," my mother said, looking at me with great kindness, "you know the way mothers are." I realized how little time I'd spent in this room. I rarely came in when it was just my father's, and never came in, even once, during the years he'd shared it with Andrea. It was larger than Maeve's bedroom, and the fireplace with its huge Delft mantel was a masterpiece, but still, Andrea was right. The room with the window seat was nicer. The way it faced the back gardens, the kinder light. "Here's a question," I asked, because when had I ever asked her anything? When had we been alone together, other than those few awkward encounters in hospital waiting rooms all those years ago? "Anything," she said. "Why didn't you take us with you?" "To India?" "To India, sure, or anywhere. If you thought this house was such a terrible place for you, did you wonder if it might have been a terrible place for us?" She sat with it for a while. Maybe she was trying to remember how she'd felt. It had all happened such a long time ago. "I thought it was a wonderful place for you," she said finally. There are so many children in the world who have nothing at all, and you and your sister had everything. Your father and Fluffy and Sandy and Jocelyn, you had this house. I loved you so much, but I knew you were going to be fine." Maybe Sandy was right, and she was a saint, and saints were universally despised by their families. I couldn't have said which life would have been better, the one we had with Andrea or the one in which we trailed after our mother through the streets of Bombay. Chances were it would have been 6 of one, half dozen of the other. "And anyway," she said as an afterthought, "your father would never have let you go." Things changed after that, change being the one constant. I found myself going back to Elkins Park. There was no one to tell me not to. The rage I had carried for my mother exhaled and died. There was no place for it anymore. What I was left with was never love, but it was something. Familiarity, maybe. We took a certain amount of comfort in each other. Sometimes May would come with me on those visits, even though she was so busy then. May was at NYU. She had her whole life mapped out. Kevin was at Dartmouth, and so we saw less of him. He was a year behind her and 20 years behind her, as we all were. By going to Elkins Park, May could see all of her grandparents, and she was obsessed with the house. She went over the entire place like a forensic detective. She might as well have used a metal detector and a stethoscope. She started in the basement and worked up. I could never believe the things she found: Christmas ornaments and report cards and a shoebox full of lipstick. She found a tiny door in the back of the third-floor closet that led to the eave space. I had forgotten about that. The boxes of Maeve's books were still there, half of them in French, her notebooks full of math equations, dolls I had never seen, the letters I had written to her when she was in college. May did an impromptu reading of one of them over dinner. "Dear Maeve, last night Andrea announced she didn't like the apple cake. The apple cake is everybody's favorite, but now Jocelyn isn't supposed to make it anymore. Jocelyn said it doesn't matter and that she'd make me one at her house and smuggle it in pieces." Somehow May knew exactly what I had sounded like at 11. "Last Saturday, we made 37 stops for rent and collected $28.50 in quarters from the washing machines in the basements." "Are you making this up?" I asked. She waved the letter. "Swear to God, you really were that boring. It goes on for another page." Norma laughed. The 4 of us were in the kitchen, me and Norma and May and my mother, squeezed around the blue table. Suddenly, I remembered my father always put the quarters he'd collected from the washers and dryers in a secret drawer in the dining room table. And whenever anyone needed a little money, we would go and help ourselves to a handful. "Come here a minute," I said, and the 4 of us went to the dreaded dining room. I ran my hand beneath the table's lip until I found it. The drawer had warped, and when I finally pried it open, it was full of quarters. A treasure chest. "I never knew about this," Norma said. "Bright and I would have cleaned it out." "He didn't do that when I lived here," my mother said. May dragged the tips of her fingers through the coins. Maybe he hadn't left them there for everyone to take. Maybe they had just been for Maeve and me. In the morning, I looked out the window and saw my daughter floating in the pool on a yellow raft, her black hair trailing behind her like strands of kelp, one long leg reaching out from time to push off from the wall. I went outside and asked her how she'd slept. "I'm still sleeping," she said, and draped a wet arm across her eyes. "I love it here. I'm going to buy the house." Andrea had finally died a few months before, and the conversations about what should be done with the Dutch house were ongoing. Bright, who hadn't come home for the funeral, told Norma that the house could burn to the ground for all she cared. There was plenty of money, the way the neighborhood was zoned. The land was sure to be redeveloped when they sold. The house would most likely be torn down and sold for parts: mantels, banisters, carved panels, the wreaths of golden leaves on the dining room ceiling were each worth a Picasso. To take it all apart and then sell the land or develop the land ourselves would double and maybe even triple what the place could be had for. But then we'd have to kill the house, Norma had said. And none of us knew if that was a good thing or a bad thing, except May. It's not exactly a starter home, I told my daughter. May reached up and pushed herself off from the diving board. I asked Norma to wait for me just a couple of years. I have a spiritual connection to the place. May had an agent now. She'd done some commercials. She'd had small parts in 2 films, one of which had gotten attention. May, as she would be the first to tell you, was going places. She said she'd hold on to it for a while. Neither Norma nor Bright had children. Norma said that childhood wasn't something she could imagine inflicting on another person, especially not a person she loved. I imagined pediatric oncology only reinforced her position. "I just as soon have went to May or Kevin," she said to me. "It's your house." "Not my house," I said. We found time to talk about all of it, Norma and I. Childhood, our parents, the inheritance, medical school, the trust. Norma had decided to return to Palo Alto. She got her job back and gave notice to the people who had rented her house for years. She said she was starting to realize how much she missed her life. One night, after a couple of glasses of wine, she suggested that maybe she could be my sister. "Not Maeve," she said. "Never Maeve, but some other lesser sister, like a half-sister from a second marriage." "I thought you were my half-sister from the second marriage." She shook her head. "I'm your stepsister." My mother stayed on at the Dutch house. She said she was the caretaker of sorts, making sure no raccoons were setting up camp in the ballroom. She got Sandy to move over to stay with her. Sandy, who had bursitis in her hip, bemoaned all the stairs. My mother had started to travel again after Andrea died. She was never gone for very long, but she said there was still plenty for her to do. That was around the time she started telling me stories about when she lived in India, or I started to listen. She said all she'd wanted was to serve the poor, but the nuns who ran the orphanage were always dressing her up in clean saris and sending her off to parties to beg. It was 1951. The British were gone, and Americans were considered very exotic then. I went to every party I was invited to. It turned out my special talent was asking rich people for money. And so she continued, relieving the rich of their burdens on behalf of the poor. She did that work for the rest of her life. Fluffy had moved to Santa Barbara to live with her daughter, but she came back for visits, and whenever she did, she wanted to sleep in her old room over the garage. Norma had promised to hold on to the Dutch house until May fulfilled her destiny, which May did on her 4th film. She met the tidal wave of her success with a startling level of self-assurance. May had always told us this was the way it would happen, but we found ourselves stunned all the same. She was still so young. There was nothing to do but brace ourselves. On the advice of her agent, May had a high black metal fence installed behind the linden trees, and there was now a gate at the end of the driveway and a box you had to talk into if you didn't know the code or the guard. I couldn't help but think how much Andrea would have loved it. May brought Maeve's painting back from New York and returned it to the empty spot where it had hung before. She didn't have much time to spend in Elkins Park, but when she was there, she threw parties that were the stuff of legend, or that's what she told me. "Come this Friday," she said. "You and Mom and Kevin, I want you to see this." May had the tendency to seem like she was overselling, but the truth was she always delivered. I was only sorry that Fluffy and Norma weren't there. It was a June night, and all the windows around the house were open again. The young people who arrived in black sedans with tinted windows, people who May assured me were achingly famous, climbed up the 2 flights of stairs to dance in the ballroom and look out the windows at the stars. Celeste had come in early to help May's assistants get everything ready. No one believed this blonde of average height was May's mother. "Tell them," she said to me, and again I did. May's genetics seemed to have ignored her mother's physical contribution completely, but she had Celeste's tenacity. Kevin stationed himself at the door so as not to miss a thing. I had hoped he would take over my business someday, but he started medical school instead. A lifetime spent listening to how much better it was to be a doctor was not without influence. Sandy and my mother stayed at the party for a while, but not very long. I drove them over to Maeve's old house in Jenkintown, where it was quiet. By the time I came back, there were too many cars in the driveway, so I parked on the street and let myself in through the gate. The house was lit up like I'd never seen it before. Every window on every floor spilled gold light. The terrace was ringed with candles and glass cups. And the music, I had told May to keep the music down, was a girl with a dark, quiet voice singing over a little band. The sound that she made was so clear and low and sad. I imagine all of the neighbors leaning forward to listen. I couldn't make out any of the words, only the melody, juxtaposed against the sound of people screaming as they leapt into the pool. I was going to go in and find Celeste, see if she wanted to drive back into the city with me. We were too old for this, even if we weren't that old. New York was the only chance we had of sleeping. In the far corner of the yard, where the linden trees met the hedge, I saw someone sitting in an Adirondack chair, smoking. The chair was well beyond the reach of the light from the house, and all I could really be sure of in the shadows and darker shadows was a person and a chair and the intermittent glow of a tiny orange fire. I told myself it was my sister. Maeve had no use for parties. She would have come outside. I stood there quietly, as if it were possible to scare her away. I gave myself this small indulgence sometimes, the belief that, if only I paid attention, I would see her sitting in the darkness outside the Dutch house. I wondered what she would have said if she could have seen all this. "Fools," she would have said, blowing out a little puff of smoke. The person in the chair then shook her head and stretched her long legs out in front of her, pointing her bare toes. Still, miraculously, the illusion held. I looked up into the blanket of stars to keep myself from seeing too clearly. Maeve threw her cigarette in the grass and stood to meet me. For one more second, it was her. "Daddy?" May called. "Tell me you're not smoking." She came towards me from the darkness, wearing what looked to be a white slip covered in pearls. My daughter. My beautiful girl. She slipped her arm around my waist, and for a minute dropped her head against my shoulder, her black hair falling across her face. "I'm not smoking," she said. "I just quit." "Good girl," I said. "We would talk about this in the morning." We stood there in the grass, watching the young people fluttering in and out of the windows, moths to the light. "My God, I love this so much," May said. "It's your house." She smiled. Even in the darkness, you could have seen it. "Good," she said. "Take me inside."